Finals Friday is here once again, and yesterday we had to say goodbye to the Turks and the Czechs, but still 4 teams in contention for that Group C Championship Week place. And look, the weather, it's a little bit of a concern today, but I think we will see some spicy cricket out there in the middle. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the BET2BALL European Cricket League, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to a huge day in European cricket. It is day 5. It's finals day here in Group C, with 4 teams still in the running for that coveted spot in Championship Week. And we're going to start with the first qualifier. It's the 2 teams seeded 1 and 2 today. It's Carlton, the Scottish champions, taking on Cluj, the Romanian champions. Well, there's a lot on this game because there is a bit of weather around today. And if for some reason the final was to be abandoned because of the weather, the winner of this game will actually be the qualifiers for Championship Week. So a lot to play for. A giant coin toss, a giant coin. Let's go over to Sir Rob Kemming, who is with the 2 captains for the coin toss. Well, Keeper Inu was the call, Keeper Inu was the fall, and that means that Satwik Nadagodla, the Cluj captain, he's won the toss and he's elected to bowl first, so they'll have to chase. And that's an interesting one in these conditions because we are expecting a little bit of moisture. We do have it already around the area, so that's just complicating things, I think, for the players a little bit. Let's see if they can get some runs out of Taranjit Singh. He'll have to be chasing later on in this game, but he's got 4 ducks. It's hard to believe Taranjit Singh, who I think is probably the best batter in the lineup. It's just been one of those weeks for him. But they have elected to bowl first. They won't have to deal with Hugo Southwell, who is out of finals day, unfortunately for him. And I know it's a big blow to Carlton, but they are undefeated for a reason. I'm sure their captain, Ali Evans, will be pretty confident in this one. And, well, we're about to see how that goes, of course. They will be batting first up as we go over to the commentary box where Rico Full is waiting for me. The news in qualifier number 1, match 21 in Group C, is that Cluj, the Romanian champions, they've won the toss and they're going to bowl first.
Hello, good morning, namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal, Abawan, as the umpires make their way out. This is going to be, well, I think it's going to be a very exciting match. It's very much a repeat of what we saw this time yesterday. Maybe the weather was slightly better. It is Cluj taking on Carlton. And as you saw there from Mr. Maximo, who was there in the middle with the 2 captains, and the tournament referee Rob Kemming, it was Cluj who won the toss and have elected to field first this time. I think a lot of that has to do with how things went for them yesterday. They managed just 86, losing 8 wickets. And Carlton, well, they knocked them off, winning by 8 wickets. But different conditions here today. And I'm just wondering if that as well is what prompted Cluj to have a bowl first, but they're certainly thinking that maybe if they can try and restrict the unbeaten Carlton, who are obviously because of that favourites to progress from this group into finals week, they can restrict them to around about that 110 mark, that as long as the captain Nadagodla and also Taranjit Singh find their form again, they should be able to knock them off. Well, that's their thinking. Well, let's see how it goes. Arun Pillai, he's going to be opening up with Rory McCann. Pillai just hasn't found the touch that he was in his earlier matches. He'll be looking to refine that touch because they certainly are going to miss Hugo Southwell. First ball, it's going to be Abdul Asif to start. And this is played away nicely in the slip in place. And it's sharp hands of Taranjit this morning. Stops that going past him. They do have also the protection of the 3rd man back there, so it would have been a run. So Pillai trying to get off the mark with a little push in that area, doesn't succeed. Let's see if once more. This time they do go, and Rory McCann down to the other end. Batted very well yesterday, Rory. He had a good day, had a fantastic day behind the stumps. Was involved with some superb stumpings against Carlton. And well, in that same match, scored a very valuable 22 of 17 deliveries. Yeah, I mean, going back to that big news, Hugo Southwell not playing in this match. Now, he's been one that's been consistently performing for them, the hard-hitting batter. He's come up in the order and also coming for them in the middle order as well. They will miss him. Somebody else needs to step up. Will Pillai find his form again? Or this man on strike now, Rory McCann. Short and put away. I suppose it's always worth a try early on to see if the batter is awake. But Rory McCann says, yeah, I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm going to put away the Gundy balls, and he does. This is a real half-tracker, and it just said, hit me, and hit me hard. And Rory says, okay, I'll oblige. Good morning to you, he says. So as if he needs to go back to a plan. Oh, and that's a better delivery. Better line, short of a length, good bounce. Cloudy conditions this morning. And I'd expect to see that ball move around a bit. Certainly did see that yesterday. Short again, and that's 4 more runs. You can't be bowling there. I mean, Rory McCann's already shown you that he's powerful with the short one. Got no protection there at all. The mid-wicket area is completely free, so picture this from square leg all the way to that man at long on inside. There's nobody there, so that's a big gap. Bowl it short, that's where it's going. It's trying to get short, but the line is better. It's outside the off. That's the end of the first over. 2 boundaries from it. And it's 9 without loss. So as if just finding there that you bowl short, do it at your peril. Good morning to everybody on the chat early this morning. Jonathan Woodward, good morning to you, John, from Madrid. And also, well, we go from Madrid to Bulgaria. Prakash Mishra, good morning. And plenty of banter on the chat already. Maya's there as well, and Phil G. And everybody just hoping that the rain stays away. After the second over. This one sort of angles into the batter from Kohli. Had a mixed week, Kohli has. When we first saw him, he looked like he was going to be one of the key strike bowlers for the Cluj team. But then he had a little bit of a torrid time in those earlier mid of the week matches where he just lost his line, started bowling a few full bungers, but he's come back strong. This could be the one to shine in. Played away, and if that gets past the fielders, it will be 4 runs, and it is. And Taranjit Singh has come out of slips now into that position in mid-wicket, but this one has been placed beautifully. Lovely placement. Again, just straying the line, and that's just helped along by Rory McCann, notching up his 3rd boundary. 4 carreras más. Now, they have made a change now after 3 boundaries have gone in that area. Taranjit has gone back on it. And so he's back mid-wicket, and the 3rd man on the boundary. That's the 2 they've got at the moment. Carlton demonstrating once more that they're not shy of taking those singles. It has caused them problems sometimes. They've had a few run-outs. I would say that they're probably a team that probably had the most run-outs in their campaign this week. Kohli now to Pillai. Pillai just makes that early little shuffle. And in comes the throw. Pillai thinks about taking the second, and it's not backed up cleanly by Abdul Asif. Just trying to find their voice. Cluj have had good support as well. They've got their own wags here, been supporting them. And good morning to them, wherever they are. Probably sat close to the old burners at the moment. A little bit chilly. Nice looking shot. Fielder, oh dear. Well, I say Fielder has to get down. He doesn't. It gets through him. That's disappointing. And McCann, he'll take that. It's firmly struck, but look, you've got to stop these. He's no excuses for that. that sloppy. 4 runs. Wakey, boys. Big match. Remember, the winner goes all the way into the Group C final. The loser, you do get a second chance, but you rather take this one and put your feet up for the rest of the day. The combination at the moment of cheeky singles and, well, putting the bad ball away and making the most of some bad fielding. Second over comes to an end. 21 without loss. So the Scottish champions, Carlton. Nice to see the flags there of the countries as well that these club champions are representing. So we, of course, have the Scottish champions, Carlton, from Edinburgh. And they're up against Cluj, the champions of Romania. And good time to welcome back into the commentary box for the first time today, this morning, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, good morning to you, Rico, and morning to everyone out there, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company. And it's Finals Friday, bit of a grey Friday, not what we're used to here on the Costa del Sol. Still, good to see the players out there. Here's Abdul Azif mulling over number 3.
Glorious shot. 4 more runs. Beautifully played, and it's all along the deck as well, but that's what's nice about it. And there's some of the Carlton boys there. Just 1 or 2 of them. Wrapped up a little bit at the moment.
I love their themed beanies. Fan of those.
The beanies are good. A glorious shot. That was through extra cover.
Temperature at the moment, I mean, it's not too cold actually. It's 14 degrees. We've had colder mornings, but yeah, for sure, Carlton had the early game a couple of times. These two teams did meet 24 hours ago. It was quite one-sided on that occasion. And what we saw on Super Thursday is that the other two in the top 3, Cluj and Carlton, couldn't really get near the Scots.
Oh, wow, that's back-to-back boundaries, and despite the diving effort off the fielder, it gets through him. That's another one, and that was Shahiq. Tried. Cautious to get the dive we mari Palagya Joka.
It's just pure timing, wasn't it? And it's a matter of time till this Scottish top order clicks. No Southwell, of course, that's big news here on Finals Friday. You're desperately watching, I'm sure. Hoping his teammates can get the job done and book a place in Championship Week. I can. Yeah, I just felt he's due some runs, and he's made a very strong start here on Finals Friday. 26 off 10.
Let's see if better line, better delivery, but again, you see, just so quick. And myself and fellow commentator Corey Ruckus yesterday were talking about Carlton. One thing they do is it's almost instinct. It's almost like I don't know if you've played tip and run. I'm sure you have at some point as cricketers. Or window cricket. It's almost like as soon as you're touching the ball, you're going.
Yeah.
They just know that the pattern. They just know that their opposite number is coming, and they're making it look easy.
Yeah, it's a team game when you're out there in the middle running between the wickets. So it always helps if you have an understanding with that batting partner.
There we go again, you see, and even though he's on the back foot, he's playing this on the back foot, but it's so quick to go. That's one of the things that I know when batters are batting in nets. I mean, nets sometimes can be productive. Some people say not productive. But one thing when you're batting in nets is good coaches always say you're not just playing the shot, but you're also taking off as well.
Yeah, for sure. And look, that was also smart batting because he actually takes power out of the shot so it doesn't go too quickly to Taranjit Singh at short mid-wicket, get through for the single.
Nicely played, looking to go the offside again. Rory at the moment is looking in very good form. He's just carrying on from the nice shots he played yesterday.
Yeah, well, we're putting Southwell in the lineup, so someone has to kind of step up because he has been, I wouldn't say carrying, but he's been a big factor in their batting system so far. This one missed.
Better delivery from Asif. It's full. It's the fullest he's bowled so far. It's the Yorker length one, and he gets the dot ball from it. Just probably sees Pillai moving just slightly early. The end of the over, so the power play is done. 32. The key thing is, I suppose, they haven't lost any wickets, and that's one thing Carlton do is they seem to just poodle along. They don't lose those wickets, but they always look for that one over to accelerate. And of course, with the, I know there's no Southwell there, but they've still got the power of Ali Shah to come in. He's been good.
Yeah.
The left-hander, wouldn't surprise me if he's the next man padded up, ready to come in. He certainly if he can get going, will it inject the acceleration that they need?
Yeah, so they're sticking with seam up stuff at the moment. And one thing I do like, as we see Nishant Devray coming into the attack, little flags have appeared on the graphics this morning. Have you noticed that?
I have. I mentioned it already.
Flags. Oh, you did?
Yeah, I mentioned it before you came
I'm liking it.
into the box. Yeah, I do. She played, but this time in the field spread. And looking to take the 2 on. I don't think he would have made it, but he's showing that he's, well, what he's doing, he's putting pressure on the fielder. The fielder knows not only do I got to stop it, get it in quick, otherwise they're going to go.
Yeah, it's been very, very good stuff between the boundaries, and we have seen 2 boundaries in each over. No 6s as yet. Not too many dot balls. In fact, there are only 4 dot balls in the power play. The others were 1s or 4s.
Once again, Pillai, he's got this pattern as he takes a few as the bowler's coming in. Probably from his guard off leg, he starts to walk towards the bowler, a couple of steps, gets himself outside the line of off stump, and then just pushes it away. He's waiting to latch onto the short one, hasn't had it yet, or a ball that he gets a bit of width on. Devray, good start from him so far. Into the ground, hit hard, 4 runs. As soon as this goes past Taranjit, it's going to be 4. Another good shot. He's timing the ball so well, and the placement is pretty good as well. आ गया, लग गया, चौका, बहुत अच्छा shot मारिया. Placement बहुत अच्छी थी.
Yeah, trying not trying to overhit the ball this morning. That's what I've liked about the batting of McCann. He's just using the pace, and he knows with a field of these dimensions that if he times the ball, gets it away from that man in the deep. A very good position to pick up 4, which he does again. So we've seen 7 4s without a 6.
Shot 4. And that one, well, bat on the ball. The echo just, well, it went round this ground. It sounded beautiful. It was a lovely shot. Look, there's no rushing him. It's just timing. Stood up tall, kept his eye on the ball. 4 beautiful runs.
Yeah, and he's not necessarily rushing to get forward. He's just seeing the length and intending and going back, giving himself a bit more time to actually place that ball. He leaves that one a little bit later, gets it behind the man down deep point. So, yeah, I think Devray is going to try and draw McCann forward and do something else.
Nicely played. Soft hands, goes down to the man at third, gets down on it. They'll take the single. Yeah, what I haven't seen at the moment, I haven't seen the bowlers getting the batters to drive. It's all been too short on the leg side or too short outside the off. I haven't seen them getting drive. They've got the 2 men straight, so get the ball right up there, get him driving.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's a good observation. The length has just been a little bit too short. You can trust the bounce on this surface. Pillai to face the first, and the last ball, I should say, the 4th.
Well, this is a straight hit. This is going to be a chance. Oh, just over the fielder. I thought just for a moment it was going to be an opportunity. Well, you said it hasn't been a 6 yet. Well, there it is. And it's a beautiful one. Hit straight, dead straight down the ground. And Pillai, well, this time he waits back in his crease. You can see there, it was just, well, centimetres away from that hand of the fielder there. And that would have been, well, a great take from Mishra.
That's what makes it so tough when you pitch up. That's what happens anyway. So 49 for no loss. And is the end of the 4th over. As we get to say hello to you this morning.
Hello.
Very good morning to you. No matter where you're watching from around the world. It's great to have your company, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Rico Fu. I like what you got going on there as well. The grey skies. We're looking, is that a bit of a silver?
Bit of a silver. There's always got to be a bit of bling for finals day.
I got accused already of supporting Brescia CC today, but let's just remember, I did wear the navy blue of the Carlton on Monday. So for all you Scottish supporters out there, look, we're looking forward to a big day ahead. The big thing is the weather. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 16, currently about 14. But the good thing is, in fact, it's a bit brighter than when we started. Hopefully we'll get the full program of games in because we don't want to lose any time. Here's Taranjit with his off spin.
Time for a bit of Taran. And they do push. Well, it's going to be tight, and he gets there.
That is such good running. That is such good running from McCann because he is running so hard and he wants a fumble. And this is a fumble that doesn't actually even get out of the hands of the fielder. But he, as soon as he sees that fumble, there was no hesitation. He came back for that too. That's incredible running. And now he gets the strike back.
50 on the board. Short, hit hard. Will the fielder get there? And he won't. The timing and placement has been sensational from Rory McCann. And he gets into his 40s. Just up, thinking at the top of my head, I think only Southwell's the only batter that has got a half century for Carlton. Quite a few of them have got out in the 40s. The way he's batting at the moment, he's just batting so sensibly, calm head, playing each ball on merit. It's the 50 on for McCann.
It's a really good question in the chat from Silver, which I don't actually know the answer. He wants to know what the highest score scored by a batsman without a single six is. I don't think I can remember anyone hitting a 50 without a six, I've got to be honest with you. But at the moment, McCann's been fantastic with the fours, no sixes.
Oh, it's time. It's that time. Time for showtime. And it doesn't go to the boundary. Well, the fielders, I'm not really sure what's going on here. I've seen some lay-ons to fielders close to you, but this was an interesting one. Well, because he laid this on, they thought, well, we might as well take the second. But he gets funky. And, well, you don't actually see the stop and the release there. He stops the ball, and then he throws it right the way across to the other fielder.
Selfish.
So the batter say, okay, let's go.
Someone could get it back quicker, obviously. I think they're just checking. Well, I think we're okay. Well, yeah, we're okay to go here now. Just Pillai just composing himself. And there we go again. And Pillai is just playing such an important role here himself. He's played the beautiful straight six down the ground. But other than that, he's just saying to Rory, here you go. You're seeing it so well at the moment. Your timing is epic. Just keep him on strike. In the air, oh, but he places it again in between the two. 4 more. Oh, it's been a masterclass so far from these two about how to go about getting the runs on the board with minimal risk. Just good batting. This time, once again, the placement was there. So 4 more to the total. And another over that's had 2 fours in it. Every over's had 2 fours in it. And just the 1 6 in addition in the 4th. So halfway through this first innings, the Carlton team looking pretty healthy. 63 for no loss.
And now, giving the ball to a man that can make things happen. It's going to be Vasu Sani. I know he batted really well. He's the only batter that did produce any runs for Cluj in this fixture. Yesterday scored 35 of 17. But right now, they need him to work his magic with the ball.
Let's have a look at some of the top performers for these two teams. And look, Ali Shah actually going into this was the highest run scorer, no Southwell, and McCann not even featuring on that list in the top 3s. That shows you that the depth they've got. Taranjit Singh, despite his 4 ducks, is still the leading run scorer from Cluj. His numbers under there were strike rates as well for the batters. As you see another boundary, this time Pillai, and he's getting going as well. Hasn't had too much of the strike, but he's looked good while he's been out there. And at the moment, it's Cluj, the Romanians, that are chasing leather out there in the middle.
Yeah, look, you've got to get down on this. I want to see the fielder sliding in, trying to stop this, running and trying to stop it with your foot. Abdul Asif, it's not going to do it for me. And that's one that the bowler will look at and say, come on. And I think they're making a change here now. Yeah, they are. So whether Asif has got a bit of an injury and that's slowing him down a tad.
It's Coley going back to pick the man. Don't forget, though, whoever doesn't win this game, they won't be out of the tournament. They will get a second chance. That's on account of being in the top 2 seeds. So whichever team doesn't win this one will return against the winner of the next match, which is eliminator number 3 between Alton, the Swiss champions, and Brescia SEC from Italy. Susani comes in. Wasn't the worst ball. Still cost him 4.
He's trying to set him up here. Oh, good effort. And saying you've got to throw yourself at it. The batters are still running and thinking about the 3. Well, I don't think we've had too many 3s. In fact, I'm trying to think if we have had a 3. We may have had just the 1, but that one almost was. Great effort from the fielder first.
Yeah, really was. And that's normally It's normally a difficult position to field because you have to pick up exactly the flight of the ball isn't particularly easy. The speed.
Single. Yeah, oh, they'll go for two here, surely, will they? No, decide not to. I think this is all about perhaps saying, okay, just give the strike to Rory.
It's worth a go to at least have a pop there. I think Tarangic was coming in from long on. That was intelligent backing up to avoid an overthrow. But this partnership looking very dangerous, isn't it? With 70 and climbing. Now here's McCann on 49.
Well, it's a horrible, horrible delivery. But he just wants a single for now. It has to go through the legs of his partner. Well batted. 50 runs for Rory McCann. Coming up in just 21 deliveries. He's batted really well. And timed it and placed the ball beautifully. Both actually batting get the up and air. Rory McCann there. That's his first 50.
In fact, Pillai for getting that single.
This will be probably a wide, will it? Well, it's been one for the over. Be interesting to see exactly how high this was.
Yeah, well, the thing is, when it went past him, it wasn't above his head, I don't think. It was climbing. It was a slower bouncer. And if you take it out the crease, then, you know, maybe it is marginally. But I can kind of understand that call. Because when it goes past him, I think it's next to his face.
Yeah.
So, anyway, Saini trying things. What I would say about Vasu Saini as well, he was really the star performer for Cluj yesterday.
Yeah.
He's a guy that can step it up against the better teams. And in the end, he gets out of the over, only conceding 8. And the score now, after 6, is 71 for no loss.
Yeah, it does well there. He finishes with 2 dot balls. So I think that's probably the first time we've had dot after dot in this match. So well done to Saini.
It is actually. It's the first time we've seen 2 consecutive dots. Good observation. And there was only the 1 boundary in that over. Rory McCann, former Orange international. Certainly a player we've seen a lot of with the gloves this week particularly. I think the batting hasn't clicked for him, but it looks too classy for me to stay down for too long. And he's got 50 with 4 overs to play, so I'm not even going to count out. I don't want to necessarily use the C word, but could it be on the cards here? As we see, it looks like Abdulazif's really struggling with a bit of an injury. He's hovering around. Maybe they don't want him to come off because obviously they probably want him to bat somewhere near the top. I'll be interested to see if they keep Tarangic at the top. I mean, he's a leading run scorer, but a lot of those runs were scored in 1 innings. Yeah,
well, 2 umpires here having a conversation about something. I saw them looking at their watches as well. I don't think it's a time issue really, but there was something. Nadi Gotler was asking the Italian stallion, umpire Suleiman, something, and he needed to have that conversation with Charles Croucher. So not sure what it's about just yet.
Coley's back. Bowled the second over, went for 12. Didn't contain a dot. Here is an over number 7.
And he's gone the distance. Balle, balle, balle. Inna sona shaka lagya.
Yeah, well, this one just lacks a bit of pace, I think, from Coley. Just kind of ambles in. Just cuts back into the batter who sends it out of here. Doesn't overhit again. Well, finally, we get a Maximo from McCann, who brought up a 50, which just contained 10 fours. Now, he clears the ropes for the first time. And yeah, I think if he bats the 10 overs, Rory McCann, if he gets a decent bit of the strike, I think we might have the 3 figures.
Well, Southwell not in the side. Could somebody step up? Yes, they could, because Rory McCann is the man. And he's going strong, hits his first 6. Now, having notched up his 50, I think he's looking to go wild here.
Yeah, I still think his shot selection's been really good. He's got a good cricket brain, Rory McCann.
4 more. It's as easy as that. And this one's in the house. Oh, he's put it in the cube. And, well, the field will be happy. He's hobbling in there. Maybe he can have a bit of amber nectar in there that's been hidden away, I'm sure. And come back stronger.
Yeah, cube bound. I'm sure it'll be filled up a bit later. It's 2 full from Coley. I think McCann, there's a bit of premeditation about that. Always wonder how much you should premeditate this form of the game. Sometimes it can get you in trouble, but that time he was looking for something full and he got it.
He's looking dangerous here now. He really is. Well, he's on his back this time. Well, he tries to get funky and he nearly gets knocked out. Well, this is the backward roll, I think.
Well, I was just praising his shot selection. I'll take it back after that because I suppose I know what he's thinking. They do have the third man back, though. He's just basically trying to go directly backwards. Great view of Rory there.
Maybe it's not his best side, I don't think.
Des and Sue would be proud in the crowd.
Well, Cooley has him on his back. But last word is from the batter. Does this quite carry? Does it drop short? I don't really know. They might have to go upstairs to check. And it's going to be touch and go. I think it may have just had the legs. Let's have a look. Keep your eye on it.
Bounces. Yeah, it's been cleared as a 6. Yeah, you can see it just gets over the rope. Yeah, so Maximo time, 6 runs, and he's away, breaking up for lost time with the Maximos. 2/3 of the way to the 100.
In the air and just over Taranjit thing. And they take one, and the call is no for the 2. Oh, and Coley and Rory.
Good arm wrestle.
Yeah, well, Coley's saying, I had you down before, buddy. I can put you down again if you want.
Well, maybe they should make McCann bat with one hand tied behind his back. Because at the moment, he's got the Cluj bowlers covered. 67 off only 26 balls.
And this will be 4 more. There's no protection back there. Only one man back on the leg side. And the reason for that is Rory McCann has played some lovely shots out in the offside. So they don't really know where they want this protection. And once this goes over the infielder, it's going to be 4. So Pillai finishing that over with the boundary. So that was an expensive one. That one does go magical.
Yeah, unfortunately for Coley, concedes 21. 88 for no loss after 7. This is the program here. Group C finals day. Carlton and Cluj, the top 2 seeds in qualifier number 1. Then we'll see an elimination match between Alton, the Swiss champions, and Brescia CC of Italy. That's coming up next. And we'll see the loser of this match take on the winner of the Alton-Brescia match in the 3rd match of the day, qualifier 2. Then the final. Well, it's going to be a big one, isn't it? The winner of that going to Championship Week 6. Carlton have made a very, very strong start here. They'll be looking to book a place straight into that final. It'll be fast-tracked there if they can win this match.
Sani going to come on again. He's bowled well.
Yeah.
He got one of the best over in so far in this match. Just went for 8 in his first, but I'm sure this time he will be targeted. Gets an edge. There's certainly a noise there, yeah, and the umpire Suleiman takes his time and eventually says, yeah, you got to go. So Wasizani has broken the partnership of 92 between Pillai and McCann. McCann, well, it was a very good knock from him, 67 of 26, but just gets a little touch on this, and no mistakes from Satwit, and then he got behind the stumps.
Yeah, well done to Vasusani. Not easy bowling, and a guy has such confidence, and that time McCann just giving himself a little bit of room, had to reach for it, went with the hands, got a little feather through to Nadagodla, who holds on to the chance, but still won't make the triple figures, but certainly I'll give him 100 for the style points, and you can see there, the wagon wheel as well. Had a lot of nice shots in front of the wicket, particularly through the covers. Classy innings, 11 4s and 2 6s in that knock. Carlton lose their first wicket at 92. 92 for 1.
Yeah, really good knock. They batted really well, intelligently, played his strokes early on, and then, well, put the foot down when he had to go for the big shots, and he set his team up well. Now, look, Cluj have to believe here. So many times we've seen teams make this sort of start, and then the new batters that come in, they don't quite click. So they've got to be positive. They've got to attack. They've got to want this wicket.
Well, it doesn't get a lot easier, because here comes Ali Shah. He's having a very, very good week. Left-hander. Vasu, yeah, credit to him against Carlton. He has really played out of his skin.
Shah picks this up pretty well. Goes to Taranjit, does the fielding, gets the throw-in quick as well. Well fielded, good cricket.
A lot of chat about the batting of Rory McCann in the YouTube live chat, of course, and yeah, I have to agree. It was a very classy innings. Spectators enjoying it. I think Vasu maybe will enjoy it as a neutral, but he was pretty happy to see the back of Rory McCann. Just took a few chances, a few more chances, didn't he, once he hit 50.
Slow delivery, well bowled. He sees the batter moving early, Pillai, and he thought, well, okay, I'm going to take the pace right off it, and Pillai could do anything but it, but get a single. Look, I'm really seeing that there's a lot of struggle out there for, I think it's Raja Shakira there. He's hobbling around, just wondering why, if it's that bad, why they haven't replaced him, Vinny.
Might be Abdullah Sif. Let's down there. And now maybe Rod Shaker has got something of his own. So, yeah, I mean, you're going to get a few sore bodies on a Friday. As you see Ali Shah just, get a bit carried away early in his innings, but I do like the way he attacks from ball one. Yeah, you'd expect a few sore bodies in this form of the game, in this format.
In the air, just past the infielder, but has got protection out there, well fielded. In comes the throw. Once again, good cricket. He seems to have got the field right here now.
Umar Safi, good young player. This has been a great experience for him, I'm sure. Just look at the youthful glint in his eye. It's a very good fielder. Seen him occasionally with the ball this week. He's a pretty handy bowler. Slippery customer.
Yeah.
Sani's been good, though. He's only conceded 11 with the ball to go in his spell. He has stood out from the other bowlers.
Single once more. So, yeah, he's finished well, hasn't he? Just 12 runs. And that wicket is really bowled well. 8 off his first. And, well, only allowing just 4 of this one. Really well bowled. Excellent bowling figures. And when you have a look at the bowling analysis later, he will really stand out.
Yeah, for sure. And Vasu Saini is a character we first met in 2019 on ECN. Moved to Romania originally for work, but his beautiful wife Alex is here, and it's been great to follow that journey. So he's stuck around, and I think Cluj are glad he did, because he's been very valuable. Yeah, look, not easy to come on to bowl in that situation as well.
Carlton feel that they've just fallen a bit behind here. This one's hit pretty well, but once again it doesn't go to the boundary. So coming back into this crew, I think Carlton by now at the start of this over would have already wanted 100 on the board. They wanted to be probably around about 105, 106 the way they were going, and have a push on to try and get to the 130.
Right about Rajshekara. He's struggling a bit, looks like.
Big time.
Hammy twinge. Survival of the fittest. Sometimes I think these weeks are. Taran's come on to bowl the ninth. It all happens in the ninth, as you always like to say, Rico. What is going to happen in this ninth?
Ooh, they've been very good, haven't they, with the extras. And, that one would be disappointing. In fact, that's the first extra. That's the first wide.
Yeah. It's one area they haven't given any extras. Yeah, you're right.
Up, but again to the fielder. So boundaries are hard to come by. Will they push? They decide not to.
It's really good fielding. It's really good fielding by Umar Safi, who got a really awkward bounce. He didn't over-attack it. He made sure he blocked it. There's not much of him to block it with either. But that's a really underrated bit of fielding down there. And then gets it back in to keep that to one was good. That could have easily gotten through.
Eli needs to unleash. Tries, but once again, it's a young man that's going to be in the action. Picks it up cleanly, gets the throw in. Oh, that's great. Excellent stuff. Safi showing the elders how it's done.
I've got to say, it's one of the highlights for me, seeing young players come through. We've seen a couple of them in the Cluj side. Marian Garasim, of course. As the score reaches 100, over and a half to play.
That's what they're looking for. That's the acceleration they need. That is big. Gea, Shaka, Lagea.
Well, that's automobile bound from our partners, Garguest, because this one, I'm a bit scared where this ended up. There's 2 brand new cars just the other side of those tents, and I wonder if they'll just have a bit knocked off their value. Have a look at this one. Well, luckily it's covered up. I don't want to know where that one landed. Ali Shah didn't see it land. That's how well he hit it. Maximo time.
Ali Shah just stayed on one knee there. Let the photographers take his pictures. Say many photo wicket. Lo shakata maar ditta. I need want to hit a few more of these. I think this one would be quicker outside the off. Hits it straight, trying to split the 2 fielders, and he does. That's a straight pull. 4 runs for Taranji. After a couple of good overs, he's let things slip a little bit, but, you know, he's bowling to a very aggressive. It was the wider delivery, but again, just too short, and it's been clubbed away.
Yeah, it's good placement. I mean, that's what he spotted, that the long one was a bit wide. It's kind of premeditated where he wanted it to go.
He's in the air. This is an opportunity. Who's going to get there? And, oh, it goes down, and the batter's now. It could be a run out. It's a good throw, and they've got him. Well, good recovery. They do get him in the end. He came back for the second, but at first he gets dropped. So I suppose all that's done is added 1 to the score. But it's Safi again, the little man, the youngster. who's alert. Look, the catch goes down. He's not worrying about it going down.
The bat's
Gets the throw in. The bat's in, but there's nobody home.
What happens here? They end up with 2 bats. That is such an ECN. I'm going to have to go back to camera 9 because you end up with 2 bats in and no batter in.
The best bit is this. I mean, if we see the whole thing, when he then gets up and dusts himself off, the wicketkeeper's giving him the bat. And he said, "No, that's not mine. That one's mine."
Well, you've got to see the lighter side. I tell you what, it's Anand Rajshekhar is pretty happy about the distraction because that was a dropped catch that really should have been taken. It cost them 1 run in the end. And Safi, he was alert to it. Yeah, there's 1 bat left behind. And, well, soon it had a Fred, Ali Shah, another victim of the grass. Well, stop, drop and roll. Ali Shah is going to have to go for 14. Entertaining dismissal. End of the 9th. 1-1-1 for 2.
And look, I'm liking this move because look who's got the ball, Vinny.
Yeah, oh, here we go. They go with Safi. Why not?
Yeah,
go with
why
someone. Not? He's certainly delivered in the field, and why not try another option? Here he is, 10th overtime.
Bowled. You probably just want to hold on to these. It's been given a wide.
Yeah, well, I think it was a wide. See here, umpire Sully just waiting until the play was over, but he does have a bit about him, Safi.
He bowled beautifully the other day. He broke the stump. Remember that?
Yeah.
In the air and just going to be too wide for the man there at third. Going to be 4 runs. So the first legal delivery goes to the boundary. And this is a bit more like it for Carlton. I think they were just worried at the start or even in the middle of that 9th over from Taranjit that they weren't going to get the acceleration they wanted to get close to the 120. But now they're getting there.
Yeah, I think Safi's just got to get fuller. That's the key at this stage. Got Fraser the Bear Burnett coming out at the non-strikers end at the moment. 5 to come.
Same area again, and this time it may go all the way. There was a raw mano de arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
Gives him the length to feast on again. I don't know how often Safi's bowled the 10th over, but I think to set batters, you've got to get fuller. That one just clearing the ropes for 6.
Pillai finally unleashing. He's played 1 lovely 6 straight earlier, but then after that, they kept him bogged down. Even once Rory McCann went, he couldn't get going, but now he's finding the length that he likes.
He's got to get fuller now.
Short is in the air, and fielder, well, it's swirling around all over the place. He can't get to it. Batters will take 2. And a difficult one, this. It's gone over him, and I think this is probably done a little while it's in the air as well, Vinny.
He just didn't take the most direct route, did he? He was swirling around as well as the ball. Abdul Asif. Again, doesn't seem 100% fit to me. Ply moves to 41. Well, can he get his half century? Have to act quickly because there's only 3 balls left.
Shot. And it doesn't quite come out the middle of the bat, though. So here comes the throw, and it's a good arm. He's going to be gone. That's a really good bit of cricket. Fantastic throw, good alertness. He knows what the situation is. He knows who's trying to get on strike. Throws it to the right hand, and Natty Gotler, he has a straightforward take here.
Yeah, he just seemed to run out of puff here. I think Pillai, he has a look and says, really? I've been out here for almost 10 overs, running up and back. And you're right, it was a good, strong throw. So good run out executed once again from the Romanians. And Pillai won't hit that 50 in the end, but still valuable contribution from him. 42 off 24. There's that man Vasu Saini once again, who delivered for Cluj as Carlton lose their 3rd wicket. 125 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's had an impact, hasn't he, in this match already. Those 2 great overseas bowls just for conceding 12 runs, and now that excellent throw. So now you got, interesting, you got what, a couple of balls to go, and you've got 2 batters that haven't faced a delivery yet.
Yeah.
Fraser Burnett was just doing a bit of running while he was there. Now he's got to try and hit one. And it's Shaju Khan that has come out, and it's going to be Khan on strike.
Yeah, it will be Khan on strike. So the Bears been doing a bit of running. The Bears are pretty fast, actually, so I'm told. It's one thing we don't have to really deal with in Australia.
We're not going to do
Koalas
that.
are
We're not
not
doing that
bears,
bear
by the
story
way.
again. We're not
So,
doing
you know.
that.
All right, 2 to come.
Nicely hit, straight down the ground. Is it going to go to the boundary? And, well, it's been pulled back. Now, I can't see it because there's loads of flags in my way, but from the reaction from Taranjit's first reaction suggested to me it's 4.
Stepped over the line, say,
Yeah.
the last step. As soon as he touches it, it's going to be 4. So,
Cuatro
good camera
carreras.
work. 4 carreras más.
Yeah, good shot. I mean, look, getting now into that into the 130s. So they'll be happy with this. This is what they wanted, I think. They thought it fell away from them, but some good hitting there from Pillai towards the end. Then they finish with the bang. Edge gets a wicket, and Safi. Well, they're asking the question. Surely that's taken the edge.
That.
Oh, surely that's been edged.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he's been robbed. I think he's been robbed here. I really do think he's been robbed. Oh,
Poor. Now,
Umar Ahmad Safi. Well,
you better give that bias because otherwise he's caught behind. Oh, I heard it. Big Nick. I mean, I know we've got the headphones on. Natagotla doesn't bother to throw. He knows that should be out. Oh, well, I guess that's the thing as an umpire. It is pretty windy out there. Let's be honest that you know, if you don't hear it, you don't hear it. But in the end, it'll be a bye.
130
And,
they finish on.
130. Cost them 1 run, I suppose, in the end. So if they're good enough to get 130, they should be good enough to get 131. Cluj, the Romanians, who...
That score again, what is it with Cluj, and not just with Cluj, but yesterday 130 seemed to be the score, Vinny.
Yeah, well, we have seen it a few times. Let's see if it's good enough to get Carlton, the Scottish champion, straight through to the final. And we now know Shuja Khan is not a walker, he's a runner. So he ended up getting through for a run off the last ball as we go back to the highlights of this. Finals Friday on a blustery morning on the Costa del Sol. Cluj hoping to improve their performance from 24 hours ago. And the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, he was out there in the middle with Solomon Saeed. Meanwhile, it was the Carlton openers that made a very bright start, doing a lot of their work along the ground on the way to a big opening partnership of 92. Particularly Rory McCann, really impressive for the Scots here on Finals Friday.
Yeah, McCann was awesome. The way he started, the way he pierced the field in the power play. It's quite interesting, wasn't it? Because we're so used to seeing the batters go aerial in the power play and take the sixes. But McCann, he played authentic cricket shots all around the ground. He went all around the deck. He was piercing the field, getting 4 runs with some beautifully executed shots. There was 1 or 2 half chances, and there would have been 1 or 2 amazing ones with that man there, Anand Rajashekara. I think he's going to be in, and he is in agony. But this one was one that went all wrong from McCann, but he kept on going. And, well, the openers, they certainly were stronger together. Pillai just playing a supporting role, and this was the wicket in the end. Just chased the wide one, but it already got 50 on the board and given his team a good start. 67 to 27 he scored. And, well, when he went, this man came out, Ali Shah. They needed the acceleration, and he certainly hit one big. That's the biggest 6 of the day. And once he thought he had a life, he was dropped. But it was Safi, who was always in the action, who picked up the pieces, got the throw in, and Shah was run out. So another run out for the Carlton team. I'm sure they're the #1 contenders in the run out stakes, because this was another one. This time it was Pillai who had to go. He played some nice shots, got his team to this score. Certainly got the acceleration in when it mattered, but just gets himself run out on 42. And then right there towards the end, it was a nice shot from Shuja Khan down the ground for a boundary, which brought the 130 up. Good scorecard. It's what you'd expect from Carlton. I mean, we knew it was going to be difficult for them with Hugo Southwell not there, but it was dominated by the batting of Rory McCann. Well batted to him, 67 of 27, supported well by Pillai for his 42. With the bowlers, look, they all worked hard, I have to say, and it wasn't until really right towards the end that they went for a few. I mean, Taranjit, he'd be disappointed with his second over, and there was 33 runs. That also came with Kohli. Kohli, if anybody really sort of, I would say, disappointed, it would have been Mamit Kohli. He's been pretty good, but, well, take nothing away also from Vasisani. His spell was magnificent. When you look at the score, the average score of all the other bowlers, he only went for 12 off the 1 over. So his bowling kept this score down or below the 150 mark, I believe. That's the midway summary. So Rory McCann 67 and Arun Pillai's 42. There's the highlights there. So they didn't miss Southwell in this match. Carlton, well, they've got the runs on the board, and with the bowling attack that they've got, I think Cluj, the champions of Romania, they are going to struggle because they need 131 to win this match. And remember, the winner goes automatically through to the final here in Group C. Cluj, well, they're going to have to wait to see what happens in the match between Alton and Brescia and have a second chance if they're to do it. Is it going to be spin to win for the Carlton boys? Well, let's wait and see. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu as we return for this, the first match for this qualifier in 10 minutes' time. Hello and welcome back to what promises to be a fascinating conclusion to this qualifier. Remember, this match between the champions of Scotland, Carlton, they're playing the champions of Romania, Cluj. Whoever wins this match will book their place in the final later today, the Group C final. Remember, the teams of this day are looking to join Tunbridge Wells, who qualified from Group A, Brigade, who qualified from Group B. So we've already got the English champions in the final this week, and we've also got the champions from Ireland who will join them. Will we have England, Ireland and Scotland? Well, Scotland have done the chances well here because they put 130 on the board thanks to some fine batting, a good display, especially from Rory McCann. Got a half century, supported well by Arun Pillai. So 130 on the board. Cluj, who struggled the last couple of times they're batting, can they come back strong? Can these two, the main batters, Natty Gotler, the captain, and Taranjit Singh, do the damage? Or will it be this man who's been fantastic? Shaju Khan has bowled really well, been supported well, of course, up there with Shivam Gupta. Just got a good all-round team, but will they perform again here today, or will there be a blip in their performance? Here we go, first ball. And gets this through well, and see Rory McCann, after his brilliance with the bat, he's now behind the stumps and he's standing up, so putting the pressure on the batters straight away, and watch out for him because he is class. And it is actually Shivam Gupta that does open up. This is nicely. Oh, he's taken the catch! They've got the wicket! Oh, and it's Natty Gotler, the openers don't get going again. Well, BT is absolutely delighted with that. That is a fantastic catch. Superb. And, well, I think that's Adil Raza that takes it. Keep an eye on this. And BT, when he sees his catch taken, well, he's all over the place. He can't hold back his excitement. What a good catch that is. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Stronger together. Well, there may not be much sun around at the moment, but there's still plenty of sexy cricket. What a very good catch that is. And Natty Gotler, he can't believe his luck. And sometimes when things like that happen to you, you know it's not going to be your day. Well, this man, it hasn't been his day at the moment either. He is really, really hurting. And I tell you something now, I bet your bottom dollar that when he hits the ball and he wants to take a single, you know which end the Carlton boys are going to be attacking with the ball. And, well, it's Rico Full here, and joining me at this time, somebody who's pretty excited, just seen the replay of that, is Mr. Maximo.
It's like those old car commercials. Oh, what a feeling. He was up. Adil Raza. He's really impressed with his leg spin bowling in this tournament, but how about that catch? He really got some airtime. I'll have to ask him later if he can slam dunk. He's not the tallest, but he certainly got up that time. He's a really interesting story as well, Adil Raza. He is mentored by Abdul Majid, who's the current national fielding coach for the Pakistan team. He was a leg spinner himself. And also, you've got a player there that's played Scotland National Performance Academy, or the Development 11 as it used to be called. So yeah, high quality cricketer, high quality catch.
Gupta. And they get the single.
Not what you need, is it, when you're chasing 130 and you got a key guy that, to be honest, if that was anywhere else, it would have been 4.
Yeah.
You know, if it was almost even a metre either side, a metre higher. But I suppose what I often say is if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one.
It's just one of those shots that you play it with instincts. It's there. You play it in your sleep, don't you? You just flicked it away thinking, there you go, that's 4 runs. And he's very strong on his legs, but what a good catch.
That's just the price of doing business, I think. Anyway, here's Taranjit, who's on 5 ducks.
Ouch. That one is popped up at him. And, yeah, he's on 5 ducks, but look, you also got to say, 2 of those ducks were the most brilliant deliveries that you'll ever see. The one yesterday was an absolute corker.
He's the best player we've ever seen get 4 ducks in a week, for sure.
And Stanikside has done him twice. So he did say to me, he said, I'm going to guard that off stump.
A bit like the Bulgarian Express was the best bowler we've ever had that hasn't taken a wicket. I think that Taranjit's the best batter to have 4 ducks.
Yeah, but look, you showed this morning, he's already passed 200 runs.
Yeah.
This time's in the same area, but he gets this one away. 4 runs. So Taranjit, that will make him feel a lot better. That'll be a big smile on his face. And I tell you, somebody else that probably is watching quite nervously in back home is going to be Subjit, his wife. And she's probably thinking, yes, finally.
Yeah, well, he'll be breathing a lot easier after that. Look, he's one guy that's capable of anything with the bat. You need somebody to go big if you're going to chase down 130.
Played well, but will be stopped. Gets the single.
I think for me, as we get to the end of the first over, score is 6-1. For me, I think a lot of it will be about how Cluj can handle the spin threats of Carlton. They've got good variety in their spin attack. I think they bowl very cleverly. They make kind of in-over adjustments about how they go about it.
Yeah.
And I think that'll be probably one of the biggest tests through the middle overs to try and stay on course. Already a few behind where they need to be. They need about 13 and overs. They'd want to be 26 after 2. That's a long way off.
Yeah, and they're going to go with their other opener. Got them mixed up, got them the other way around. It was, of course, Gupta bowled the first over. Now we're going to go with Khan. He's been really good as well, Shuja Khan.
Question from Doug Sheen in the chat. Can batters have runners? And the short answer is no. So, yeah, most limited overs cricket now can't have a runner. I know the Big Bash, they'll let you have a run if there's 9 wickets lost, just to keep the game alive. But runners are not allowed. So you've got Rajshekar out there, who is nursing an injury. He's out there just to swat boundaries in the power play. Taran Singh faces up to the next bowler, Shuja Khan.
Goes up in the air, and has he got plenty of this? He has. Shaba, shaba, balle, 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 seis carreras.
And the wind's swinging around all the time, and for most of the first innings, this is going into the wind, and then I think this probably gets caught, but it seems to have just switched around for a few seconds, just long enough to get that one over the rope and over the fence. 6 runs.
I'm actually quite amazed how far XG ends up going over. So yeah, that's wind assist. Shorter, misses out on this turn. It goes to try and hit it too hard. Shahjud Khan, he's learned his cricket at AFCC on the west coast of Scotland before he moved to Edinburgh, where he's studying medicine at St Andrews University there. Top order batter, scored over 500 runs for Carlton last year as well. So he's a good all-rounder. Wants to be an orthopaedic surgeon when he grows up. Shorter again, another one that's been missed out on. Good stop there from the can. That's not easy because you're just basically here. You're just being a wall. That's all he's been because he knows he's going to get hit. Brave man behind the stumps. So 2 dots in. After that, 6. Slower. Oh, that is so unlucky. That is so unlucky. Well, Taranjit Singh, well, maybe the luck has returned. He gets the feather of an inside edge. And this is the Chinese cut. This was shattering his stumps.
Yeah,
how that misses.
That's the price of doing business when you're up to the stumps, because you've got no hope of stopping this one. One that just gets a little edge, gets past you. And you're right, we couldn't have done anything that time. I have liked his wicket keeping. And yeah, it comes with positives and negatives. Obviously, he can create dismissals up there, but often those ones really do annoy you, because if you're back, you're probably making a play on that, stopping it going to the boundary.
Getting a bit brighter out there as well, which is a good sign. The sun is trying to break out. Can't. It's that slower ball again. Taranjit drops the bat on it. Now look, you see these sort of ones probably can and maybe even should be taken, but with the injury to Rajshekar, he is not going to make it. Yeah,
well, that's a concern, isn't it? See the wind there, it's blowing in all directions.
Swirling, isn't it? It's literally swirling around.
Had some crazy wind in our time here on the European Cricket Network and all the different locations. He wants to strike, won't get it. So good come back from Shuja Khan. 2 overs down, 16 for 1. Yeah, I think there was one time in Prague that the wind was actually blowing all directions, and it was actually blowing upwards in the tent as well. I've never even seen that. We've had all kinds of weather conditions.
We've had a few tent explosions in our time. Remember Kiel? That Kiel, we had a graveyard of all the
we had the tent graveyard, not just in Kiel. This seems pretty stable what we're in here at the ECL.
Well, if this goes, we're in trouble. We're a long way up here.
That's true. But what are some of the other weather conditions we've had? We had almost a flood in Malta, but then we're still playing the next day into 2 overs. Let's have a look at what's coming up in the final 2 groups. Same with Group D next week. Go back to that in a second. Here's Ali Evans.
Shot, and that's nicely played. One bounce to the boundary. Hits it on the up. And this is what he's got to do. I mean, look, if he's not going to be able to run, well, you've got to just hit him, and you've got to hit boundaries.
Yeah, nice shot. Yeah, next week, Group of Death, as we're calling it, VOC Rotterdam, defending champions. MSC Frankfurt, they've got a strong team still in their squad today. Albi Zalmi from Sweden as well. Very, very good team. Austin Exiles from Belgium. Malta Superkins, great teams. Petersburg Sporting, they're the unknown quantity of Group D. It's coming to you Monday. We still have to work out who's going to qualify from Group C today.
Good delivery from Evan now. Ali Evans has set the trap. It's worked for him every time he's bowled. And that's the short delivery right at the batter. The batter takes it on, and he's got his 2 men back on the boundary on the leg side waiting. But he's quite clever, that last ball. He's showing the batter what he intends to do, but he fires in the Yorker length delivery. Will this be the short one? It is, and that's played beautifully and just out of reach off the man inside the circle on third. It's 4 more runs, and nothing to be done about that. And that's Ali Shah making the effort.
That's a good shot, wasn't it? Again, uses the pace of Evans, kind of rolling the dice a bit because not completely in control of where this one's going. Ali Shah, it's the difference, I suppose, between being straight at him and having to dive sideways, because that was a similar height, that one that was held early on by Adil Raza.
Good take. Great wicket keeping.
It's good. You can just ride the bounce. I always enjoyed the odd occasion if I did play on artificial turf, because you can trust the bounce a lot more. You still have to handle it. But,
how quick do you think that's coming?
Yeah, it's probably
and he's standing up and
120
taking
or so. Probably around, what's that in miles? About 75 miles an hour. Something like that. Good stuff.
Doing, isn't it? That's a short one, up in the air. I think he's got enough of this. I think this is going to be shakka time. It is. Says Carrera, says Maz. Well, Ali Evans bangs it in short, but Roger Shakira saying, I don't care. You know, I'm going to hit it. I'm going to swing at everything. And this one, well, he gets plenty of that. That's going all the way.
Yeah, it's the old third man drive from Raj Shakira. He's there for one reason only. Hit boundaries. This time, it doesn't force a field change. Thought he might, but he just gets more or less the middle of the bat on it. So important runs. They wouldn't be 39 after this ball. There won't be quite that many, but they have recovered somewhat.
Shot. And this one, I think, will just have the legs as well. It does. Oh! I think that might be BT.
Oh.
BT's gone bang into the banners. This could be nasty. Oh, this could be nasty.
That was an impact. Wow. I think it has to just be a bit of a lack of awareness of how close he was to the fence. That's Angus Beattie. Well, hopefully he's all right. That's a really nasty one. I think you can hear just in the effects mics that we're hearing something out of him, which is good. That he is talking, so that's good. How about the commitment there from Beattie, though?
Yeah.
Ends up going for 6. It's the end of the 3 overs, 36 for 1. But big concerns as he'll get some medical attention. And while we wait so that Beattie can get the attention that he needs, we do have a bit of a special guest that we can have a chat to over in the players area, and it's none other than the Cluj, the Romanian representative here, and involved with the Cluj team, Mark Pilic. Right, Mark, are you there with us?
Yes, I'm here, thank you.
Hello, Mark. And look, it's a long time ago now. It seems a long time ago, 2019, that we had a chat to you in the first ECL. I suppose a lot's changed since then. How does it feel to be back at the Champions League of European Cricket?
Oh, well, I think it's pretty hard to put that into words, to be fair, but we were really excited after qualifying for ECL 20, and with the postponement up until this year, it's just been sort of putting things off and working on making sure that we were ready, and I think we've put in a good show of ourselves, I think, so far.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that. Now, the good news there, Angus Beattie is up on his feet and he's walking off. You have a look here. He got the shock of his life.
It's his shoulder, wasn't it? The left shoulder and his back. But it's good to see him up and about and walking.
Probably precautionary as well, I just think, just to get him off. That's also his bowling shoulder, Rico. So maybe he bowls left arm spin. So just don't know if we'll see him bowling in this game after that. But anyway, it's good for all of you out there that were concerned for Angus. that he is walking off under his own steam. Back to you there, Mark,
Yeah.
for a second. So, you know, how has this whole European cricket adventure changed the face of cricket in Romania? And I spent some time there, and yeah, it's been a very interesting time for cricket, hasn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, just our presence being there in 2019 really helped. It put Romania on the map with Pavel's presence, and also just the whole setup just sort of lifted cricket and made people realise just what was going on in Romania as well. And we've had quite a lot going through with development programs that the Federation have set up with schools and things, so we're hoping to get quite a few more Romanian players come through the system. And you know, of course, it was a fantastic day for Marian as well on Wednesday to captain the side and get a wicket as well.
Yeah.
So it was, it's can only get better from here.
It's something I've really noticed, having spent some time in Romania last year in the European Cricket Series, how many youngsters are playing the game in that area. I think just the location of the ground lends itself. There are good practice facilities, there's nets there. Isn't it exciting to see those kind of teenagers coming through?
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, certainly us in Cluj and also in Timișoara, we're really looking forward to having the same sort of effect. The only disadvantage is, of course, that Moara Vlase is down in Bucharest and we're 500 plus kilometres away, so it's a bit of a difficult job getting the same sort of reaction from the youngsters in our areas, but we'll work on it.
Yeah, for sure. As we see leg spin introduced for the first time. Just worked away for a single. Well, Mark, we'll leave you there. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been great to see you again, have you part of this cricket festival, and hopefully we'll see you again in the future. Best of luck today.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Pillage right, and he is a guy, what a character. I just remember Phil Backstadt, who was with us in 2019, having a word with him amongst the whole Romanian publicity explosion that surrounded Pavel Florin. But isn't it great to hear how that exposure and that publicity has kind of moved the game forward? And yeah,
It is, it's great, and the wonderful story there is, of course, like he touched on himself, is the junior talents that are coming through, the younger players. This one's been dragged away down to the leg side. And talking of talent, well, they've got a very talented bowler. It's coming on now. That last over from Ali Evans ended up being magical. 20 runs came off it, so they've gone with the spin here now. And Adil Raza, he's certainly been my pick of the bowlers. He moves it big, does the leggy, and he's got the wrong one as well. He's trying to get it through the gap. Good fielding, look at that. That's teamwork,
Yeah.
and that is why being stronger together means that you put performances in like Carlton have. Really good work, makes the stop, he knows he's off balance, releases it early. That's all about communication and understanding.
yeah, it's great stuff. He felt himself going over the line, so got to a fielder that could get it back quicker.
Gives it some flight, and it gets hit straight back down the ground. This is a good shot. Bowl, and well, you're getting a few dots in, but they're getting the boundaries in as well. They're just keeping themselves in this. I mean, that rate before the start of this over was around about the 14 and a half. So they know they need to take the chances. They need to play the big shots. Nicely hit.
Yeah, got to the pitch of that. Rajshekar didn't look too steady on his feet, but that was a nice shot.
Time goes down the legs. Here's a fielder there. Is he going to get it cut off? He does. Does really well. Nothing wrong with that. Stays inside. And picks up just the single because of that injury. He's not able to take the two on. And that's probably going to be the thing. I mean, okay, he's batting really well. He's hitting the ball well, but he's not able to, well, what, maybe 3 or 4 runs that have gone down.
I think also, I think he's a bit greedy for the strike, though. I think that's the other reason. I think he only wanted one there. 46 for 1 after 4 overs. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. Rico Full for the European Cricket Network. And it wasn't great to speak to Mark Pillage right there and get his thoughts. I know that he's been involved in Romanian cricket for a long time. Of course, I know Pavel Florin, who was part of this Cluj setup in 2019, has been watching intently as well. But I certainly enjoyed that experience. And you heard what he said there. When there were cricket facilities there in the area at Moara Vlasia, where there is a magnificent cricket ground, by the way, one of the nicest in Europe, the kids are getting involved. So he's just talking about Cluj, which is a fair few hours, probably about 500 kilometres out of Bucharest. Yeah. It's a bit tougher to get kids in his area playing, but you know, hopefully that's something that improves. And things like the European Cricket League, it's only going to help and bring some attention when kids realise that If they pick it up and stick with it, they could find themselves here on the big stage.
Umar Mohammed is coming on to bowl here now.
No BT now to bowl, you'd imagine. So,
yeah, they already missed. Don't forget they're missing Southwell anyway. So this could be an opportunity for Cluj. BT has been good. I think I know that Adil Raza has been my pick of the bowlers for Carlton. BT was Corey's, so you know that he's class. He always makes things happen. And let's just hope he's okay. He was holding his shoulder as he was walking off. Hit hard, this is gone. Adios Balota says Carreras Mas to the roar of the teammates there of Cluj. A lovely shot. He just floated it up there, didn't he, Mohammed? And he said, okay, let's see what you do with this. And he says, well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to put it away. It just looks like they've been feasting on the fuller delivery so far from the spin. What's the reply going to be from Mohammed? Up in the air is going to be 6 more. Balle, balle, balle. Kinna Sona Shakalaka.
Not game on. Mohammed turning it into the right hand, up into the wheelhouse. Rajshekar hasn't been afraid to get down the pitch. 6 and 6. It's a wide, I think. Yeah. Just missed the leg stump. Anything that misses the leg stump will be called a wide unless it's between the batter's body and the stumps. But Shaker seems to be kind of one step ahead of the bowling at the moment. Expected that one to be short.
Yeah.
What's next?
Oh, and this will go to the boundary as well. There's going to be more cheers, more roars. What's the signal going to be from the umpire? Well, it's 4 runs. It does take a little bit of bat on the way. So what a good over this is. They're right in this.
I still think McCann will be disappointed with this because it's not a big deflection and he can't get anything behind it. Just a little feather edge. Well, if you're going to chase down 130 against Carlton, you're going to need a bit of luck as well. So far this over. Some nice strokes. Shaker on 46.
And this one will be a chance. Oh, he's put it down. That's 6 runs. It hits the rope. The fielder doesn't know it. Oh, that is a big opportunity. Arun Pillai, he's been absolutely top class in that area. This is pressure. He gets these all wrong. Gets the hands. He prefers to take it this way. This one, he's not able to hold on to it. 6 runs. What an over. Pressure on Carlton for the first time in this group.
Yeah, this one, you wouldn't read about it. Pillai has not dropped anything all week, and this one even worse. You see great camera work as well. Pick it up, bounces on the rope. So, well, that is the best possible turnaround if you're a Cluj fan. They can't believe what they've seen. That's the end of the over. Also brings up the 50 for Rajshekar of 16 balls. Watch out, the wounded Romanian, 71 for 1 off 5.
Oh, wow. Evans, the captain, now he's first over. Went for a few, went for 20. He's coming on now. He just feels that he's got to deliver something special here.
Ahead of where they need to be now.
And doesn't quite time this, Taranjeet. But Taranjeet now, he's quite happy just to think, well, okay, I'll just play the anchor role and just get Rajshekar on strike as much as I can. He's hitting it so well now. Now, this is where the field is so important. This time they do go with the third man back for that little punch out on the offside.
Yeah. But remember, at the end of the previous over, or the end of the what would have been the 4th over, Rajshekar wanted the strike rate. He certainly made the most of it. He ended up getting 19 off that over.
It's really quick again. It's Rory McCann making the stop. He's definitely in the firing line, and Evans probably just saying, "You okay, buddy? Look how quick this is."
That one, yeah, was that one over the shoulder? I think it is. Yeah, it's a good call. So. Again, that reduces his ability to bowl short now because he can't have another one over the shoulder. I still think he'll probably try and get it about chest high, but he's got to be careful, Evans.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to bowl a no ball for a second bouncer.
Shot. Beautiful shot. And that goes all the way as well, I think. Does it? Yes, it does. Put him up. Don't be shy. Manos arriba, Vitro. Eso es 6 carreras más. What an innings this is. Are we going to see a surprise here? Are we going to see a shock? Is this going to be defeat for Carlton? Are Cluj going to put their place in the final?
Settle down, Rico. There's a long way to go. Okay, they still need over 50 runs. What I will tell you, Cluj, they did pull off the biggest chase of 2021 when they chased down 159. And now a dot ball from Evans, who it just went a bit fuller, didn't he, after that one was over the shoulder.
Yeah.
And again, Rajshekar seems to be a bit ahead of the game. He's got to be careful with that little dab now to third man, because there's a really fine third man. He's got to actually try and hit that one more over point where there's a gap.
Yeah, I think, though, with the pace on the ball here, I think...
Could go for 6.
It's just going to fly.
Around the wicket now.
Shot, and this goes to the boundary as well. Safe mass. Oh, well, it's Patake time here. Swere, ground the pitch, Cartama over the pitch, Patake, Chalpe, and all the fireworks are coming off the bat of Rajshekar. What a shot this is.
Well, we wondered about his fitness. Tell you what, the best anaesthetic sometimes is Maximo's, because he whacks another one, moves to 64. That's 8 that he's hit out of the ground now. Evans back over the wicket, last ball of the over.
And finishes with the dot. And 33 coming off Ali Evans over. Well, Rajshekar has just taken apart, really, you got to say, in the 2 overs that Ali Evans has bowled. The Scottish international, he's played, represented Scotland for over 100 times, taken 250 international wickets. Well, he goes wicketless here. He goes for 33. Sensational stuff happening here at the Cartama Oval. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League. It's the Champions League of cricket. Action-packed entertainment. It's a frenzy of cricket. Well, how can you not love it? How can you not love it? This is why this format of the game has taken the world by storm.
After that first over, only 6, but since then we've had double digits every time. Second over went for 10, then 20, 10, 25, 13. So 38 off the last 2 overs. At the moment, they're up with that rate, but can they hold on? This is what I think is going to be the most challenging over for them from here out. It's the second over from Adil Raza, the leg spinner.
Oh, this will be a chance, and it's going to be Rory McCann. And no mistakes from him. He makes sure it's safe. So Raza gets a breakthrough. It's Taranjeet that goes. Now, okay, I know there's probably many out there saying, well, it doesn't matter where they are at the moment. It's only about 11 and over that they need. But bear in mind, they have lost Nani Gotla already. Taranjeet now goes. So really, the batters that are coming in now haven't performed at all this week. So it's all going to be about playing smart. And smart means, okay, you've got a man out there that's hitting the ball for fun. Get him on strike as much as you can. Yeah,
it's funny because you don't have to see Taran playing second fiddle. But I think, yeah, you're probably right. But he just wanted to try and hit a 6 of his own. It was well bowled. Adil Raza, who tempted him into that stroke, to be fair. Sometimes you can know the sensible thing to do, but you can still see a ball that you think is in your zone. That went straight up in the air. Rory McCann holds on to the catch. And so now we've got the 2 semi-injured players out there together. Abdul Asif coming out at number 4. That breaks the partnership of 84. And, wow, it came off only 35 balls. A lot of it due to Rajshekar, who scored 64 out of those 84. He's still there. And, of course, the rule in the ECN, they do have to cross back. So new batter will be on strike. So, again, it's rewarding the bowler and rewarding the fielding side for holding the catch. So Asif, let's see what he can do here in qualifier number 1.
That's the right thing. It's getting... Oof.
He's laboured that single.
Strike. But you can see he's got there now, and he's, well, feels the pain, and he's probably going to have a look back at him saying, well, he does go for it himself.
Wasn't going for these earlier. He's making the 22 yards look a long way. Anyway, showtime. This is the battle we want to see.
Raza makes the early movement. And you can see that his giddy up time. He's riding the horse. He gets to the other end.
I don't think you want to be conservative here, but I don't think you want to over-attack and throw your wicket away against Raza, because you know, okay, BT, don't think he's going to bowl. He's been really good against the seamers as well. Rajshekar, as if might as well go here.
Ooh, is that a missed dump?
No.
Come out the crease.
Really good side spin. Cameron. Yeah, it's really good side spin, which beats the bat here. I think that foot stays planted.
And will this carry? And it does. Another catch taken. So the new batter comes. Abdulaziz has a go at it, and once again, he doesn't quite get there. This is all about the flight, and well, it's something like one batter at the other end makes look easy. He's been hitting them for fun. New batter, Asif doesn't get to it. Skies it in the air. A good catch taken because this was coming down pretty quickly.
It's a good over though, really good over. Like the subtle adjustment of the length. It still tempts him into it, but it's not quite there. Doesn't arrive. Top edge, nice catch held as well. So I think that was Gupta that took the catch. It's, in fact, no, it's Harry Simpson who's on the field. There you go. Nice catch by him. That's yeah, Abdulaziz. I actually don't mind that. I know it sounds crazy, but you got one more ball, and you've still got some good hitting to come. You've got Sivakumar Periyalwa coming up there now. You've still got Vasu Saini. You've still got Gaurav Mishra as well. So I actually think you don't want to burn a ball here. I think you don't really want to one, if I'm honest, because you've got Rajshekhar at the other end on 65, and isn't he playing out of his skin?
Yeah, he's having a game and a half, isn't he?
Yeah. So they've got Periyalwa, Saini, and Mishra. So they've still got batting to come. Last ball, and it's hard because you never want to throw your wicket away, but I think Periyalwa, if I was him, I'd probably, if I see something, I'm going for it here. Not that many deliveries remaining.
Just go for it. He'll find the fielder, but he also gets the single, so that's a win, I think, for Carlton.
Yeah, I think it is. But anyway, still set batters there. When I say set batters, specialist batters there at the crease for Cluj. At the end of 7 overs, 87 for 3. What a humdinger we've got here in qualifier number 1. I'm sure the action will keep coming in the second match of the day. Eliminated 3. Alton, the Swiss champions, versus Brescia CC, the champions of Italy. The news from the toss. Alton have won the toss. They'll be bowling first, so Brescia CC will see them with the bat. First up, and Ali Raza Islam, he's listed there at 7, but they've been opening with him. I think that he's likely to open, and probably get to see Baba Hussain in the number 3 position as one of our favourite players as well. Abdullah Safi, Mr. 100%, will be out there. Bashir Khan holds his spot with his left arm spin. Bashrat Ali with his left arm pacey deliveries. And Alton, they've got a bunch of players which can hit the ball well. Through Navukarasu, I think, has had a very good week for them. Ali Naya, he's been floating up and down the order as well. Remember, whoever doesn't win that game, it's called the eliminator for a reason. They'll be out of ECL 22. Umar Mohammed, his first over went for 25. He's coming back in. And I think now you just don't want to dot here if you're Periyalwa. A 1, 4, 6, they're all fine.
Yeah.
And then you hand it over to Rajshekhar, who certainly had Umar Mohammed's measure in the last over that these two tangled.
Really focusing on getting the field right. Here he comes. And, well, you can't set a field to this. This is out of here. And, well, the troubles for Mohammed continue. They're, well, picking on him a little today. Well, that takes him into the 30s now. What a good shot this is. Uses his feet beautifully and hits it with the spin.
Sivakumar Periyalwa has a 39-ball T20 International 100 for the Romanian national team. Second only to the Beast and a couple of others on 35. And this is where you got to also just be a little bit careful with the overs. I do think they're probably okay, but you can't spend too much time chatting about it as a fielding team.
Yeah, interesting there. Rory McCann has come over and said something in the bowler's ear. So I wonder what this is all about.
Again, 1, 4, 6. You're happy if you're Romanian.
Good comeback.
That's the good result for the Scottish champions, because it just eats up a ball. Still a lot of runs to get.
Yeah, he plays this one cool. I think this is all about knowing he's smashed the first one for 6, and he's thinking, okay, no, you're not going to get me going across the line. He's played into the deck, so gets a single. I think that's sensible. They don't want to, just as you said, Vinny, you don't want to throw your wicket away unnecessarily, especially when you've hit the first ball for 6.
Yeah, I mean,
you made a good start.
I think what McCann said there to Umar Mohammed is stop tossing it up. You got to dart it, okay? Because every time you've challenged him by tossing it up, it's disappeared. What's this?
Oh. Wow, this is just sensational. 4 runs. He swiveled on it. He's done the reverse Malachi, and it goes all the way to the boundary.
Oh, I think this is a bad decision that turns out good, honestly, because if he misses that, it's big trouble. And sometimes your luck's in, your luck's in. He already got dropped by one of the best fielders in the competition for 6. I still can't believe that shot, but he gets away with it. 69 for Rajshekhar.
He plays that off the back foot of the ball that is going to hit the middle of off stump.
I think he knows it's going to be pace on, though. I think he knows it's going to be a quicker ball. So What's the next one from Umar Mohammed?
Full. Oh, he's mistimed it. It's in the air. Is anyone going to get this? Will be a great catch. Oh, that is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. And he is absolutely fired. Well, we saw this yesterday when it was the catch taken by Imad Khan when he got rid of the beast, and I thought that's the match just there. Well, same here. This is the match. What a catch. This is unbelievable. What a catch this is. Sensational. Oh, well, I'm lost for words with this one. This takes your breath away.
It does. He was off really quickly. That's why he can get there, Umar Mohammed. He spent no time spectating. He had 2 or 3 really quick steps. I think he realised that there's no way that's getting to the outfield, so he's the only man on the field that could have caught it. Shaker up, he'll be kicking himself because that was one that he could have sent out of the ground. He wrapped his bat around it, but he goes for a highly entertaining and influential 69 of 24 balls. 8 big maximos in there and 4 fours. The score now 98 for 4. This game tightens up.
Yeah, sensational. I mean, look, fantastic knock this from Shaker. He really does well. I mean, he's really been through the pain barrier. He stayed out there in the field. He's gone out there and batted. I reckon that's why he stayed out there in the field. I think the discussion that Nadi Gotla was having with the umpires was, if he goes off, can he open the batting? And they probably explained to him, well, not until if he's off for 3-4 overs, he can't actually come out and open the batting.
That's right.
That's why he stayed out there, and you can see it was the right decision. He's kept his team in it, but look, that wicket now, that certainly changes things.
Yeah, it does.
But look, this man, Sani.
Sani can bat, and they've got Mishra. And after that, I'm a bit concerned. But what I would say, I'll tell you how well Shaker batted. He scored more runs off less balls than Rory McCann. And you know how well Rory McCann batted this morning. Slightly different style, but wow.
Last ball, can he finish well? They want a boundary here. Oh, well, they'll get a wide. That'll do.
Such a good leave.
That'll do.
You got to trust that's going to break because that's almost crashing the leg stump. Really good eye by Saini to get another crack.
And he does hit this well, but he goes to the fielder. So a good finish from Umar Mohammed. I mean, they did target him. He goes for 38, but that wicket that he takes, caught and bowled, he did it all by himself. That more or less makes up for it. I tell you, somebody who's going to be very happy with that as well, that's Pillai, because Pillai did drop Rashakura before he got to his 50. In fact, it was a 6 that took him to his 50. So he's gone on and added almost 20 runs. So getting him out there, he'll be feeling a little bit happier, Pillai. First one he's dropped, he's been sensational. Now a lot of conversation here. Rory McCann talking once more to the bowler. Now this is a big throw of the dice for me, because though the bowling of Shadru Khan has been good, there's been times against batters of this calibre that they've taken a liking to him as well. I probably would have gone with Gupta, maybe, but I think they're looking, because with BT off the field, because they haven't got Southwell here, I think Gupta is probably the one going to bowl the last.
Well, I'm really excited for a big finish. And actually, there are 4 runs ahead on the comparison. What I would say, though, that last over for Safi going for 19. Just couldn't quite get his length right. Shudra Khan. It all happens in the 9th.
Oh! Take the run. You've got to do it.
You need half of them here, I think, in the 9th.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, I think you need 2 boundaries, ideally 3. You got 2 new batters, fairly new batters out there. Periawa has been out there slightly longer. He handled the pace really well in the ECC, playing for the Romanian national team last year. And bringing up 1 extra into the circle at the moment.
First time, though, Vinny, first time that Carlton have been tested. First time, I think they've been made to work.
It's important they are, and this game is still far from over, but they need something out of these 2. I mentioned Mishra probably come in at number 7, if required. Here's Shudra Khan.
Firmly struck to the fielder. Khan sometimes can be a little short. His first ball was absolutely spot on, full and straight. That one a little bit short. That's the one you have to try and target.
And Saini, who's facing up now, he's more of a front foot player, I think. You know, he does hit the ground nicely, hit down the ground nicely.
They're changing the field for each bat, so they've obviously done some homework.
Got a full baseball field here. All 5 are in front of the wicket that are in the outfield.
Shot, and that's why they're changing it.
Yeah.
They've done their homework. They know where what Sani, because don't forget, he was the only one, Vasu, yesterday who scored runs against them, 35 of 17. So they've done their homework. And you see here now, with him, they don't have the extra man straight. Now, got a man who goes back onto the square leg boundary, and you see that as really good captaincy. This is why it's not just about what you do on the field of play. It's the work that you do before you even play that match.
Yeah, and look, for all the fireworks we've seen, if you dodge a boundary this over, it's very hard to lose if you're Carlton. And there's only 2 more balls left in this over. 27 off 8. It's almost like it was a dream. Isn't it, that Rajshekara innings?
Oh,
did it really happen?
Came from nowhere.
2 to come.
Need a boundary. And they're going to get one. And it's going to go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Well, this match is not over yet.
I'm a bit surprised that he bangs this one in, and I think he regrets it immediately. He just has to lift it over the infield. There's nobody home. 6 runs. 21 now off 7. Geez, one more here would be game-changing, to say the least.
This is the big ball. All happens in the 9th. What a pressure delivery this is. Wide. And that's why it's a pressure delivery. He needed to get a dot in. He couldn't. There's one less to knock off.
Good stop by McCann. Gets his feet across there quickly, so he's not just going with his hands. He's getting as much as possible behind it. He goes back now for the last ball. That's probably smart because the wicket's not worth as much. I think you want to cover as much territory as possible there as a keeper. So he's always thinking 20 required, 7 balls remaining.
Hit well. It'll be 1, so we go into the last 19. It will be, that's required. And he finishes well. Just that one that he bangs in short, but I'm saying that's what's been the issue with Shaju Khan. Maybe so often he bangs the short one in and he gets punished. So are we going to have a dramatic finish? Have you got the tingle? Sir, have you got the tingle?
Not tingling just yet, but I'm sure we can get the graphic
yet.
up
Okay.
because it's on the cards. I mean, the thing is, you'll need, what do you need? You'll need 3 boundaries to make this close. You'll need 3 boundaries out of 6 balls. 3 sixes will tie the game.
You're also doing it against who has been the best bowler for Carlton, Gupta. Gupta has been sensational.
Yeah, Gupta's been excellent. He's got a bit of competition for best bowler, so that's probably a good sign as well if you're a Scottish supporter. But I still go back, you know what the score was at this stage? After 9 overs, Carlton were 1-1-1.
Yes.
And Cluj 112, but they had that last over from Safi where just banged a few in and got hit in the 3rd man region. All right, here we go. 19 off the last over.
Wide. Make that 18.
Helps.
18 off 6.
It'd be a huge last over if they could do this. I mean,
3 maximos.
yeah.
It's T10, 3 maximos.
One way to
How
look
many
at it.
times have we seen that in an over? Plenty of I think we've seen it a few times in this match alone. Gupta takes a breath.
You hear a pin drop as well at the moment.
In the air, this will be an opportunity. 3rd man, Iron gets under it, takes it, to get a wicket, but also it's a dot ball. And unfortunately, though, the message will get to Periwala in a moment. He has to get back to the other end.
Yeah, exactly right. That's why that rule is important. Saini just tries to lift this one up. Mistimed. It was a leading edge, went very high. So it does mean that that's the new batter will come in. It'll have to be Mishra. He is a guy that could do this, though. I actually think probably Mishra might be a better matchup against Gupta than Vasu Saini, just because he's just 20% more explosive. But still, Saini did his best while he was there. He's always applied himself well against Carlton. He falls for 9, and it's 113 for 5.
Yeah, nice straightforward catch there, taken by Ali Shah.
Saini is one of the reasons they're only chasing 130 here. Otherwise, it could have been a lot more.
Yeah,
Because he bowled very well.
12 runs off his 2 overs and that 1 wicket. He bowled brilliantly.
Okay. Oh, they haven't gone for Mishra. They've gone for Nishat Devray. I must admit, I'm a bit surprised with that. They've brought the left-hander out. Didn't even bother checking. I thought they'd send out Mishra. So I suppose that does complicate things a little bit for the bowler, having to adjust to a left-hander, but still, that Mishra would be in the finish up they would have gone for. Does he get funky here? There's no fine leg back. There's Gupta around the wicket. Ball. Hurts. Now, what does that make it?
18 or 4, buddy. 18 or 4. So now you do this one. This one has to be sent. This one has to go big.
Worst case, you got to score and hand it over to Siva.
Yeah.
Worst case, dot ball is your scenario as a Cluj supporter that you're thinking is putting a fork in this game.
Well,
that's where I think.
See.
Yeah, Periyama's got to try and find a way to get to the other end and run out his partner. He just can't find a way to do it. McCann, he's alert to it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I've got to be honest. I'm really surprised we didn't see Mishra come out in that situation. Who's an out-and-out boundary hitter. Nothing against Devray, but I think Mishra has done it in this series. He's done it also in ECS cricket.
Firmly hit, but it's only a single. So unless there's any foot fault, no balls or anything like that, this match is done. But look, you got to say, Cluj, they pushed them all the way in this one. It was all one way yesterday.
At least they've shown they can compete, and that's really important if they do get another chance at Carlton in the final, because otherwise it wasn't looking good. What we saw yesterday on Super Thursday with the teams that ran into the Scots.
No, it wasn't. I mean, yesterday we all talked about it was an 8-wicket victory for Carlton when they dismissed or they restricted Cluj just to 86. So it's been an improved performance. And this has been well hit, and this one will go for 6 runs. And this is what we were talking about. You see, we do know what we're talking about. He's got to be on strike. You have to take the single, and those dot balls earlier on. Well, how expensive could this be? This is a really good shot. Uses his feet well, gets to the pitch of it, hammers it over and out of the ground. 6 runs.
What could have been? Hey, 11 off 1. Just don't bowl a no ball or a wide, and you're safe. Last ball of this one. And well, Carlton, they'll do it. Rico, they're the first team through to the final later on today. They certainly deserve their victory, but they were pushed every step of the way by Cluj, who batted well as a team, didn't they? They had a bunch of performers that came out and picked up the pace. Gupta, he closes it well with 2 for 14 in his 2 overs, but ultimately there's only 10 runs between the teams. The final score, Carlton from Scotland, 130. Cluj, the Romanians, 120. What a match.
Well bowled Gupta. Gupta basically was the Sani of Cluj. Bowled really well, while all the others, including the captain, Ellie Evans, got hit all over the place. Umar Mohammed as well. He took a bit of stick, but, and there's a huge but here, he did take the corner bowled, which got rid of Raj Shakira, and that was a match there. I feel that was a big wicket, but there was plenty of highlights. First, this was an incredible catch. Nadi Gotla, he was gone, and without scoring. And Taranjeet, well, this one was an amazing hit. I thought this one was going to be a catchable one, but it kept on going. This one we thought was going to be bowled, but that kept on going to the boundary as well. There were some nice shots. That was how Raj Shakira started. He wasn't going to be running because he couldn't. He was going to be hitting, and he hit big. He batted really well. 69 runs, and they were thunderous runs. He was brutal, and he said to the captain, well, I don't care where you've been. I don't care where you played. I don't care about your international caps. I'm going to just hit you for fun. Well, there was that to cause that injury to BT. Let's hope that that is not too serious. It was a big clash. I think it was his shoulder and back. He, I think quite rightly, didn't come back onto who to play. Simpson was the 12th man. And this, well, how rare was that? That was a drop catch from Pillai, and everything went. Sunglasses went, the hat flew off. But unfortunately for him, the ball also went to the boundary. Well, they liked it because they said that's 6. Yes, it was. It was a shakka, and that one was as well. And at this point, even when Evans came back to try and stop the rod, he couldn't. Tried to come round the wicket, and it was hit for a huge 6. Then this one, well, it's gone up in the air, and safe hands from Rory McCann.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really interesting innings, wasn't it? I did miss Beattie with the ball. They missed his left arm spin, providing that variety. We saw the ball going into the right-hander, just bit easier to handle. Harry Simpson came on for BT after that nasty clash. And this one was outrageous from Ratshakara. The reverse, kind of one step ahead of the bowling. And had Rory McCann scratching his head a little bit out there. Now this is the big moment on 69 Ratshakara. But you really should have hit this for 6. Umar Mohammed, he was off to the races really quickly and took the catch. And wasn't he fired up? Again, it was a big moment in the game because he felt if Ratshakara had stayed there till the end, they're probably getting these runs.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a huge moment. It really was. Look, you can see Carlton, they were panicked. They didn't know what to do at some points. That's why Evans came back into the attack early. I mean, we saw that when they were asked the question yesterday when we had Ali Evans on the mic, he was saying, yeah, he does like to all these bowlers, they bowl one over each, and then once they bowl one each, he goes to the likes of Gupta again and also Khan. They couldn't do that today. Look, they've got Murray Whitaker in there, and he didn't come onto bowlers at all. And the reason for that, I think, is he knew he couldn't gamble, he couldn't take that risk. This was a match they had to really work hard for. Look, so it should be, because it means whoever wins it, and it is, of course, Carlton. They have put their place in the final.
Yeah, they have. So you see, Carlton Cluj, that has been run and won by Carlton, who go straight through to the final later on today. And that means that Cluj, they will play the winner of the next match that you see, the eliminator between Carlton, the Swiss champions, and Brescia CC of Italy. That match is coming up in around about 15 minutes. We'll be back in 10 for the preview to that. Hopefully you can join us. And the news from the toss, Carlton, they have won the toss and elected to bowl first. So they will be chasing Brescia CC. They do seem like a team on the rise, and Carlton didn't have a very good day yesterday. Although, to be fair, the second match was rain affected, but they will be here and they'll be wanting a date with Cluj in the third match of the day. So plenty of cricket action coming your way as the weather has fined up a little bit. Hopefully it stays that way. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Ratshakara dominating the innings with 69 of 24. It was a big innings from a player which just looked like he was struggling a little bit with an injury concern. No one else passed 20. Taranjit with 19 before he holed out. And Periawa, 16. He tried his hardest at the end. But yeah, the biggest question for me, they didn't send in Gaurav Mishra at a moment where I thought it was all set up for him to at least try and push Carlton all the way. In the end, they were 10 runs short, but still highly entertaining game. 2 for 13, Adil Raza. He was the difference between the two teams as far as that contest went as well. Didn't concede too many. Also, you saw that there was 2 for 14. Pretty good analysis as well from the opening bowler, Shivam Gupta. The other wicket went to Umar Mohammed, and he was expensive, wasn't he? Alistair Evans, the captain, he also got the treatment. All right, Rico, I'm going to take a deep breath. And as we see Ratshakara's innings and where he put his runs all around the wicket, really. I hope you can join us when we return in 10 minutes for eliminator number 3. It'll be the Swiss taking on the Italians for the right to stay alive in ECL 22. Mr. Maximo Hirvini Sandu alongside Rico Bull and Corey Ruckers. He'll be joining me shortly. He's been out celebrating his catch all night. Join us shortly for more ECN action. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
How we play cricket
on the coast of our soul.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. And well, we have been enjoying the cricket action so far. One game in the books. And now it's time for eliminator number 3. These two teams, they are the 3 and 4 seeds today. It's Alton from Switzerland against Brescia CC. Well, it's a big coin toss. Let's go over to the tournament referee, Rob Kemming, who's with the two captains, as we see whether it be Keeper Inu or BET2BALL that will show up on the giant coin.
Your call. Keeper. Keepers.
Keeble is the call, BET2BALL the fall, and so that means that Switzerland, Alton, their champion club, they have won the toss and they've elected to bowl. I think it just gives them a chance to settle into the game, and I think they know this Brescia CC lineup. They're kind of capable of anything, so I think they would just want to know how to go about their chase in the second half of this game. They're led by Ali Naya, who I think has had a really good week, and they have a lot of batters that can impact the game. I think that Thirunavukarasu has been very good this week, but there's some other players that have shown glimpses of what they're capable of, haven't really gone big, and so hopefully they'll be hoping to chase down whatever Brescia CC can set. And Brescia CC, the Italian champions, they did not have a good start to the week. They got themselves in winning positions but squandered it on too many occasions, but they have looked like they're clicking at the right time. Look, both these teams, if they're going to progress from this group, they need to win all 3 of their matches that they will play today. So the journey starts here for these two as we go up to the commentary box. Let's go over to Corey Ruckers, who joins me for the first time today with the news in eliminator number 3. That Alton, the Swiss champions, they have won the toss and they'll be bowling first.
Thank you, Vinny, and welcome everyone around the world. Cricket España and the European Cricket Network here producing more T10 action, and it's eliminator 3. And well, this will be pretty much a doozy of a game. Tough to call. It's Alton from Switzerland versus Brescia from Italy. Brescia, they're starting to hit their straps in this tournament. And well, Alton a little bit up and down, but they've definitely got some firepower. And it's great to bring you these live pictures from the beautiful Cartama Oval here in Spain. And I hope you're all ready for this T10 match. We're going to lose a team after this game. If you lose, you're out, you go home. And I'm sure neither team wants that. And a good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via fan code, and everyone on YouTube and the YouTube chat. The weather gods have been good to us. We had a bit of rain in Game 5 last night, and I was expecting a little bit today, but thankfully, the dark clouds are just in the distance and it's pretty sunny at the moment. So decent weather for cricket. A little bit of breeze around, and should be a good game of T10. And well, the man that's going to be taking the new ball, Stanigzai, he's produced some absolute pearlers recently. And he's been bowling beautifully, and he's going to need to get a couple of early wickets. And the batsmen out there, well, they've been going on a pretty good run lately, smacking the ball to all parts. Brescia started this tournament pretty poorly, but they're starting to find their rhythm at the right time. And Ali Raza Islam, he's out there with Dulu. And we're looking forward to this contest, so we're almost ready. Stefan Gooch, the standing umpire there. Just a couple more moments until we get this match underway. Dulu will be facing the first ball from Stanigzai. Just a slight delay as we wait for a moment, but really tough game to call. Who's going to step up and maybe take their team through to the preliminary final? Here we go. Oh, it's a low full toss and respectfully guided away onto the leg side, you would say. It is pretty breezy out there, and sometimes for fast bowlers, running in with a strong breeze right to left can be quite difficult. Raza Islam on strike now, and well, he really does throw his hands at everything. And if he gets himself in, they'll be pretty happy. See how Stanigzai's holding the ball there. This could be an off-cutter. Was the off-cutter and tucked away for a single shot. Always a nice feeling as an opening batsman. Both off the mark now. As the Brescia players, I'll be pretty excited for this one. Just down the leg side, well caught up with. That's hit hard, but down to long on for another single. So steady start in this one, and the two boundary riders are long on, and looks like deep backward square. Pretty behind the umpire there. So they're the two boundary riders. 3 singles to start this match, and that's not really the Brescia way. I'm expecting something in this first over at least. Maybe it'll be a catching opportunity or a boundary. So wide. And, well, the keeper gets a little bit excited. Worry do. You got to run out like that yesterday, actually, with some quick work. And obviously he's pumped up, trying to get a cheeky run out there, but nowhere near. Almost threw it into the batsman's head. That would have been pretty exciting. Leg side just struggling maybe a little bit with the breeze. He's angled a few balls down the leg side so far. That's a nice shot. That's a glorious shot. Well, once again, angled into middle and leg, and he just has to catch up with it and help it on its way. He does exactly that. That's the first boundary in Eliminator 3. And Raza Islam, nice shot. You see, just angling, and maybe it wasn't the worst of deliveries, angling into middle, but good batting, just catches up with it, and that is the first boundary in this crucial match. Plenty of nervous energy out there. Both teams know what's on the line. Comes down the wicket, hits it hard, wide of long on. They might think about 2, but no, not there. They'll just jog through for the single. And that's the captain out there, Ali Naya. He's done a lot of good work down at long on. A little bit of an Ishant Sharma lookalike. Looking forward to watching him bowl soon. So 9 off the first 5. 1 to come. Brescia, pretty good start. Important last ball of the first over. Hit hard and in the gap, and that's going to be 1 bounce, 2 bounce, 3 bounce, 4. And, well, Brescia take the chocolates in the first over. Stanigzai again, trying with that off-cutter. Bowled 4 off-cutters that over, and with the new ball, not trying to make it swing, well, I think I'd be keeping that seam up. Good batting, though, and both batsmen have a boundary. Brescia, they've come out the gun the fastest. 13 for none after 1. Good opportunity to welcome back good friend, green suit wearing Vinny Sandu. Vinny, good morning.
Good morning to you, Corey. Certainly excited to see what you've got on today. It's Peacock Friday. Sure you didn't forget. I think maybe you just got a bit carried away after your catch last night. Finally on the 10th attempt.
I didn't sleep last night. I was up till about 4 a.m. The replay came out at about midnight. And it was a pretty emotional evening for myself. Looks like the captain now, though. He's got the ball. Ali Naya. He's had a pretty good week with the ball, hasn't he, Vinny?
Yeah, he has had a good week, and I even liked him work with the bat on occasions. He's thrown himself up the top. He's certainly got a lot of options. Yeah, here's Ali Naya. He starts the full toss and helped himself to that. The batter has timed the absolute cover off that one. The fielder was back there. It wasn't too far away from him, but it races to the fence, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. And, well, I think that breeze is just playing with the bowlers a little bit. They seem to be not able to get their line and length. They've got a lot of balls on the leg stump so far. Good shot, though. They're off to a good start, Brescia.
Naya needs to find the pitch. This is a better ball. Has the batter reaching. Ali Raza Islam's been a revelation since he's gone up the top of the order. He's been very, very good.
He just gets on with it, doesn't he? No messing about.
So, Naya. Bit of an Ishant Sharma lookalike, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you think so?
I think so. Left cutter, I think, again. No full toss. So certainly an effort to keep it full here. I think we have seen bowlers getting too short early, getting punished. Of course, pretty unforgiving boundaries. It's a fairly bright start, this, from Brescia. I'll need a wicket just to steady things. Tulu on strike now. Chat out there, as you can imagine. That time just a single.
Oh, it's all on the line, isn't it? I mean, if you don't produce in this game, you're going home. And both teams have had their moments in this tournament. They'll sort of feel they've still got a good chance of making the final. Carlton were real disappointed with the rain last night. They could have got second spot.
Goes straight, but how much has he got? Well, I don't think it's enough. And it's put down. Oh, He got into good position, but I just think the hands there just weren't quite in the right place. A chance goes begging.
Yeah, he's got to catch that, Vinny. He made good ground, but he got 2 hands to it. And once again, the fielding sides always seem to do a little bit better. That's a big opportunity missed. Raza Islam's been good at the top of the order. He sort of gets it off the toe. And, well, have a look on your screens here. He got there, but didn't get the technique right.
European style, wasn't it? As this one has worked away, so it's going to make him pay. Dulu, and he cracks the next one through mid-wicket. Another full toss. Naya getting full, but just a little bit too full. And that's the end of the second over. It's 24 for no loss.
I think we need to create a graphic, Vinny, with how many times a drop catch happens and the next ball goes for a boundary. It isn't just cricket folklore. I see it all the time.
True.
Next ball always goes for a boundary
Sometimes
after
the
a
same
drop.
ball. We had one dropped onto the rope before. Anyway, this is where we're at on finals day. It's 24 for no loss after 2 in this match, which is eliminator 3. The loser, they're out of the tournament. The winner will take on Cluj a bit later on today in qualifier number 2. And then the winner of that match will go on to play Carlton, the Scottish champions, who have already booked their place in match 24, the Group C final, but not before a bit of a scare from Cluj. What did you make of that last game?
Yeah, it was good to see Cluj put up a bit of a fight, but it always felt like you'd have to bat the perfect 10 overs to get there. And yeah, it's good to hear that BET's doing okay after that heavy spill into the fence as well. And
yeah,
it's good to see them get tested a bit.
That's one thing. It was so courageous from BET. He was running back and he just had no regard for his welfare. No awareness the fence was coming as well. Here's Brito.
No ball.
He starts with a terrible delivery. I think no ball's called early. Smart work to try and get it down onto the stumps.
Yeah, see, that's a good call for me because I thought that was no ball. That was above waist for me, definitely. So that's a big moment in the game. You've got to get these decisions right, and that was right. That looked, yeah, that's well above waist height.
That's a good call. I think you know how I feel about these. The borderline ones, I think you got to give to the batter.
Yep.
It's not a good ball.
No, and now it's a free hit, but it is a big call. I mean, if you get that wrong, that's a wicket.
True. I think you will see if a wicket falls on one, they will perhaps seek some assistance. Free hit, bludgeoned by Dulu for 1. Brito's been an interesting player, hasn't he, for Alton, the Swiss champions. We have seen him just kind of climbing his way up the batting order bit by bit. I think we've seen him up at 3 last time. He didn't get a chance to bat last night, unfortunately. The last match was washed out. Push and run. Yeah, made to work for it, but they get another single. That's a mini comeback here for Alton.
Yeah, they've started sloppy with the ball for me. I mean, they chose to bowl first, so there's been a lot of full tosses. There's been a lot of balls down leg. There hasn't been many balls questioning the batsman, maybe 4th, 5th stump on a good length. They need to get it right here. That ball's still very new. I think the wind might be just playing with the bowlers' run-ups a little bit.
Dug out. Better. Got to start somewhere. I suppose what you would say, you wouldn't say that the pressure out of the blocks at lightning speed. I mean, they have batted well, but they're going more or less a par at a rate of about 12 or just under now.
Yeah, these balls in the power play still are pretty important now.
Hit hard, and another one put down. This one didn't have too long to look at it. But it was a spicy return chance Brito couldn't hold on to.
Yep, another chance, Vinny. That's 2. I know it's tough, but that's 2 drops now.
It was hit hard. It's a case of the ball. It's going to have to catch Brito, I think. Now this is going to be in the air, and it's going to clear the fence. Another full toss. Another Maximo Raza Islam. The opening batter is away. Again, another full toss. And I can know that Corey's got the pen and paper out. Are you making this after a drop catch when a boundary's hit? Because that's another occasion we saw a chance go down, and the next one leave the arena. Last ball, the power play. Should just be a single for Static side to clean up. That's the end of 3. The score 36 for no loss.
Well, what I'm thinking, Vinny, I'm going to get my little fielding notes out this game. I'm going to do my pluses and minuses and drops. Because these two teams are so even with the bat and the ball, I think fielding's going to win this game.
Okay. That's a fair shout. Let's have a look at the power play. Fairly consistent scoring through it. We've had overs of 13, 11 and 12. But yeah, the story is 2 drop catches. I think the first one was the more simple. I think the one's off your own bowling. It's not too much technique, it's just kind of reaction. But I see umpire Nilkesh Patel. Nice to see him out there with Stefan Gooch. as we head into the middle overs. 5 outfielders allowed from this point in the match. So you've got 2 drops down on your sheet right now.
Yeah, 2 drops. I mean, the second
Can you
one...
do your plus minuses?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay.
I haven't seen any misfields yet.
Okay.
But, yeah, 2 drops, I mean, in such a crucial game. I know the second one was tough, but you've got to hold your half chances as well if you want to make it through to the final later today.
And did you notice on the graphics this morning, Corey? People quite liking the flags making a bit of an appearance.
It'll be interesting next week.
Well, there's one down the ground.
Raza Islam, I like the look of him. Like, he plays the ball on merit sometimes. Well, I know he can power hit, but that's a gorgeous little shot for one. Logus Augustine as well. He's had a good week with the ball, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. But I think you're right. I think in this form of the game, it heightens your decision-making skills. Decision-making under pressure. This one just squeezed out for one.
Maya in the chat says she's going to be trying to guess my shirt today for
Yeah, she's
Peacock
pretty
Friday.
excited to see your shirt. It's got a lot of traction,
No.
Peacock Friday. I know that you wanted to make a big thing of it. A lot of people in the fan zone as well, they've been coming in with Peacock shirts. So, yeah, I guess we'll find out. Give us maybe the end of the over. We'll have a look. See what Corey's got on. Oh, this is edge, but I think it's into the ground.
Yeah, I think this is a bump ball. It's good keeping, and yeah, look, they're not going forward with the appeal, and he's saying, yeah, bump ball. It was a full, low full toss.
Yeah, it reaches the batter on the full. You see it here. Goes past the batter, and then it bounces. And then, well, it's a really good take. This one, if we slow it down, you see that the bounce comes after the bat. Good umpiring. And this one's good hitting. This is miles in the air, and it's coming down the other side of the fence. Maximo Ali Raza Islam, once again, he gets something he can get under, and he makes the bowler pay.
Yeah,
and the score moves into the 40s.
He gets that half volley length, and he just lobs it up. The old lob wedge over the rope. He didn't smack it, and it's good batting. See how still he is at the point of contact, and while he's there, Brescia, well, they're looking the better of the 2 sides at the moment.
This wind is a bit all over the place as well. Swirls around. You look at the flags, they're all going different directions. That one did just get out of here. And this one's straight up, but it's not as good. It's Naya, the captain, under it, and he drops it as well.
Wow.
Put that one in the book, and you don't expect that. Ali Naya, who capped under that, and that is 3 missed opportunities for the Swiss early in this do-or-die clash.
Yeah, well, Vinny, the other thing is, if this next ball goes for a boundary, the new batsman would have been on strike.
Yeah.
So, geez, that's 3 drop catches, and we're just starting this match.
It's probably the easiest of the lot as well, because it's coming in. And this one will go to the boundary.
Happens again.
You've called it. And Pressure CC making the most of it. Augustine will be tearing whatever little hair he's got left out as he goes for 12. And at the end of 4 overs, it's 49 for no loss. And it's great to have your company, as always, here on the European Cricket Network. It is Vinny Sandhu here. And look, you might be wondering, where's Corey? We've been making a big deal about Peacock Friday. So let's have a look at you.
I forgot.
You forgot.
I woke up. I was a
You
little bit...
made a thing, Peacock Friday, and you've got a black. He looks like the guy that gets me my coffee in the morning.
Would you like a coffee, sir? I forgot about. I'm not going to
My
lie.
hand warmers.
I'm not going to lie. I forgot about Peacock Friday.
Yeah. So.
I've just gone plain black. It's reverse day, opposite day.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry.
It was opposite day yesterday because you did finally hold a catch. Anyway, well done by you. And it's Robert Brito coming back for a second over.
So can I touch on this drop ball thing? So they've dropped 3 catches,
Yeah.
and then the next ball went 4-4-6. So if you had got that wicket, a new batsman would have come in, and odds of them hitting a boundary of the first ball doesn't happen. So it's cost them quite a lot.
Yeah, for sure. I agree. It's just picking up now. It's right behind the bowler, so it just makes straight hitting a bit more difficult. There it goes back behind point, but they've got a man there, so it'll just be one. Brings up the 50 partnership between these two in only 27 balls.
Yeah. So what's the opposite of a peacock?
Peahen. if you want to be specific. Knocks him over, and Brito finally says, if no one can hold one, I'm going to do it this way. He knocks back the leg peg. And that's going to be the end of Dulu, who makes 17, but he goes no further. Good Yorker there by the Swiss player, as he was able to sneak that one past the defences of Dulu.
Yeah, really good bowling, and well, they've shelled a few catches, but it doesn't matter if you're going to get the in-swinging Changa going. Hits the stumps, good bowling, and well, it ends a 50-run partnership. Brescia will be happy with that start. Dulu just sneaking under the bat, can't do too much about that.
Yeah, just Yorks himself really, gives up the stumps, and Brito doesn't miss out, so sometimes you just need to steady yourself at some point. Still plenty of cricket left to play. The opening partnership gets to 50, and that's where it ends. 50 for 1.
Well, looking forward to seeing the man come in now. And Baba Hussain hit 100 earlier in the week. For me, in this Group C, he's the most, well, what's the word I'm looking for? Most talented batsman. I think this man is very, very good.
Yeah, not going to disagree there. Century earlier in the week.
There's just something about him. Those shots he plays over wide extra cover and through mid-off are sensational. I love he just walks out with that cap on, confident, collar up. Bit of Mark Waugh about him.
Baggy green.
Nope.
What's going on? Just carefully plays this one away to get started.
And
He's a danger man, isn't he?
he always seems like there's certain batsmen around the world, or when you watch them, they look like they've got a lot of time.
Yeah.
And he's just one. He looks like he's got eons at the crease.
Eon's good word.
Thanks, Jules.
Multiple eras. Brito, 2 balls to come for him. Gets lofted. This could be 2. Static Zai has to bail out. In the end, it doesn't even clear the inner circle.
Does he have to bail out? Do you want a fielder there losing their teeth and going for
I
it?
think he just wasn't going to get close enough to touch it. That's why he bails out. It's a
Okay.
calculation you have to make quickly.
Fair enough.
It did bounce a lot shorter than I thought even. We're right behind him here. Worked away the inside half of the bat. And they can raffle it. They do in the end. It's just a single and a really good over from Brito, who only concedes 4 singles. Does pick up a wicket in there as well. And much improved from Alton in that over. After 5 overs, it's 53 for 1.
Yeah, well done to Brito. He's going to finish with pretty nice figures of 1 for 16 off 2. He'll be happy with that. We have a quick look at the scorecard, and well, Dulu, good start, 17 of 10, but all of a sudden, Ali Raza Islam, he is the key in this innings. He's set, he's on 31, and he's joined by the dangerous Baba Hussain.
Yeah, he is dangerous, isn't he? And they're going to go back to Static Zai. I think they know the value of a wicket here. Either of these players, I think, is saving runs down the stretch if they can get them now. Static Zai has that ability to bowl that kind of perfect delivery, doesn't he? That wicket-taking delivery. I think I've seen bowling more of a first half length, as I'd call it. Trying to do something off the pitch. This is really nicely hit, and well, it's not the best effort from Brito. And Corey's put that one in the book. He decided to off with a foot and didn't get the job done as Baba Hussain gets his first boundary.
Yeah, so for me, that's poor fielding. I mean, it's a glorious shot. He hits the hole in between mid-on and mid-wicket, and they're changing him now. But have a look in your replay. He goes with the foot. No. Bad kids, don't do that at home. For me, that's a -3. He could have tried.
Imagine if he boots that to the other fielder who picks up and throws it in for a run out.
What a shot, though.
Oh, it's timed the absolute cover off the ball there. Good inside edge. Good comeback from Static Zai. I love it how that now you're being very critical of the fielding now that you've held a catch in the crowd. Notice you're ramping it
Let's
up.
be honest, I was playing it up for the viral sensation.
Oh,
I was
come on.
never going to let it get to double digits. How was the celebration, though?
I like that when you chest bump the big ball.
I should have popped it.
You pay for it. Slow ball. Cut to point, but no run.
Good comeback. Good comeback the last 9 balls in this game from Alton. Took the wicket, getting a couple of dot balls here and there. Fighting their way back.
Morning to Helix in the chat, as well as PRNK 1729 and Sam Nick. Hello to all of you guys and others that I might have missed. Hello Ninja as well. Maya, she's very disappointed about your shirt. This is round the corner and will be cut off. Just the one is Brito, who's just been moved out of the key position, but ball's following him. Going for the hand method that time.
Isn't that always the way when the ball just follows you
yeah.
in the field? You make a mistake and then
saw
it
it
just
with
comes next to you.
Ali Raza Islam that's batting at the moment. He was kind of having the ball follow him yesterday on the outfield. Goes after this, but it's a well-disguised slower ball. It never really gets to Raza Islam. Good keeping as well to knock that one down on the second bounce.
Absolutely. Clever bowling from Static Zai. And that's the off-cutter into the wicket. You see Raza Islam a little bit frustrated he didn't pick it. Yeah, just a bit of tension brewing in this game at
I
the
think
moment.
that's the setup. Slower ball, fast Yorker.
Yep. Let's see if you're right, Vinny.
Fast ball he's got. Well, tries, but I think he misses it. And this one is going a long way. Maximo! I think that was the fuller one. And this one, we were a bit worried for our safety. At Brescia CC, they finished the 6 with a bang. 64 for 1.
Yeah, what a shot. He was disappointed he missed the ball before, but this time he absolutely smokes it all the way right next to us in the commentary box. If you weren't in my way, Vinny, that would have been 2 in 2.
I was protecting the equipment because we lost it in the roof. Static side, yeah, I think that's what he was going for, but it was that length where the batter could pick it up and drive through it. So the finish to the over for the Brescia CC team as they get 11 off the 6. The 64 for 1. You wouldn't say they've batted them out of the game though.
Not yet.
At this stage. Alinaya comes back to bowl over number 7.
Helix is in the chat, and do we have evidence of the catch? If anyone's out there, follow us on European Cricket League on Instagram and on Facebook and on Twitter.
There's been some good stuff happening on the socials this week, hasn't
Yeah,
there?
we've got some special guests in with us that have been doing it, but go follow us on all those platforms, and I'm sure you might be able to find it right there.
Alinaya bringing himself back for his second and final over. This is good delivery. The best shot selection from Ali Raza Islam. That's one where I think he's looking to go leg side when he could go offside. Yeah, this is just a reminder about our social media at European Cricket. You can also follow me at Mr. Maximo. You can get Corey.
I'm taller than you, man.
Yeah, you do look taller than me in that. Well, that's wrong. We'll have to change that. But, yeah, at European Cricket, lots of good stuff happening on the socials. And this one, I feel like this is going to be 4.
Well,
it is. Down to the giant ice cube. Is that one? I know you're putting it in your book. You think he should have stopped that one?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a lot closer to him than you'd imagine. And I think his dive was a little bit late. It's a little unfortunate for the bowler. Having a look on the replay, yep. You got to get something on that. You can't let that get through. It might sound harsh, but this is Eliminator 3, Vinny, and I think he should have stopped it.
Yeah, well, guess who as well?
Oh, no.
I'll leave you to guess. Anyway, better effort, though.
Yeah.
I think he made the effort, just unfortunately couldn't get anything on it. So another boundary to the Italians. And after that, a wicket. And Alinaya says enough's enough. He hunts the stumps of Ali Raza Islam, who's batted well for 41. But his innings is ended by a ball which splays the stumps. Brescia lose their second wicket, 69 for 2.
Yeah, another bowled. And, well, for Raza Islam, every time he stood still in the crease and just tried to check drive it straight, he got a hold of it. This time he comes charging down, yorks himself, and lost his shape completely. But credit to the bowler, Alinaya, sneaks it through.
Yeah, he caught exactly what happened. He yorked himself there. If he stands still, that's probably one you can drive on the up and probably drive out of the ground.
Well, all of his sixes, he stood completely still and just chipped them over here. So he'll be disappointed, but a good T10 innings, that 41 of 24, 3 fours, 3 sixes, striking out 170.
Yeah, still good contribution. He's been a consistent performer at the top of the order.
Yep.
Ali Raza Islam, since he's been moved up there.
Who's ahead in this game, Vinny, for you? Brescia just, noses in front?
Yeah, I just think pressure of chasing in a final as well means that you can get away with 5 or 10 less. Yeah, but they're pretty close to even though, especially if they could pick up another wicket here. It's Shadnan Khan, the new batter. Pushes and runs. I know he's got a little bit of an injury concern himself.
That's good batting.
Bottom half injury. He does get off the mark immediately.
Well, Baba Hussein's 8 off 7 hasn't got flying just yet. But while he's there, they'll still be thinking 115.
Well, will he go any further? This one just short of the fielder. And the spin bamboozles him. That's Thurunavukarasu, who can't pick the doosra off the bat of Baba Hussein, who gets a streaky 4. And that ends the 7th over at 74 for 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, Vinny, I'm marking that down on the old on the positives and negatives. I know it's spun a little bit, but he gets there. You got to stop that as well. I mean, this is a final. And unfortunately for him, didn't cover it.
And he's kicking himself straight away, wasn't he? But, I mean, he got to an awkward spot because he almost got there, but then he couldn't handle the bounce. As we get to 74 for 2 after 7. Just a reminder that today we will write another name on that list, which will be the qualifiers for Championship Week. Tunbridge Wells from England qualifying from Group A, and then Brigade from Ireland. They were the qualifiers in Group B. They'll be joined by either Carlton or one of the other teams on display today. Carlton have already put themselves into the final. Tanasagaram with the ball, comes in, starts with the dot. Yeah, it's a tough one. That last catch, you either got to get to somewhere you can touch it on the full at least and make the stop, or completely back off. I saw Stanikzai pull out of one before because he realised he wasn't going to get there.
Yep.
But that time through in Vukarasu, just let it bounce a metre in front of him and just didn't have any time to react. He was upset. He didn't make the right decision. Goes for this. Well, this could be another chance. It's not an easy catch, but he takes it. Well, Ali Naya, he went back with the flight, and it's always difficult because the outfielder was almost thinking about coming in and creating some traffic for his captain, but he got out the way. And Naya, who dropped a much simpler chance early in the innings, he comes up with a good bit of fielding to pick up another dangerous hitter. Shadon Khan goes for just the one, and it's 74 for 3.
Yeah, nice catch by the captain. He sets the standards. You can see a little bit of frustration on that face because I think they feel if they had taken some earlier chances, they'd be in a better position. But credit to Alton here. They're fighting back in this game, and after a slow start, I reckon they've won the last 2 or 3 overs.
Yeah, for sure. And if I go to the over scores, it all came down to Robert Brito in the 5th, who after were double-figured overs in 1, 2, 3, and 4. He only conceded 4 singles in the 5th. And since then, yeah, 11 and 10. So it's that over, I felt, also picked up a wicket. Just kind of got them working back into this match. That run rate, 10 and over or so at the moment. New batter out there, Ahsan Akbar. What a good catch that was by Naya. Yeah, we're going to have a word to him now about something. Maybe just a well done.
Oh, maybe a bit of something's wrong with the ball here.
Yeah.
They're just having a discussion about the ball.
Maybe.
Sometimes the seam can come up,
Yeah,
and they might have to change it, or it's just a bit of split on it, or it hits some of the boarding.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously the umpires inspect the ball after a wicket.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything necessarily in that.
No, I think
it's just that sometimes, yeah.
I think the seam will be pulled up and a stitch will be out, so they're going to replace the ball.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good wicket for Tanasagaram, who's had a good start. That's a looking drive. I think a 2 here. Not quite convinced. I think it's worth risking Baba Hussain at this stage of the innings as we head into the last quarter. 75 on the board. I think it is pretty even at the moment.
Yeah, you'd say so. I mean, Baba Hussain has that ability to explode at any moment. He plays some glorious lofted drives. He needs to get one away here for his team.
Gets a bit of length, and he puts some length on it himself. This one is swung away over the wicket. Maximal! What a good shot from Hussain. And basically, he just plays this on length, doesn't he? And he times it so well out of the ground.
Yeah, geez, I like this guy so much. He plays it on length, and he gets enough of it for 6. I mean, you bowl full to him, you go. You bowl a good length, you go. He's such the key here in this ending of the first innings. Alton need to get him out.
That one ended up in the jungle. Feeding the snakes is Baba Hussain. This one's a little bit fuller, but worked away. Clever batting, just used the pace, and he knew there was no one back at deep square leg. This was slightly fuller, but Hussain clipped it away expertly. Cuatro carreras más.
Geez, this guy is good. You watch him shovel across there just to make it turn into a half volley under his eyes. And that's just good batting. He saw square leg in the ring. He reminds me of Mark Waugh.
Yeah,
he really reminds me of Mark Waugh.
He's gone.
Oh, yeah, he won't miss it. He's that good.
That is the confidence that he's got.
Would he be the leading run scorer in the week, or would the beast, Sadesh?
I know Sadesh had him covered. I'm not quite sure that took into account yesterday's matches.
That's a wide.
Oh.
See, these are big moments in the game.
That's wide.
That's an obvious wide.
Yeah, well, good for the Swiss. Pressure. They end the over at 85 for 3.
Good for the Swiss. Yeah, it is. 12 balls to go. And, well, big game on here. And really important 12 balls. You sort of feel they'll want at least 2 a ball. We'll take them up to around 110. But with wickets in hand, maybe they want more than 2 a ball. Maybe 3 a ball. Nothing to lose here. Akbar, you want this either to be a 6, 4 or 1.
Yeah, true. Akbar's there for a reason, though. They back him to be able to be pretty destructive in his own right. Augustine with the ball.
Shot.
Hits us well, doesn't he? And well, you said 4, 6 or 1. It's the first one. It's just a good cricket shot, isn't it? Down the ground, and I think sometimes you like to have a fielder in this exact spot, but normally it's unguarded, and Akbar cashes in 4 runs.
Well, batsmen are getting so good at hitting it dead straight. I mean, I would like to see teams experiment with a fielder there, but that's a great shot for 4. Good start to this crucial 9th.
Not as good. Called a wide. Hey, so a few people enjoying the country flags. Is it a recent addition? As we put them on the first time today, due to popular demand. I think it's
Popular
nice.
demand.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
We listen. And also, you know, obviously, if you're unaware, you haven't been following it, you might not be aware all the time of which countries they're coming from. So, just a little reminder. And then, as also mentioned, you have to...
Oh, no.
Oh,
no, I'm angry.
Is that -8? Because it's a double foot fielding fail. It was a slide tackle that came from Ratnaraja originally. Sori's angry. I know you hate the foot fielding.
Well,
but
why?
It's a double fail. 4 runs.
Why would you go with your foot? Look, do not do that. Oh, it's bad fielding in a final. And here we go, double whammy. The fielder at deep mid-off also went with his foot. Use your hands. That's -3 for me. 2 back-to-back boundaries with the wide. What a great start for Brescia in this over.
So it's going nowhere. Just the one. You don't often see the double foot fielding fail.
I just don't get why people don't lead with their hands.
Yeah, I mean,
It's actually quite dangerous going with your foot. There's a lot that can go wrong.
One thing I mentioned yesterday is that a lot of these players, they grew up in places where you couldn't really dive comfortably. This is a one-hopper down to John Mary. Yeah, so if you don't grow up, it's not a natural thing to dive first with your hands, and sometimes it can be tough when you get to the senior game to develop that skill.
I have a feeling he's going to whack this through the offside for 4 or 6. Just have a little bit of a feeling. Augustine's giving some width here.
You got the feels. Well, he tried. And that one isn't a wide.
No, that's
Found
good.
himself some room, and that one stuck inside the tram line.
Well, he didn't actually have to give himself some room because that's where he's lining up to bowl.
Yeah.
And there's no deep cover in place.
Yeah. But I think it's on his mind. That's why he's giving himself room, because I think he is eyeing off that big gap. There's no one from very straight long off to basically a deep third man.
He'll be disappointed. He missed out on that.
Good come back from Augustine, though. And that's the end of the 9th over. Brescia CC, they are 95 for 3.
Yeah, 1 over to go. Been a bit topsy-turvy this. Alton fighting back after the initial few overs, and 1 over to go. I mean, they'll want at least 15, get to that 110 mark, and that's game on, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it is. It's more or less a pass score, I think. Just looking at your fielding sheet that you've got there, there's all minuses. There's -1, -1, -3, -3, -3, -3. So what you're telling us is that if they'd fielded better, there's 14 runs less they could beat.
Yep. And if
Could
you
be
look at
around 81.
the drops.
Yeah, that's not taking into account the drops.
Yep.
But what I haven't seen is any pluses, which is...
I didn't wear
the
my
lack of pluses is a negative for Alton, because they haven't actually saved any runs with outstanding fielding.
Yeah.
I would say maybe the catch from Ali Naya. That was a really good catch.
I should catch that.
Running with the flight on the +3 day.
Fair.
Maybe that cancels out the one he dropped. Anyway, here we go. Last overtime. Tanasagaram starts with a good Yorker. It's down the ground. I think of 2, but I don't think they're sacrificing Bubba Hussain. I think he's going to camp at the striker's end and try and get to work with 5 balls remaining in his first innings.
Yeah, well, Bubba's one of those players that could get 3 out of 5 away if he gets going. So big moment in the game. Alton need to close well, and Brescia need a few more runs. They've got their main man on strike, though. He's 22 off 13 without playing his perfect fluent innings so far.
This time, wide is called.
Yep, bonus run. Bonus run. You can see what they're trying to do. Keep it wide of him. They're trying to keep it really wide of off stump.
Yeah, it's been working for the most part. I mean, you lose 1 run there. I know you have 3 bowl it, but it's kind of an acceptable wide for me. Gets the next one a little bit closer. Now this is in the air, and this is another chance. And this one's dropped over the line for 6. Unbelievable stuff. He had forever to get under that. And look, even if he doesn't catch it, he just wants to keep it in the field of play and probably save 4 or 5 runs. Instead, it brings up the 100 for Brescia CC, and it comes up with a maximo.
We might remember this moment because that's a huge drop, and he had his teammate right there with him. I mean, if he had just caught it and passed it on to him or just tapped it back, but instead, that's -6. He's cost his team 6 runs. He had plenty of room there, and that's a bad drop.
Just wasn't stationary under it. Was he? Next one's a wide. Pardon me. It's not called a wide. It's wide, but not quite enough to interest the umpire. Yeah, but you're right. He never really got set under that. I mean, yeah, I know, look, the batter has made a bit of room outside the off stump, but depends how early he established that position. This one is going to be in the slot, and it's adios pelota, seis más, seis carreras. Brescia getting moving in the last, and no surprises, Bubba Hussain doing the damage.
Well, I said he's that talented that if he's on strike for the last 5 balls, he's the type of player that could get 3 out of 5 away. He's now got 2 away with 2 balls to go, and he's raced to 34 of 16. One more 6 here, and I think they'll be the happier of the 2 teams.
I think so. That 110 for me is probably the par I would be looking at. And they're almost there now. 109, 2 to come. Another one with a bit of length, and this one might be the best of the bunch. Maximo! Bubba Hussain escorts that one out of the building, and he is heating up. Last ball to come, scores 115.
That's gorgeous batting. I mean, this guy is so good, and he just walks across this time, goes, I'm not going offside, I'm going the big slog sweepers, and he got every piece of that. I mean, we don't want to reflect on the bad, but that dropped catch 2 balls ago has ended up costing them 3 sixes.
Ouch.
Yep.
Yeah, you talk about the catch and release. Well, the first thing you have to do is catch it if you're going to do that earlier in the over. And something, unfortunately, John Mary couldn't do. Last ball, buckle up. This is another catching opportunity.
Oh, no, he's dropped it.
Oh, he's dropped it. And now they might think of 2. They might have made it. In the end, that'll cost them just the 1. And Brescia CC, they will finish 116 for 3. And it was the land of missed opportunities for the Swiss champions, Alton, I feel, in that innings. What was the drop catch count in the end?
It was 5, Vinny.
5 drops. And Corey's adding up the negatives.
Negative 22.
22 runs, you think. And that probably doesn't even account for the fact that if you removed Bubba Hussain,
if you added all the things,
sixes.
I'm saying it's probably, if you added all that and the boundaries that were after drops, I'd say probably negative 40.
Oh, wow. Well, that just shows you an area of improvement that would be required for Alton. I mean, it's not that indicative of how they fielded during the week. It is day 5. It's just a bit of an off 10 overs. They couldn't seem to catch anything. But ultimately, Brescia, they do have the runs on the board in eliminator number 3. 116 as we go back to the highlights. And Alton, they chose to field after winning the toss. Stefan Gooch and Nilkesh Patel leading out the players. And, well, Brescia CC, they had the business to do. They feel like they're a team on the rise. The Swiss management looking fantastic in their blazers and caps as always. And once we got going, it was the Brescia CC openers that got going pretty quickly. Just a few little fumbles and drops in the field made it a bit easier. But Ali Raza Islam, he's been so good at the top of the order for the Italians.
Yeah, he has. And there was a couple of lives early. And unfortunately for Alton, those chances went a-begging, and that let them off the hook. But the first wicket fell. The couple first wickets fell from being bowled. That was Robert Brito sneaking in the Yorker.
Yeah, and that was a really good over from Brito in over number 5, where he only conceded 4 and picked up a wicket. And I think it'll be the Swiss that'll be looking in the mirror after this innings. That wasn't a good one from Brito, who looks a bit sore and sorry. And there would be a few more sneaking through the field. And Ali Raza Islam eventually fell on 41. Ali Naya, who was able to slip a Yorker past him and ended up taking a very good catch. That was the highlight, I think, in the field for Alton. And you mentioned the catches that were dropped. Well, just saw the 1 catch taken. That was out of 6 opportunities. So yeah, there was a bit of what's going on. Brescia CC, well, they won't mind. They ended up bringing up the 100 in the last over. And this was what didn't help. That one cost 6, and then, well, what was to come was even more carnage.
Yeah, because that was a big moment, because that left Bubba Hussain in, and the next couple of balls he got away for 6 to give them a bit of a boost right at the back end of the innings. And, well, he batted magnificently again, and I think Brescia CC will be the happier of the 2 sides at the halfway point. We look at the scorecard, and, well, 241s there, Vinny.
Chasing's always pressure-packed, but it's even more pressure-packed when you know that if you don't make the runs, you're going home. And that's why you'll probably see a few nerves on the bench. It's one thing, I think, if you're in the field, because you've got your team around you, you're kind of doing things. Sometimes when you're watching from the bench and knowing that the chase matters, as far as your tournament life, it can just create a bit more uncertainty and a few nerves, I think. 41 for Ali Raza Islam and an unbeaten 41 for Bubba Hussain leading the charge. Dulu with 17, Hassan Akbar with 11 with the ball. Well, Naya and Brito, Tana Sagaram with the wickets. And was Brito, I think, was the best of the bowlers, 1 for 16. All the other bowlers in double digits. No one really going the journey, but still, apart from Brito, no one really able to curb the scoring. Fairly consistent innings. You see the big one at the end, and a lot of that was to do with that missed opportunity, which cost them 12 soon after. Just that 5th of Brito. In fact, it was the only over in single digits for the whole innings. Every other over went for 10 or more. So Brescia, the Italian champions, they'll be trying to defend this score. 116 they have on the board. Alton, they'll need 117 off their 10 overs if they're to set up a date with Cluj in the qualifier number 2. Who will it be? Well, it's hard to say, but if you rejoin us in about 10 minutes, we'll let you know. Plenty of action and excitement around the corner as the sun comes out on the Costa del Sol. It's also a very, very good sign. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Ruckers. Hope you're having a great Finals Friday wherever you're watching from around the world. We'll see you shortly on ECN for more BET2BALL European Cricket League. Hello and welcome back to the BET2BALL European Cricket League, the Champions League of European cricket. 30 champion clubs from all around Europe coming together over 6 weeks. A cricket festival on the Costa del Sol, the south coast of Spain, the setting for this, the second edition of the ECL. VOC Rotterdam from the Netherlands, defending champions. We'll see them next week in Group D. Right now, it's Group C action, finals day. And we will know by the end of the day who will join Tunbridge Wells, the English champions, and the All-Ireland Champions Brigade in Championship Week 6. Will it be one of these two teams? They're fighting for their survival at the moment. Brescia CC from Italy. They were asked to bat first by Alton skipper Ali Naya, and the Swiss did not have a good time in the field. Couldn't catch too many of the chances that went their way. They caught only 1 of 6 catch attempts. And Brescia CC put 116 runs on the board. A handful more than par, I believe. As now Alton, for their tournament lives, they will need 117 runs off their 10 overs. And they're going to have to deal with a variety of bowling challenges coming their way. And it's going to start with a slippery left armer, Basharat Ali. He's in his 40s, but you wouldn't know it. Here we go with the chase. 117 for victory. Wild swing and a miss from Shahid Waridu. Keeper opening batter. Doesn't make contact. So he just has a bit of a whippy action. There's a bit of whip in the swing from Shahid Waridu as well. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network for this one. And joining me in the commentary box once again, Corey Ruckers. Welcome back, Corey.
Thanks, Vinny.
Pushes, gets off the mark, but pretty close in the end.
Good fielding from the man north of 40. He moves like a young man. That was really good fielding.
Oh, I turned 40. And tell you what, I wish I was still able to zing him down, and that one would have been out of it hits. That's another victim of the plugger.
Got a run on the wicket. Surely people are learning this by now.
It's day 5. That would have been a nasty way to get out without facing a ball. He says Yasutharan through to Vukarasu, who will get the opportunity to face. He's batted well at times this week as well. He got the regular opening combination. The Swiss. Next side doesn't take anything, so this will be a wide. So how do you go about this chase of 117? How aggressive are you in the power play? Do you change what you're doing? What do you think the tactics are from the Swiss?
All right, well, after looking at the first few shots, first few balls, Alton only know one way. They're going very aggressive, and it either comes off or it doesn't come off. But yeah, I think they want to be on 40 at least at the end of the power play.
Nowhere near this, really.
They're sort of funny to bowl to. I mean, when they try to play conventional cricket shots, to be brutally honest, they aren't the most pretty. But when they try and power hit, they seem to be able to collect quite a few. So I expect them to do the same thing. Ali's been really impressed, though. He comes around the wicket, bowls this off cutter.
Yeah.
And not many people have been able to get a hold of him. He just gets it to straighten enough.
And then when he spears one in, that's the variation as well. So it could start from Basharat Ali. This time he will go for 4, though. This one just angles in, help round the corner. The first boundary for Alton through to Vukarasu. Able to work this one away behind square for 4.
Well, one thing that Brescia haven't done well this week is they've always had their fielders in quite obscure positions, and they've got sort of deep, well, they've got backward square leg and like another man at square leg next to him. He should have been finer there. That shouldn't have been 4, and they're making the adjustment now. So these little errors have crept in a few times this week for Brescia.
Speaking of fielding errors, that was the story of the first 10 overs here, weren't there? With 5 drop catches. He blasts this one, doesn't quite make the contact he wanted.
Fielding.
What an excellent piece of fielding by Mr. 100%. Now if they hustle here, it might have been a chance for a rare 3, but Mr. 100%, he gets up and does his own fielding. And we waited all of the first half to get some pluses on the score sheet from Corey. But now we finally got one. What a good stop that was.
Yeah, that's brilliant fielding, and these are the small margins that go a long way in a T10 match. And he saved 2 runs for his team there. Great work, Safi.
No ball called, so this won't be out. And now Miss 100%. Oh, this is one time you don't want to go for the catch. Don't know if you didn't hear the call, but Basharat Ali, he must have overstepped there. So the pluses gone up. But now it's -3 for that. And now free hit coming up. So not what you want in the first over. Yeah, it's a good call. Stefan Gooch right on the money there.
Yeah, good umpiring. Definitely a no ball, but poor fielding this time. So he saved 2 runs and then he just let 3 runs go.
Well, I can understand him going for the catch.
Why? It was a no ball.
If he didn't realise it was a no ball.
Well, then you still got to stop it.
Yeah, but I think...
No, you have to stop that. Went straight to him.
I think if it wasn't a no ball, maybe this is the time of the innings where you gamble for a wicket. And they're happy to give up the 3.
Well bowled. Well bowled. That's the off cutter, Vinny. So it takes us to the end of the first, 13 for none.
And look, I'm going to pick up Corey's sheet here as we get to the end of the first over, 13 for no loss. And this is what he's been doing. Can we see that up to the camera? Can we get that? There you go. So you can see that Brescia got the +2. You can see that there. But then straight away we had the sad face. But you see the first innings, 22 runs that he counted. And you can see after the first 3 drops, they all went for boundaries. So, yeah, the fielding, it's important. We talk about it all the time. Corey's trying to quantify it. What do you think?
Yeah, you've got to do these little things every now and then. It's nice to see, because I think these 2 teams are that even with the bat and the ball. The fielding team's going to win this game.
Yeah.
That's what I feel.
That's an interesting observation. Still hard to criticise Mr. 100%. He's always giving 100% for his team. Yeah, perhaps, I guess if he knew that was no ball, that was certainly would have backed off and just made sure he saved the boundary. Anyway, second overtime. Shadhan Khan. Well, he gets cut away, first ball, and this is going to be a boundary. So, yeah, just taking the foot off the gas a little bit, Brescia CC at the back end of the first over. That means Alton are ahead of where they need to be. I just feel like it'll be a confidence game for Alton if they can get away. And yeah, this is a nice way to start the second over.
Well, they are away, Vinny. They've raced to 17 from a few errors. So, game on. Oh, this does have the feeling this is going to be a tight one, isn't it?
Goes again, more runs and 4 more runs. Nice shot. This is a better shot from Waridu. We saw him wafting across the line last over. But this one, he shows he can elevate over cover. Back-to-back boundaries to start the second over.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Gets it over that offside. He's getting width on offer. I mean, they've got third man at the moment. I'm not too sure third man's the option. Maybe they can think of a boundary rider somewhere else. And it looks like mid-wicket's going to come up and deep cover's going to be put in place.
I like that because I think Waridu looks ugly when he's trying to go heave over mid-wicket.
Oh, no, I've got it completely wrong. They're gone fine leg, third man. Well,
traditional.
Oh, that's interesting. Why? What? Short ball?
It was ish.
Why would they put a fine leg in there after being hit over the offside twice? Can you talk to
Maybe it's maybe it's to get the batter expecting a short ball. That might be one thing. But then they did bowl a shortish ball.
But the ball hasn't got. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it's like sending a
This
signal
is where-
of okay, and putting them in fielders behind the wicket. So I expect something short, and then you can pull up the double bluff maybe and get full. This is short again. Oh, this is a nice uppercut, and that one's gone all the way. Maximo! And we had 2 4s and a 6 this over. I know they had the field back there, but the wind, it's helping that one over the boundary, and that one blows all the way. 6 runs.
Yeah, he's got to get it a bit fuller. Waridu's just sitting deep in the crease and swatting at these. And this is, for me, where Brescia have let themselves down. Tactically, I actually think they've been one of the worst in the group. They have more talent than some sides, but tactically, they're all over the place. I watched them bowl without a mid-off the other day.
That's right.
And look at them, like, there's a field change every ball. Now this is a little bit, okay, now we've got a short third man, deep backward point, deep cover.
They're both the outfielders next to each other at point and backward point. That's an interesting one.
Well, keep bowling that line and that's okay.
Oh, it does go in that direction, but this is going to be the first wicket of the innings. And it is Kalam Sajjad, the captain, that holds onto it. And Shadhan, with a few choice words, I think, as he picks up the first wicket of the innings. And it's Italy. They haven't had the best start to this, but that one brings them back into this game. 27 for 1. And Waridu, again, trying to elevate it, but didn't get the timing that time. And he has to fall for 15.
Yeah, a few choice words. I'm not impressed with that, to be honest. If you're going to bowl fruit and get smashed everywhere, you shouldn't be giving him a little bit of that. So I'm pretty disappointed to see that. It wasn't a very good over. That should have been 4 as well, and I don't like seeing it. Yeah,
I think it's unnecessary from Shadhan Khan. Waridu, though, did his job. That's the
There's
pace they need to go at, isn't it?
Yeah, there's
200
a pace they need
plus.
to go at. See, I don't mind if there's a bit of chat and thing, but he's made contact with the batsman. He's walked in his line, and that I don't agree with.
Waridu, he did well to hold back, to be honest.
Well, he got hit for a 6-4-4. I mean, why are you giving it the big one when you're bowling short, long hops?
Yeah, fair comment.
You know, I mean, you're 14 off 5 balls. Whoop-de-doo. I don't like that at all. So if I'm a match referee, I'd definitely be having a good look at that. Making contact with the batsman after you've dismissed him isn't good. Just isn't good. But anyway, back to the action. John Mary comes out, and more changes to the field. Here, there, and everywhere. Last ball of the second. A few messages coming through chat, but here we go. Last ball of the second. A little bit of delay as they move the field around again. Loses his run up this time. Brescia this tournament have had penalty runs against them twice because of slow over rates. They want to speed it up here as well.
No doubt. Little edge away. Finds the infielder. It's the end of 2 overs and the score is 28 for 1. We see all sorts of different reactions after wickets, haven't we? Saw you quite a big reaction after your catch yesterday. We decided to give a high 10 to the giant ball. Some giant teams coming next week in Group D. I'm really looking forward to seeing VOC Rotterdam.
Group of death.
Group of death. We called it straight away when we saw the fixtures released. VOC Rotterdam defending champions, MSC Frankfurt from Germany. They were a really good team. They've got a couple of good pickups as well. Albi Zalmi of Sweden, Austin Exiles. I see a couple of players that performed well for the Belgian national team back in the ECC. They were runners-up in that tournament. Malta Super Kings. Well, Malta as a country, not really up there in the rankings, but they have one club, Super Kings, which have been dominant. They went undefeated in the ECS last year in June when we were there. They racked up 200 in a match, Malta Super Kings. And the final team, Petersburg Sporting, they're the team I think will have to learn and learn pretty quickly because they don't have any T10 experience at all. And you've got 5 really experienced, talented sides to come up against. Anyway, so here's John Mary at number 3. Well, this is a real gamble.
I like it.
The most balls he's faced is about 4.
No, John Mary can. No, John Mary's got a bit more of touch game to it, so I don't mind it.
Every time I come up here to watch John Mary, seems to get out early, but I want to see more of him. Srinavu Karasu stands, delivers, and this is a blast down the field. This is not an easy shot against Basharat Ali, but he steps, hits, and makes sweet contact. Maximo, 6 to Switzerland.
Yeah, well, you know he plays one way. He really tries to hit every ball for 6, and when he's on, he's on. If he bats 15 to 20 balls in this run chase, he's going to get Alton well ahead, and need to dismiss him soon. Ali looks like he's going to come back over the wicket now. Maybe try slanted across him. It's a deep mid on and deep mid wicket in place. He's already 16 off 6.
Yeah, good start for him. Back over the wicket then, Basharat Ali. Bowls the cutter, and it's just too short. It's going to go the journey. Maximo! Back to back for Srinavu Karasu. And he moves into the 20s in style.
Yep, another nice shot. I mean, he came over the wicket, and this time a little bit shorter, and he's timed that beautifully. When he hits it, it stays hit because those wrists and hands are so quick through the ball. So back-to-back 6s.
Yeah, had the fielder back, but he wasn't concerned. He was confident he could clear the boundary, and he did by some distance. A bit quicker. Ali said, I'm going to put the cutters away, I'm going to test you. Whistles past the batter at a decent speed. Talk about your fielding sheet there. A few people asking in the chat if you're inspired by Andy Simons. You see him in the Big Bash? You probably haven't been back there for a while.
This has been around in the coaching circuit for quite a while.
Andy Simons is pretty good though, pretty funny because he just makes it up as he goes along. So he'll then have a chances, but then he'll have a half chances column. He'll have like a quarter chances, and he'll have, you know, start applying random factors to things.
I think it just shows there's such an emphasis on fielding these days, and the better fielding teams usually get up. But at the moment, it doesn't matter about Alton's fielding because they're batting really well.
Yeah, that's right. Get away with it. 1 or 2 of the big bats come off. Goes for it, and this is another one that's going to leave the arena. Maximo for Srinavu Karasu. And he's really getting the treatment at the moment. Basharat Ali, that's the third 6 of the over. Ends up going for 19. Carlton making a good fist of this chase. And that power play turns out to be pretty fruitful indeed. That's 3 overs down. It's 47 for 1.
Yeah, brilliant power play for Alton from Switzerland. They'll be really happy with that. I mean, that's great hitting. He's getting the ball over, and look at the comparative power plays there. Only the 1 wicket difference, but it's going in the right direction if you're an Alton supporter.
They had consistency in the first innings. No overs went magical, 20 plus, except for that last one. And there was just that 1 over. It was quiet from Brito in the 5th, but apart from that, was very, very consistent. What we're seeing now is the Swiss team is coming out and playing the way we thought they would. And John Mary, this will be really interesting to see him at number 3.
Not surprised to see this though, spin.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a big part in this game. I reckon they're going to bowl maybe 3 or 4 overs of spin. And how will they play that? The left arm off spinner trying to hit him through mid-wicket's not as easy. John Mary just needs to play a supporting role here. 1s, 2s, the odd boundary.
The way he plays though, not so sure he won't try and take him down. Basha Khan, who bowled really well yesterday. And both these teams, they need to win 3 matches today if they're going to win the group. This is the first hurdle. Quicker ball.
Be disappointed not to get any bat on that because everyone's back on the leg side, so that would have been a certain 1.
Getting 1, and then Trina Vikarasu's got the hot hand, doesn't he, at the moment?
Yeah.
28 off 10.
He's on a heater.
Close. Pretty close. And he's gone. So this one impacts, I think, in front of off stump or middle and off. Did seem to be going on. He was on the front foot, but it did seem at first glance that's a pretty good decision from Nilkesh Patel. As Alton lose John Mary for not many, and it's 47 for 2.
Yeah, well, we said how they play spin's the key. That went on with the arm. That's the natural variation that left arm off spinner gets, and it pitched, it slid on, that hit him in line of off stump for me, and that's clattering into the stumps.
Yeah, it did seem more likely to hit the miss, didn't it?
Oh, I thought it was out. I thought it was dead, Vinny. The left arm offie sometimes when they don't spin it just skids on.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what it did. And John Mary, well, he missed the ball before where he should have got a 1 and loses his wicket the next ball.
Yeah, so John Mary, disappointment for him at number 3. He just goes for a couple, leaves him at 47 for 2. Just couldn't find a way to get off strike either. First couple of deliveries. Found his way off the field. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean,
What's that?
That's a modern day LBW, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it is.
It's a modern day LBW.
20 years ago, that's given not out.
Yeah, because
maybe even 15 years ago.
I think that's how technology has, I suppose, in a way, honed the senses of the umpires of what to expect. And I just couldn't see that missing. Did it hit him in line? Yes.
Yeah.
Then it just becomes, will it hit the stumps or not? And I think if you took the batsman away, that one's going to clatter into the stumps.
Yep, 3 reds for me.
Yep.
Oh.
Party dab, and that's
Oh,
probably
no.
the worst throw of the week. Almost had a run out here. Well, sometimes a throw can be so bad, it might create another opportunity, and that was the case there. As Basharat Ali, who's been pretty accurate with the ball in his hand until now.
This is a big contest.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that he might sky this.
He does. Corey's called it. But now the next thing, it has to be caught. Sajjad doesn't get a hand on it. And Taruna Vakrasu is going to survive and put that one in the book. I know it's a swirly day, but that one was higher than it was far. And Taruna Vakrasu gets a life.
Well, there's the commentator's kiss. It's because of his technique. You could tell he was always going to sky it and spinning away from him. But that's a big miss. That's the first drop, and they've dropped the big man.
Yeah. Khan. Good quicker ball speared into Malia Stanik's eye. He gets off the mark first ball. Does well to clamp down on that.
Here we go again. I'm going to go the opposite way. He's not going to sky it this time. In this one, it's going to go for 6.
All right. Nostradamus next to me. Been pretty good so far, though. Well, this isn't a good shot, but does find a pocket. I think about 2. Oh, and then has to hustle back.
Wow, good fielding. Tell you what, if that was a direct hit from all the way out there, that might have been out.
Yeah, I think it was. I think I might actually hit the batter when it comes back. Let me get a look at this. Hit something, but see when the throw came in, no, it actually hit the keeper's pads. I heard a noise.
Douche.
It sounded like a ball on something suspicious. Yeah. As we get to the end of the 4th over, all action all the time. That's what we expect in the BET2BALL European Cricket League. And it is 51 for 2. Any sound to hear, Mr. Maximo? And I did have Corey. There we go. Yeah, it's Corey Ruckers next to me. What do you think of this? I mean, it's a good start, but we know the pressure of runs on the board in a final, in an elimination match. And so, yeah, Brescia CC, they're not out of it. I think they'll be a bit disappointed with a couple of the missed opportunities of their own so far.
Yep.
And also the bowling at times. I think they've let the Swiss into this innings somewhat after a pretty tight start.
Yeah, that dropped catch that just happened there was pretty instrumental. Well, I haven't bowled too well so far, and Alton have gotten away, but you still feel there's going to be a few more topsy-turvy moments in this game.
He's missed 100%. Ahmadullah Safi. Yeah, he'll be giving 100% for his team, as he always does. Are you just trying to make a point that you can fit behind me? That I'm, I'm so wide?
I'm just embarrassed about not doing Peacock Friday.
Yeah, Peacock Friday.
Totally forgot. Let the viewers down, let my family down, let myself down.
Yeah, that's fair. But your predictions have been good today.
Yeah, I'm on.
Calling a batter that's set to sky one. Safi, full toss. Just one this time.
Safi's got a big part to play in this game. I mean, he's going to have 2 overs. You'd imagine he's important. The off spinner, and still got the leg spinner as well to have a look at after Sajjad.
Yeah, that's true. Spin will affect this game. Wrist spin. Oh, that's absolutely murdered. And I hope that ball doesn't have a family because it's not coming home. Maximo through to Vukarasu. Had a bit of luck last over, but this one was pounded out of the ground.
Wow, the noise off the bat then was like a bullet from a gun. And he absolutely laced that. They dropped him last over and he says, well, thank you very much. And I mean, how hard is it? This guy's playing one shot every ball. Bowl it wide of him.
He's bowled a couple of decent deliveries, Safi, to start this over. This is the first time he really gives some length. It's a challenge length, I suppose, but Taruna Vukarasu was up to the challenge. Moves to 37 off 14. Alton had a tough time with the bat yesterday against Carlton. Didn't get a bat in the second game. Due to that match being abandoned. Safi with the comeback ball. They need a wicket. Better.
Yeah, so with the way he plays, we know that he wants to clear that mid-wicket boundary, bowl it as far outside off stump as possible. And I mean, if you get spliced away, you get spliced away. But you can't bowl near this man's wheelhouse. He hits a long ball.
Yeah, he does. It's a better delivery.
Jeez, that was a big 6, Vinny.
Safi learned the hard way, didn't he?
That was huge.
That was absolute strike. Nervous times in the Alton sheds. This time he goes aerial again. Janan Khan. So pretty casual here. Now he's carrying a little bit of an injury. And he's still fielding in that key position. Certainly didn't affect his ability to communicate with the departed batsman.
I think he might get a match ban.
Was there contact there?
Yeah. We'll see.
Last ball, the over. Slower ball. This is picked out Imad Khan. He came up with a bit of magic yesterday.
Good fielding.
Right now, he just makes fairly regulation stop, and it's the end of 5 overs. This game's still hanging in the balance. Alton 61 for 2. Yeah, Brescia, don't forget, they already had to survive an eliminator to even get to finals Friday, as they had to get past the Prague CC Kings of the Czech Republic. And yeah, Imad Khan, he was able to tame the beast eventually. Yeah, already up on social media. You can always catch that at our website, European Cricket, and our social media at European Cricket on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, various things.
Big over this. Bashir Khan, he's been pretty good all tournament, hasn't he? Should have had 2 in his first.
Yeah, true.
He's been good. He gets a lot of spin and a lot of bounce. Obviously taking it away from the right-handers is always helpful. Big 6 balls in the context of this match.
Sure is. He's only got 6 more. Good one first up. Well, he sends back through to Vukarasu. I know that's through to Vukarasu's call. I think sometimes when you hit the ball and you can see the exact angle as a striker, he was a bit worried for his partner not being able to get down to the other end. So Stanikzai keeps the strike. This one strays on the leg. It's a nice sweep shot by Stanikzai, who cashes in. Not an easy shot, but he uses the pace nicely. There's another one that was pushed through by the spinner. 4 more runs to Alton.
Yeah, good shot, and that's the first ball that he sort of erred in his line. He just got a little bit too straight, but as a batsman, you've still got to put it away, and that's exactly what he did. Nice shot for 4. Needed that boundary. He's still got 4 deliveries left in this over.
See that you're getting carried away in the chat. Someone asked you for the lottery numbers tonight, and you've given them.
Here we go. This is the contest, okay? I mean, I think if he goes a little bit flighted and he keeps it outside off, he'll sky it again with the way he plays.
Right.
So if he keeps it...
He's a sky ball risk. This one won't carry. So Jan's going to have a ping.
Oh.
Closer than you think.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he didn't really throw it as well. It was sort of a half throw. And
don't think they've even gone upstairs, so they're pretty confident. It was just, yeah, it made him hustle in the end.
these little moments. Direct hit there, maybe got him out.
In the air, there's another one that's going to fall safely.
Yeah, landed right in the hole.
Run in by Imad, who maybe wants the bowl.
Here we go, one ball to go. One ball to go. This is the contest.
Is this where, if you're not super confident, that you can get hold of him? Here we go. Yeah, so he did get there in the end. That was the previous one out.
It's going in the air here, Vinny. Big moment.
I'd be more careful if I was throwing Vukarasu here. He's not. He goes up.
Told ya.
And I think he has found the fielder who takes the catch. Safi spikes it. He's excited. Through to Vukarasu. Just had to swipe one more ball from Basher Khan, but he couldn't resist. He tried to send it into the jungle, but he found Mr. 100%. He goes for 39, and the score is 68 for 3.
Told you, Vinny. Told you you'd sky it. I knew it. If you got a technique like that, playing across the line, and you get a little bit of purchase off the wicket, it's going straight up. It's only going one way. He's done it twice, and this time they hold it. Safi spikes the ball. Can you do that?
See,
He
not
pinged
meant
it
to.
into the ground,
I'm
didn't
a
he?
big American football fan, so I actually like it.
Well, he's trying to scuff one end of Louis. He threw that so...
I like it.
What a
I know
throw.
it's unpopular because I know that they're not meant to do that, but I just think the changing condition of the ball, it's only 10 overs anyway, you're only hurting yourself.
good T10 innings, but he'll be disappointed not to see the team through.
Just would have thought, I'm trying to put myself in his shoes.
If you put yourself in his shoes, he's thinking one thing.
Yeah, I would have said, look, take your medicine. You've already got 7 off a bowler you won't have to face again, who's bowled well. He's only been hit for 1 boundary in his 2 overs. I would have just taken the 1 and taken the strike. But anyway, if I had $1 for every time I thought something sensible and did something else, then I'd be a rich man. As we go to Mr. 100% in the 7th. Game changing. 49 off the last 4 required. Robert Brito, excitement machine, not facing up. Static Zion strike to Safi. It's a big wicket, isn't it?
It's a huge wicket because, I mean, Brito comes in now and he has to play a pretty sensational innings, or Static Zai has to keep going and lift his rate just a bit. So it is game on. It's probably, I'd say, Brescia 53-47, I would say, ahead.
Exact.
I mean, I'm calling everything at the moment. Those lotto numbers are coming in.
Bit of a beautiful mind about you in the commentary this morning. Leans on this. Good timing.
Good shot.
They're pushing for 2 here. Good pick up and throw.
So that's +1 for me.
Yeah, I agree. Good fielding.
Well, if we compare my fielding notes so far, I've got Brescia have only dropped 1 and they're even overall with pluses and minuses, whereas at this stage, Alternate dropped 3 and we're -14 in the field.
I was lucky they fielded that well. Just hanging in this match. Goes short, and this one is going to be 6 Maximo. Static Zai got the short ball from Safi. He doesn't bowl too many, but he bangs this one in as a surprise ball. But Static Zai wasn't surprised, and he sent it out of here, 6 runs.
Interesting option because there's no deep backward square. So, I mean, all he had to do was get any bit of bat on it, and it was going to fly, and he got a fair piece. 6 runs, game on.
A question
from
the Dibbly Dobblers. Who's my American football team? Well, I'm a Green Bay Packers fan, actually. I've got the green and gold on today. Because of the Australian connection. That's why I originally followed them. Overcompensation from Safi.
He missed out there. That should have gone.
It's on your quicker though, isn't it? Because it is full.
Green Bay Packers there.
Do you have a team? Oh, you don't really
Baseball,
follow.
Tampa Bay Rays.
Oh yeah. Indoor stadium. That's one you can hit the roof all the time. And tap. But what I would say is there are rules in American football. You're only allowed to spike the ball after a touchdown. So I'd make a rule that you're allowed to, after a catch, you're allowed to spike the ball. So it's like an exception.
Not even close. Or run outs on Vinny if he hits. He misses. Oh, and they're going to get a second. Well, good match awareness from the batsman there. And, well, the old...
They're all going crazy. They're talking about a third. It's not there.
yeah.
What are you calling that?
No, I don't know.
I think that's not giving away. That's worth it to get a wicket, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he had to throw that, but unfortunately he missed. And
Does the backup fielder need to come in quicker there?
I don't think he realised that. Yeah, probably. But he's probably thinking about his match ban coming up.
Have those -1 in my book.
Okay.
Last ball, the over. Well bowled.
Well bowled.
A valuable dot. Safi shapes to throw.
Oh, there's a
He's
bit of-
holding fresh air. That's the end of 7 overs. 79 for 3.
Bit of fire in this game. Bit of argy-bargy. Nothing wrong with that. And well, we look at the rest of finals day today. Cluj, they're sitting there waiting, watching on the side at the moment to who they're going to play. And then for Carlton, they've already fast-tracked themselves to the final, Vinny.
Yeah, they have. So Cluj are watching this very, very eagerly, I'm sure. And you can honestly not call this one at the moment. At the start of the innings, they needed 11.7 and over. Right now, they need 12.7, so it's gone up just 1 point. But it looks like Shadnan.
Oh.
Is he going to come in, or is he just having a conference?
No, he's having a conference. I think it's got to be Ali Raza Islam with the ball now.
Yeah. So, yeah, so
How do you-
there's a few cheeseheads in the chat. That's what we call the Green Bay Packer fans, by the way. So, for example, they made a rule that players aren't allowed to jump into the crowd, but because that's a tradition at the Green Bay Stadium,
Yep.
then you're allowed to do that.
Okay.
The Lambeau leap, they call that. But, yeah, so I'd let them spike the ball after a catch.
Yeah, you love that sort of stuff,
I
don't you?
love it. I love the emotion.
Here we go, Vinny.
Here's Ali Raza Islam, who gets cut away. And is this a chance? Imad, he pulled one off yesterday, but this time he can't get off his feet. They need boundaries to stay in this, Alton, and they get one. And this one, I thought it was a similar kind of distance from him than the one yesterday. You get a look at it here. He
Is
was
that a
off.
drop? Oh, tough one.
I'm a bit surprised that he doesn't get off his feet there. I think he was a bit concerned about the boundary.
Yep.
But the result is 4 runs to the Swiss champions, Alton.
Well, what a great start to this over. I mean, this over, there's a lot on the line here. This is neck and neck, to and throw. Who's going to win this?
Ali Raza Islam again. Well, gets one that almost takes out 3 human beings. But the result is going to be 4 runs. It is a blast down the ground from Malia Static's eye. 4 more.
Well, looking at the comparative scores at the moment, Alton, they're raced to 87, Brescia on 74. What a good shot that is. He hits the hole dead straight. Not many people put fielders there. I tell you, put a fielder straight. Think about it.
Look how close this was. So quite a few interested parties, including the non-striker Brito. Didn't know what he did to deserve that. And Nilkesh Patel, good reaction to him to sway out the way.
I reckon he goes off speed here into the wicket, get it in the air.
Don't know about the off speed, but he got it into the wicket. A valuable dot ball. This game is on a knife's edge at the moment.
Look at the comparative scores at the moment. And we remember how Baba Hussain finished with 3 sixes because of the drop catch. Well, they could come back to hurt them. Who's leading at the moment for you? I'm still 53-47 to Brescia.
I don't know who's winning, which means we've got a good cricket match that's going on. Goes for it, and this one should be caught. It is dropped.
No!
Oh, how has this been dropped?
Oh, he spiked it as well.
That's an illegal spike.
Are we playing volleyball?
Oh, wow. I mean, this one, he seemed to have it for a long time. That's Baba Hussain. He seemed to have that for so long, and almost Herschel Gibbs-like. I don't know if it was in the celebration,
Look
but
at this drop. Look at this drop. Oh, no. And then watch this moment. He wasn't happy with himself. He thought, let's play a little bit of beach volleyball here, and goes the massive spike.
Never got it in the palms. Baba Hussain. Put that in the book, Corey.
It's in the book.
Wow.
This is tense. This is a golden ball sort of match. This is a golden ball happening.
Are literally playing for their tournament lives here.
Look at them. Look how nervous they are.
Yeah. And if you're watching this and you can hear us, you should be nervous.
I'm nervous.
Because you're staying or you're going. Both teams, I think, geez, Baba Hussain, you just wouldn't expect him to drop a catch like that. I know it's a bit blustery today, but still.
That's what nerves does. Standing size on strike, Vinny. Big ball.
Oh, edge, and it's going to be 4 more. And he just throws the hands at this one. Static side up to 30. And in the end, that over goes for 14 with 3 boundaries. So they got the runs they needed that over. After 8, it's 93 for 3.
This game, well, it's difficult to call at the moment. They're finding boundaries at the right time every time. I mean, Stanixai, if he bats throughout the innings, they probably win this.
They do have wickets in hand as well, and we know they have quite a long batting order.
Yep.
They're all confident that they can pick up boundaries. They will attack. They're also a bit brittle, I think, because of their approach. So anything could happen here. This, for me, straight down the middle, 50-50 game, 24 required off the last.
How are they going for
12
time?
balls.
Over eights.
Which is Brescia CC that twice have given up 5 runs for not bowling the overs quickly.
Here's the man, the controversial man with the send-off earlier. Shadman Khan, big over.
All happens in the 9th, as Rico likes to say. The man with number 9 on his back to bowl over number 9. Shadman Khan sneaks a dot on Robert Brito.
Yep, sneaks a dot. Brito's just got to get off strike here. I mean, he's 2 off 5.
That's not going to be helpful, I think. Does he keep his attacking approach, though? Misses again. Why not? I mean, you've got a fairly fine third man. You've got a backward point. Hey, the guy's missed that a couple of times. I think it's smart bowling to keep feeding it.
Got to get some bat on that. Any bit of bat's good bat because you're going to get Stanixai at least back on strike.
With that, I think the game swings. Can swing back.
Oop, false start.
Loses his run, which almost doesn't exist. Short run as well. Maybe they are concerned about the time.
Tell me your watch, Vinny.
Now this
Oh,
one
he's dropped him.
Yeah, has this been fingertipped?
Yeah.
I think it has. It was almost over, Basharat Ali, but they do get the boundary. 3rd time's the charm for Brito as he gets 4.
Well, their drops are coming in, and this game is hanging on a knife's edge at the moment. He just gets the pull away. Oh, it's a fingertipper. It's tough, but, well, runs are runs.
I think they're fine for time. I think they've still
Are you sure? What do we got?
They've still got 6 minutes.
Oh, they're fine.
40-minute mark. So I think this short run's more to do with
Well,
the
maybe just
slight
wants a different
injury.
rhythm.
Slight injury that he's carrying. Oh, he missed this one well. We might have missed a couple. He hasn't missed this. Maximo! Brito, well, it took 7 balls to get to 6, but it just took 1 ball to double his score. And I know he's missed the cut a couple of times. That was a miss, Corey. That was absolutely smashed.
That was absolutely smoked. Short outside off, and he's hammered that over wide extra cover. 4 and a 6, 14 required of 8. I think Alton are ahead now. Dot ball, I don't know. I give up. I'm not calling this.
There we go. Golden ball.
The tingle, the
we
old
haven't had one
golden
since
ball.
the 10th of February. That's over 2 weeks ago. I feel like we're due. If we do get a tie, then these teams, their tournament life will be decided by golden ball.
Imagine a golden ball in an eliminator.
Fielding team needs 2 to win, otherwise fielding team wins. The bowlers have had the better of it recently, but the batters, they were ahead for so long in the golden ball stakes.
Wicket.
Last ball, the over. Huge ball. And this is skied. This one surely should be caught. It's going to fall short of Sajjad.
They didn't run.
And
They didn't run.
Brito
Oh, my word.
doesn't get a single.
Stanixai turned him back.
That's confidence. That
Oh,
is
you got to
confidence.
take every run. That's
Stanixai.
crazy.
Well,
He just hit a 4 and a 6.
yeah, but he also missed a bunch of deliveries. And they're going to need 14. They would have needed 13 otherwise.
Nah, that's a huge error.
9 off the over. That goes a +1. That's the end of the over. 9 overs down, and it's 103 for 3.
I tell you right now, if they lose by 1 run, you will remember that. You need to take every run and offer. I mean, he's 12 off.
But here's your. I've seen a lot of these.
Nah, I don't
Brito
agree.
is a swing and a miss risk. And I know that Stanixai is worried that he might not get down there. And then when he does, he needs something like 13 off 4.
I don't know who's winning this.
I actually think that it's an excusable decision. I don't
agree.
know if I would have thought of it, but strike is so important. I think I'd rather have Stanixai on strike.
Tell you
I think
what,
it's worth the 1 run.
He gets out this ball though, Vinny. Here we go. Last.
100%. Ali Raza Islam. Well, this one is skied, and it's not going to clear the fielder.
Catch
It's
it.
Asad Akbar, and he takes the catch.
I
And the
told ya.
gamble to pinch the strike, it backfires on Stanixai, who's going to have to go for 30. And Brescia pull ahead in this contest and makes it 14 off 5 to score 103 for 4.
Yeah, well, he took the gamble. He didn't take the one off the last ball of the 9th, and in the end, it cost him his wicket. And, well, Brescia, they're keeping their noses ahead. It's all on the line here. Look, it's sort of skewed. It was a half volley. It could have
There to
gone.
hit. It was there to hit. It was the kind of length that he could drive up and out of the ground. And credit to Akbar. We've seen a few missed, haven't we, in this game? Ali Raza Islam had it very well for 41.
Well, the
Now-
new batsman's on strike now. I mean, to
Yeah.
come out 14 off 5, Yeah, you need a bit of a miracle here. The bowling side pressure, they're ahead. Stanislav goes for 30 off 17. Decent innings, but he made a very brave call there at the end.
Well, how do you get 14 off 5? You need 2 of these balls to go to the boundary or over.
Little inside edge. Little inside edge for 4. Something chaos like that. I reckon there'll be a wide in this over somewhere.
Look who it is. It's J.R. Perumal, the hero of match 5 the other night. Here we go. Saddle up. Gets bowled first ball, full, straight, gone, and Raza Islam comes up with 2 and 2. He's on a hat-trick. It means that Brescia CC, they pull even further ahead. 103 for 5, the perfect delivery first up.
Yeah, Raza Islam, hat off to you. I mean, getting that Yorker full and straight in such a pressure situation, and he sneaks it under the bat. And Perumal was a bit of a wild swing.
He's early on it, if anything. I think that's just kind of nerves. You can understand you've been in the shed and just getting more and more nervous.
He's fizzed up.
Yeah, why wouldn't he be? Ali Raza Islam. Could we have our first hat-trick of 2022?
Here comes the skipper, Ali Naya. Well, it's all on your shoulders, Skip.
Batting at number 7, Perumal.
Didn't he open yesterday?
Yeah, he's been floating up and down the order.
Imagine doing it. A hat-trick ball. We haven't had a hat-trick in 2022.
There has been a hoodoo on hat-tricks this year.
That's happening today.
We had a dropped hat-trick.
Did we?
Kristen Davis in the final of Group A. It was an absolute sitter as well off Marcus O'Riordan.
Here we go. You reckon it's on? I reckon it's on.
Oh, well, I have to go for it. I mean, so yeah, I do. If he bowls another ball like that, a good chance.
What a game of
Imagine
cricket.
this one gets hit out of the
What
ground.
a game.
Make it 8 off 3.
T10 cricket. This has had it all.
They're also thinking, we're going to make sure we get to the last ball, which means you need 7 off the next 3.
Hat-trick ball, Vinny.
Oh, wants to go. Naya gets nothing. And so you got Brito at the other end. And Brescia CC, their bench are up and about. The Italians, you can understand why. That's why chasing in a final elimination match.
So they didn't take the 1 off the last ball last over, and in the end,
Now Brito's stranded.
they've had 3 dot balls. It's 3 dot balls this over.
Yeah, Brito was the man that they didn't want on strike, evidently. All right, they need a 6 here. Not going to get one.
Interesting shot.
Well, now you need 2 6s to tie, and Brito, well, cue the music because...
So 2 6s takes us to a golden ball.
Yep, 2 6s for a golden ball.
Does he just chip that into the leg side for 1?
I just think it's a shot he plays on instinct. I don't think that it's
14 off 3.
deliberately
I'm not too
defensive.
sure if I'm dinking it into the leg side for 1. Anyway, here we go. 6 to stay in it.
6 to keep their tournament hopes alive.
Get it.
Doesn't. They'll just get 1, and they're going to amble through for a single. Brescia CC, they look like they've done enough. Just have to bowl a legal delivery here. Well, what a contest we've seen here in Eliminator 3. Brescia CC, they had to get through a sudden death matchup yesterday against Prague CC Kings. And
He's pretty
their
excited.
bench, yeah, they are fizzed up, as you'd say. So Ali Raza Islam, player of the match performance. 2 wickets to go with his 41.
Definitely.
This will be probably just the 1. I don't even know if they will take the 1 in the end, so probably be nothing to finish. And congratulations to Brescia CC as they end up getting through. They keep their hopes alive. They'll meet Cluj in their second qualifier coming up. It's the end of the road for the Swiss, but geez, they've provided some excitement for us this week. Sad to see them go.
Yeah, sad to see them go. They've had their moments in this tournament, but Brescia CC, well, their timing, their run perfectly. They held their nerve at the back end, and that's all you can ask. And, well, they will go through into the preliminary final versus Cluj now. And that's going to be an absolute doozy of a game. They have a lot of self-belief, this team. And what a moment for them. And, well, commiserations to Alton as they walk off, but... they've had a good tournament. They'll be disappointed.
They were a real surprise packet for me because we haven't seen them on ECN since 2020. But it's the Italians that get the chocolates in this crucial matchup. And look, I guess if you look back at that fielding, the fact that you felt that that Alton leaked probably 20 plus in the field and in a game where ultimately it would be decided by 11 runs. The fielding had a lot to do with it. That was a moment Shannon Khan might come to regret depending on what the match referee decides to do about it. And apart from that, you have to say the 2 overs from Bashar Khan were really important. His left arm spin, providing that variety. We didn't see Sajjad with the ball in his hand, and he didn't get the ball in his hand that time either. There was just knife's edge stuff, wasn't it? This game tooed and froze one way, then the other. You just knew you were in for a big finish.
Yeah, absolutely. And there was a bit of spiking. Safi pumped up as he in. You call him Mr. 100%. And Brescia, well, they held their nerve. Stanic's eye, though, he was still there and he was doing his best to get him close to this total as Bubba Hussein also decided to play a little bit of volleyball, disappointed with the catch.
And mentioned in the chat, remember that drop in the last over of the first innings.
Told you.
And essentially cost 18 runs off the bat of Bubba Hussein. He then had his own moment where he dropped a simple catch. So you see that this one was taken. And that was Ali Raza Islam. And it came down to it. It was 1-2. 1-2 punch knocking out Alton in the last. They needed 14. They only got 2 in the end. Not taking the single off the last ball, but still, Ali Raza Islam was a very, very impressive way to close out the match. So Italy, they did not start well, but they did come good when it counts, and now they will meet Cluj in qualifier number 2. Now that match is starting about an hour and 20 minutes. It'll be right here on the European Cricket Network.
Nice little lunch break. But yeah, so I want to just touch on this because I did it for this game, and we said at the end of the Alton innings we had -22 for their fielding effort, and at the end of the Brescia innings we have -5. So they win the fielding by 17 runs, and what was the final result? They won by...
Yeah, they won by 11.
So there you go.
Yeah,
so that's why I think in such tight matches, these runs in the field matter, and by winning the fielding by 17, that got them over the line.
You absolutely nailed it. You identified it as super important, and it probably was the difference between the two sides, as you say. Tiruna Vukarasu, 39, and remember, he got out for the last ball. Masha Khan bowled. I thought maybe it would have been wise to just take the one.
What are your thoughts on reflection now of Stanic's eye not taking that single?
It worked out badly, but I do think there was sound judgment behind it.
Get it, but Brito had just hit a 4 and a 6, so he's not handicapped.
He also missed a couple. You know, he had also missed a couple in that over, so I can see what he was thinking. 2 for 10, Masha Khan, best of the bowlers for me. Ali Raza Islam, though, 2 for 16. He'll remember that last over for a long time. I'm sure he'll take the player of the match for his batting and bowling here in this Eliminator number 3. And, well, what a finish. You see a very low one in the last over. And, see the kids out there. We're going to get them in the middle for a little bit, which I think is always great. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Corey Rutgers. Corey, thanks again for a great week of work. I know you're going to take the afternoon off. You don't have the Guernsey guys here to keep you company today.
Am I allowed back in the fan zone on a Friday?
I think we'll let you in the fan zone. You really livening it up there last week. But I want to say thanks to you for your expert analysis and what you've brought to the table with the commentary this week. It's been great working with you again.
Vinny.
Bit disappointed with the shirt, as a lot of us are, but you know we can work on that. And I tell you what, there's anything but dull at the moment, the ECL 22. And in 2 more matches, we'll find out who will qualify for Group C. So join us. We'll be back about an hour and 15 minutes away to the start of the next game. It'll be qualifier number 2. It'll be Cluj taking on Brescia CC. It'll be Romania and Italy going head-to-head for that coveted spot in the final against Carlton, the Scottish champions. But until then, Vinny Sandu here, along with Corey Rico. We'll be back shortly. Hope you have a nice little break, then join us right back here on the European Cricket Network for more BET2BALL European Cricket League.
This is how we play cricket
On the Costa del Sol.
And welcome back to the Costa del Sol. And it's great to have the kids once again as part of the Cricket School Project. They're from Aloha College in Marbella. And guys, are you having a good time today? Yeah! I'm having a great time, and so are these two teams because they're still in with a chance of Group C qualification. This is qualifier number 2 for the right to meet Carlton, the Scottish champions, in the final. It is Cluj, the Romanian champs, against Brescia CC from Italy. Let's go down to Sir Rob Kemming, the match referee, who's with 2 captains for the coin toss.
BET2BALL. BET2BALL. It is BET2BALL. I ball first.
So Cluj Sajjad, he has won the toss and he's elected to bowl first. Means they'll be chasing this time. Last time they had to do it defending, and what a nail-biting clash they had, just getting past Alton, the Swiss champions, in Eliminator 3 just moments ago. And well, Cluj, they got within the Scottish champions, who are undefeated. Only 10 runs between those two teams earlier today. They've had a bit more time to recover, but let's see which one of these two teams will meet Carlton in the final. Well, guys, it's going to be a big game. Who do you think's going to win? Yeah! All right, let's get ready to get going, because these kids, they are absolutely crazy for cricket, and some of them are just crazy. Let's get ready to go to Rigo Full for the first ball of qualifier 2.
Hello and welcome back to you, our global cricket audience. And I'm sure you're getting ready for this. This is finals day. And we know that one team that have made it all the way through to the final, and that's the team that's been in form. They were tested today a little bit by the team we're going to see here now, Cluj. Cluj lost out to Carlton, the Scottish champions, in that earlier qualifier. It meant that Carlton booked their place in the final, and Cluj, well, they were always going to have a difficult match to see if they can join them there and have another rematch with them. But first, they've got to try and get over Brescia. Brescia are a team that have found their form. They've got their belief back. They're playing well as a team. And Cluj, well, they did very well in that last match against Carlton that they lost early, first up this morning, chasing 130. They just got 10 runs short. It was a cliffhanger. It could have gone anyway. And this one is going to be the same. Cluj versus Brescia. You just saw the team sheets there in front of you. Some very interesting players there. And if they all click, it could really be something special. Look, we got the likes of Baba Hussain, 245 runs in this week so far. Taranjit Singh, 186. And you've got some good top bowlers in there as well. Everything here to play for. Still overcast. That wind you just see there from the flags blowing in the background is pretty strong as well. So it's not going to be the easiest of conditions to be fielding in. But Brescia, they did win the toss, and because chasing has worked for them so far, they've managed to get to the target. That's what they're doing here now, putting Cluj in. And we see that Taranjit Singh, well, he believes, or must believe, that now after that supporting knock with Anand in that last game against Carlton, that he's back to his best. And he's opening up, Taranjit. And Nadi Gotla is at the non-striker. So they're just changing it around a bit. Nadi Gotla, he was very unfortunate, the captain, to be caught off his second delivery. A great catch it was from Dil Raza. Here we go, get ready to go. This man who's impressed, Bashrat Ali. 6 wickets this week so far, and his best has been 2 for 10. Sort of running a, it's hard to say, I was going to say against the wind. But the wind is swirling around. In comes Ali. The batter just also pulls away here. I think that might have been a little bit to do with that wind as well. Sudden gust just came from nowhere. We're ready to go here now. Umpires out there, Anand Shub and Charles Croucher. Here we go, first ball of this must-win battle for both these teams. One of these teams will be playing Carlton in the final. Who will it be? First runs on the board for Taranjit, so a sigh of relief for him. Gets off the mark. He's had his troubles, isn't he? The Ducks in this week after scoring 144 in a day. It then was followed by a hat-trick of Ducks. one goes through. Then he got not the best of shots. It's quite a lazy looking shot, really. It's one of those where you think he's missed it, but if he did get it, I don't think it would have done anything but just go to a fielder. Big appeal, and he's got him. Bashar Ali. Ali got those troubles today continue. That's back-to-back ducks for him. Now he lasted 2 balls first time round, and it's only 2 balls this time as well. It's a sad day. And just have a look at this. That cuts back in, and this is all about if that is going to go on and hit the stumps. Look, he does shuffle across, and yeah, I think that's a fair enough call for me. I think that's the things that Anand Shub would have been thinking about in his mind. He would have thought about it, and he does, and eventually he says, yep, that's going to go on the hit. Finger goes up, and the captain, Satwit Nadigotla, has to make his way back for a 2-ball duck. Brescia strike first in this must-win affair. Welcome to you, our global cricket audience, wherever you are tuning in from. Cricket lovers around the world, I know, are enjoying what the Champions League of Cricket has brought you, coming to the end of the 3rd week. Halfway stage, that's all it is. We've still got 2 more weeks of group cricket to come, so we'll find after today 2 more group champions before we go into finals week. Bashar Ali once more. Oh, that's an absolute peach. Oh, and the hero Anand for Cluj in that titanic battle against Carlton. He made 69 in that one, and he almost was the hero. Well, from hero to villain in no time. What a beauty this is, and well, it's Mr. Evergreen. Old is gold, as I say. Bashar Ali gets right through the defences of Anand, and he knocks middle stump back. What a juicy delivery this is. Jagadepande! Oh, that's an absolute beauty, and I can hear the footsteps of Vinny Sandhu coming up the stairs. I'm sure that he'll have a look of gasp about him about this one. Mr. Maximo, welcome to the commentary hut.
I heard the death rattle, and it's hard to believe, but Rod Shaker up, and you called it, from hero to a 0 in the space of 2 matches. That is cricket, isn't it? Summed up. What a good delivery that was. Bashar Ali, who went for a few in the last game, he's been right on target. And will we see our hat-trick hoodoo of 2022 finally broken? It's Abdul Asif, who didn't have a particularly good time with the bat earlier today. He's going to have to face the hat-trick ball. And those are 2 balls you feel were just right on target. LBW then bowled.
Absolute beauties. And well, would you put it against him? He's been so good. And I've been singing his praises all the time. I just think he's been fantastic. Not just with his bowling, he's taken some fantastic catches as well. Well, he moves to 8 wickets now for his team. He's right up there. He's one of the highest wicket takers. Can he finish?
What a ball to get first up, though. About the swing that he gets.
Hat-trick
swinging
ball
through the gate. Just spot on, top of middle.
He's finally going to get the hat-trick that's eluded us.
Yeah. Will we see it? It was finals day when we saw one drop, and here's Bashar Ali on a hat-trick.
Oh, it's a beauty. It's a juicy ball. Beats him outside the off-line. I suspect this is done a bit. Probably moved away a little bit. Really well bowled.
Yes, it's good stuff. He's gone for the cutter on that occasion. Beats the outside edge of Abdul Asif. It's about time Abdul Asif came good anyway. Not just the 2 wickets, there's only 1 run in this over. Single to Taranjit Singh. Still 1 ball remaining.
No ball called. And he had an issue with this in the earlier match against Alton when he just went over by a few millimetres. So this will be 2 runs, the no ball, and the one to the batter.
Yeah, so a release of pressure. And now you can see he's sending back the deep point, bring up the man at deep backward square. And they can change the field because that was a single change of batter, change of striker. I think he's going to go short outside the off stump, judging by that field position. Anyway, free hit time.
It's to the fielder, but it won't be out. Oh, it could be run out, though. If he hits, he could be in trouble. Oh, well, how close is this? Well, I think looking at it at proper speed, I think maybe he's just got back. Pressure. They disagree. They think they've got their man.
Oh, direct hits are always interesting. Abdulaziz didn't read the room, didn't realise it was a free hit. He's just back.
Yeah.
Just back. But I tell you what, it was a hairy moment. And, well, yeah, Taran knew he hit it straight there. So you see Abdulaziz is ball watching and saying, what are you doing? And he's saying, well, it's a free hit. Turn around. And so, good bit of fielding. Goes unrewarded. All action in the first over. I'll make that 3 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, Brescia, they're really pumped, aren't they? They're well up for this. Showing no signs at the moment of being tired, lethargic, and playing all these games of cricket. They want to be in the big one. They want to be in this Group C final. They want to win that Group C final. They want to make sure that is them, the Italian champions, that make it all the way to finals week. Oh, that's a beaut. What a beaut this is. Comes into him and then moves away.
Shadman Khan comes into the attack, and he is a man maybe lucky to be playing. He got a 1-match suspended ban for his reaction after taking a wicket in the last game, but he is available to play. He's got to stay on his best behaviour.
Probably will be a wide and has been called by Charles Croucher, the sheriff. He's now at the bowler's end. Shot, and this one is beautifully flicked away. Just getting it wrong on the legs, and just a lovely flick. 4 runs, so starting to get moving here. And, that was a nice shot from the man who really does now need to leave his mark, leave his imprint.
That's a good shot.
This championship.
They've still got plenty of time left to build this innings. You know, it was a horror start, but I would say you've got 2 big hitters there. I know we haven't seen the best of Abdulaziz for the most part with the bat this week, struggling with a bit of an injury, but I mean, so was Red Shaker in the last match they played.
Shorter, and not the best way to try and stop it maybe for the man behind the stumps there, Dulu, but doesn't go all the way to the boundary.
There's a little foot attempted to stop from Dulu behind the stumps. Just gets away for 1.
In the air, Ali gets under it, the man of the moment, and no mistake. And Bashrat Ali is all over this scorecard at the moment, and Taranjit Singh, this is really disappointing. You need better from him in this situation. Wickets are falling. He's got to try and bat deep. He's got to try and stay there, but he goes for his shot, and no, you see, head is already up in the air, and all he's doing is scooping this up. Disappointment. Taranjit goes for 1.
Yeah, mistimed, that's the word, and it's better than a duck, but not much better. After 4 ducks, Taranjit falls in this crucial clash for just 1. Another early exit for the season campaigner. That's 3 early wickets now. Cluj are in some serious trouble, 9 for 3.
I mean, the way this has started is disappointing. They have had troubles with the bat, we know that. Got to try and come back strong in this one. Can something happen here? I mean, this is going to be the one that Abdulaziz finally, when needed, performed for his team. As the new batter comes out. And,
this is Siva Perialwa, who first came into the side yesterday on Super Thursday, carrying a bit of an ankle injury. But can bat. They've got a fairly long batting lineup. They're going to need it, it seems.
beaten. This time short. Banged into him, then moving it away. Good spell this from Shadman Khan. And I'm pretty sure that Ambrish have done this before anyway. I'm sure that Bashrat Ali will come back as well here. He'll want the ball back. It's this one. There's the man we're talking about doing the fielding.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to bring him back as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Does like that new ball as well. End of the over, so it's 2 overs down. And the score is 9 for 3.
I think 10 with that single.
Yeah, 10. Tick it over. Sorry, it cost you a run there, but yeah, so 10 on the board. And, well, they need a partnership here, don't they? They've had 3 come and go in the first 2 overs.
It's going to be Ali. So the last in the power play. Cluj, the Romanian champions, are in all sorts of trouble. Ali, Shiva, they do take the single. And look at this field. The 2 men out at the moment are both on the leg side, so that's where they believe that they're going to target Ali. And I just think the reason for that is it's a short ball that's coming here at some point, because normally he doesn't really bowl too short. And he comes. Oh, this could be gone. It is. And this time, Anand Shubh, the umpire, doesn't have to wait too long. He gives this straight away. Basharat Ali, well, he's putting in a performance of his lifetime here at the moment. Let's see this. It goes wide. Yeah, that's just plumb.
That is out.
There is no way you're going to come back from this. Look at that. That's hitting middle.
Yeah, it's about the point of impact being on the left-hand side of the stumps. And Basharat Ali says, yeah, well, I'm delivering at the moment. And he might look like the Italian answer to WG Grace, but he is looking pretty good out there in the middle. Abdul Azif, his miserable run continues with the bat. He has to go for 6. And now the score 11 for 4.
Yeah, this is just amazing stuff. Absolutely amazing. I'm going to call it early. I think we may even have a 5er here. He is bowling so well. I think every batter that's coming out that's going to that end, when Basharat Ali's got the ball in his hand, is going to be quivering. This man, well, Vasu Sani, he's been good. He's been a consistent performer for them. So much now depends on these 2 out there. So much. It's really, you've got to say, this is the last of the recognised batters.
Yeah, we got Saini. You still got Mishra. For some reason, didn't bat Mishra before, towards the end of the first match today. Yeah, it's a tough one because he does get some to kind of cut away from you, get some to hold their line. He's just bowling with a lot of confidence. And you're calling a 5er. He's only got 3.
Yeah,
so we need to get 2 in 4.
Yeah, he's just bowling so well. Surely he's going to just keep that line. And the way he's getting those Yorkers in, Vinny, I mean, you know me, I'm always wanting to say to bowlers, get the Yorkers going.
Well, Saini, technically, is a very good bat. Let's see if he can handle Basharat Ali.
Oh, this one beats him for pace.
And now you're thinking a bit defensively. How can you not be if you're going out there, if you're Vasu Saini? So you're also going to burn balls here. You imagine that you will. Hey, remember last time these 2 teams met? It was in match 2 of this week. And Cluj, a lot of people thought was an upset. And he put 91 on the board. They went, and that was enough. They were able to defend it. HSCC, the Italian champions, couldn't chase it down. So they'll get some heart from that. Need to get something competitive on there, though.
Yeah. No run there. He wants to try and get to the other end. Fielders coming in, attacking. Isn't it the difference? I mean, Russia, now they're on a sort of a winning spell and they're on a high, everybody's got that spring in their step.
Yeah, and you see the difference in the approach from Saini. He's just almost happy to play this one out, knowing that he doesn't want to get out.
Yeah.
But then this means we're going to have a power play that's very, very low in the runs column for Cluj.
This is the 3rd, and he's made a meal of this. As soon as he starts moving here, the fielder, and that's Bashar Khan, the spinner, I thought he was going to miss this. He doesn't look confident. Look at him, arms and legs are all over the place, and he doesn't get down. Look, he's just not in position, and he lets this go past, and that's going to be very disappointing.
Yeah, well, Corey, you know you're in the fan zone. Go get the pen and paper out. This is about the spin. 2nd or 3rd bounce. It'll break from the fielder's right to left. He didn't get the memo, so we've got 1 more ball. You can kiss your 5 for goodbye. Does have 3 for 8, though. What a spell this is to start qualifying number 2 by Basharat Ali.
No run there either, so he will finish the 3 for 8. Should be 3 for 4, really. You consider there was a horrendous misfield there, but what a performance. 15 scored in the power play, but the big number is the wickets, 4 down.
Yeah, very, very good power play for Brescia CC, picking up 4 top order bats. We had a question for Thomas in the chat. Hello, Thomas Holton. He was asking for a replay of the first wicket. Well, the good thing about watching on YouTube is you can go back and you can have a look yourself. Unfortunately, Natagodla was the first man to fall. A bit of discussion about Shadnan Khan, who's about to come on to bowl his second over. Yeah, he was given 1 match ban, but it was suspended. So if he was to fall foul of the referee again, that would be added to whatever other penalty. A lot of people think he was maybe a little bit lucky to get away with it, Rico. I don't know if you saw that incident.
I didn't see it all, I have to admit. I know there's been talk about it. Yeah, I mean, it all depends. Just see this delivery first. Yeah, it depends on the eye of the tournament referee, and of course the report that the 2 on-field umpires would have reported back to him, just how serious they think it was. It could have been, I would say, maybe perhaps a level 1 offence, and therefore a level 1 offence doesn't carry an immediate suspension, but there is a warning, and it also is, you do it again, then you will be banned. Nicely played.
The issue is, for me, again, I'm not totally always up to date with the code of conduct, but I felt like there was some contact made between him and the batter. Whoever initiated that contact, I'm not 100% sure, but certainly was an incident that doesn't, I think, sum up the spirit this tournament's been played under.
Short and put away. It goes over, and that's what I like to see. He goes over the offside. A lot of batters would have opted to take on the leg side, especially when there's nobody in the vicinity of square leg, but he plays these on merit. This is a really nice shot.
Yeah, really nice shot. Is this the game where Seaver's going to come good? We've seen glimpses. Of course, he missed the first 3 days with an ankle injury that's been nagging him over the last couple of weeks. But that was a nice stroke.
And he plays it into third man. No mistakes on this occasion. From the fielder, Bashar Khan.
Yeah, nice little guide down. So signs of a recovery here.
Look at the trousers there of the sheriff. I mean, there's something going on down there, isn't there?
Yeah.
His phone is ringing.
Ants in his pants.
His phone is vibrating.
It's like, you know those big inflatable things you put on the top of, for advertising? The big inflatable men.
Well, that just tells you that wind is... Oh, well, there you go. We're talking about the sheriff's trousers, and because of the wind, well, the wind is strong enough to knock the bails off. So, and all of it now, look at it now. It's completely stopped. That's what's happening here at the moment. The wind is coming and going. It's changing direction. Nicely played, but this time straight to the hands of that man there. Baba Hussain in that position. Remember, he dropped, which was a dolly of a catch. That's something he wants to put behind him. How important that could have been. And that is the end of the over. So it is 22, but the key thing is 4 wickets down. They need to try and get this recovery. And you're absolutely right. I think the likes of Shiva and Abdul Sith, they haven't really scored big runs before.
Yeah.
But if they can, I mean, they just got to be a little bit smart here. They can't be taking any risks.
They've got Saini there. Obviously, Sif has gone. Look, I'm going to try and get a catch here. We've got the kids down the cricket school. Watch this. In it comes. Bang. And isn't that great that the kids, and where were you? You would know you were there.
Listen,
I'm just going to play a bit of catch for the
I'll
kids
tell you where I was. You're taller than me. You can see it coming.
No, one more. Look at it. These kids are so good. We've been training them. Here we go. Rico, you want one?
Here we go.
I'll do a Corey to you.
No,
Better be
okay,
quick.
Corey.
You've got 5 seconds.
Team catch. Come on,
there it
team
is.
catch. How's that?
There we go. I think you just missed it. Bad luck. All right. Here's the next one to start the 5th.
Good stop.
Yeah, that time is a good stop. It's been tough, hasn't it?
Who is
tough
it?
Going.
Well, tell me who it is.
Guess who?
Who's making the stop? It's only one man. No. He's wearing the colour green because it is Mr. Evergreen. He just keeps going. He's up for this, isn't he? He's up for this.
Bashar Khan's been so good.
On now here to Basu. And Sani, nothing there. No run. There's the captain there, Cluj Sergeant. And well, it's nice to have the
They're up here as well.
College of Marbella here.
They're everywhere.
I'm going to move out the way so you can get your lovely smiles in for the camera.
There you go. Give the camera a big wave, guys. It's great to have you here. I'm glad the weather's held out as well. It's called the Costa del Sol for a reason. Normally it's a lot of sunshine. Today a few clouds around.
Well bowled again. That's that Yorker length delivery. And you get that right. Not too many batters are going to put that away.
And it's been great to have the kids in all week. It was a nice full delivery. And it got Siva reaching.
This time it just worked away on the onside. Mid-wicket's got a long way to come. There's nobody inside the circle there. So does well. Are they going to take him on here? Are they just thinking of rebuilding maybe until the end of probably the end of the 7th over, and then try from there to try and get the score to around about 80, 90. Well, this one's going to be really close, but just keep an eye. The umpire saying leg bias. I'd like to see this again. Was this outside the
leg
line?
side, I think, just with the movement, taking it on. I think
Going down the leg.
maybe hits him just in line, but good decision. And so that's the end of the over. 26 for 4. Yes, here we are with the kids from Aloha College Marbella. And every week we have a different school coming as part of the Cricket School Project. And you guys have been a pleasure. I have to say, I've really enjoyed everyone I've met from Aloha College Marbella this week. He's signing a few autographs this week as well. And we've been making signs. They've been out there in the middle. And so it's just great that you can be a part of it. And hopefully you enjoy the entertainment today. It's been great, hasn't it?
I've liked their artwork as well. There's been
Yeah.
some great signs. And I'll tell you who've been absolutely chuffed by it. It's the Turkish champions.
Yeah.
Zed and Bruno Zafar, they were absolutely overwhelmed by the kids going up to them, wanting their autographs. And they've made some lovely drawings and paintings for them. So well done. Top work.
Yeah, they have been very creative. And I tell you what, Zayt and Benazaffa, they're in the house, by the way. You just see they've pulled up to the ground, so big welcome to them. And you see that precious CC, they've got a few smiles on their faces, but I've learnt, as you would know as well, Rico, you don't call games in the first half of the first innings because a lot can change.
Definitely not. I mean, anything can happen here, and especially if you keep finding boundaries. And, well, this one, well, what's he done here? He's kicked this... Well,
He's booted
this a long way. But we've seen this before. I think it's probably already gone past the boundary.
I think he kicks
when
it
he's
from
hit
the
it.
field. Look,
No,
poof.
he doesn't. Oh, what's he done? Look at this. What is it? He needs to block here. You see, that's why not too many cricketers do play football. That's an own goal.
Yeah, it was an own goal, wasn't it? I suppose he wasn't getting there again. Sometimes you get players just not that comfortable going with the hands first. All right, 4 and a badly needed 4 for Periawa.
Shot. Oh, it's up in the air and it's going, and that's staying hit. Balle, kinna sona. And, well, we were talking about the Turkish champions. Well, there they are. They're in the house now, and they're doing a bit of fielding already. They just can't keep them away from the cricket ball. They just love it.
Their fielding has improved a lot, and it's improving even more. They're not even on the field now. Zayt Brenner Zaffa, welcome to you. And Prague CC Kings also have arrived at the ground to watch the conclusion of finals day here in Group C. We'll find which team will make it back for Championship Week.
Asking the question, and shake of the head. Certainly.
Yeah, down leg side,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, going down leg side. It's just thumping into the pad. So, two batters there, just communicating with each other. Siva, he's moved into the 20s.
And nails of Mark Pilic right, getting a workout, as you'd imagine.
Got no pad with him today. Running hard, which is good to see. Trying to put the pressure on, and, well, they do think about it.
They didn't go that far, even with the fumble. I think they were a bit worried they wouldn't make it back. Now look, what's their best case scenario here? I mean, they'll be about 40 off 6. 2 a ball gets them to 88, and they did defend 91.
That's
Don't
what they'll be laughed at.
Yeah, I mean,
I would say,
something you can bowl at.
yeah.
Something you can bowl at.
Go down to third. But yeah, I mean, they'll be. I mean, if they do get to a score between sort of 80 and 90, I mean, if something sensational happens, could be more than that. They'll basically be saying, look, we've had this match before, it wasn't a high-scoring one, and we won it, and we can do it again. And it also comes down to how much do they want to be in that final.
Yeah.
They get runs on the board, and they even if they're slightly below par, they've still got the runs on the board.
Yeah, 40 for 4 after 6 overs. See how that 2 a ball takes them to 88. I think also the pressure of the chase. You know, I think it's a tricky little one to chase. You'd expect Precious CC to do it, but, you know, you can imagine they might be a bit more conservative, knowing it's a smaller target. And last time, they got up to 90, but they lost by a single run to Cluj.
Basha Khan, he's come back into the lineup yesterday as Imran Naveed is still struggling with that injury. And he's been really clever the way he's bowled. Only 3 off his first over.
Yeah.
And he's back again now. It's just finding it really hard to time him up and get him away.
Yeah, look, I like the way he bowls because, I mean, okay, he could fly it up, but he knows there's always a risk of the big shot there. So he's sort of angling it in, and he's sort of keeping it pretty flat as well. See that again? He's almost darts it, and he's dipping. Not the best of throws for Basha to have to deal with.
That's a good block by the bowler.
He does well.
Used the gluteus maximus to make sure that wasn't getting past him. He's got 3 more balls here, Basha Khan.
Goes across, but I think from the way that shot's been played there, looks like it may have been going down leg.
Yeah, but I mean, this is close. This is really close. And yeah, maybe just going on, but if that gets given, I could understand what the umpire's thinking. Touch and go.
Yeah, I think it's probably just going to carry on to drift. This one is a mis-stumping.
Well, I'll give you a tip. He doesn't have to stump him. You know why? This has crashed into the stump. He's bowled.
There you go. He's bowled him. I didn't see that. Well, you see, that's the things. These stumps do camouflage quite nicely in that carpet. Well, he's got him. Well bowled.
Yeah, well, he was the quicker one again. And Sivakumar Periawa, he's trying to up the ante. Didn't get much. Let's have a look at it from front on. We'll get a better idea of what happened. Yeah, just crashes into that off stump.
Yeah, I'd like to see this again because when you see it go, I mean, we don't see the view of it, does it? Yeah. Okay, fair dues.
Yeah, there you go. Rico's convinced.
I'm convinced now. He had it well protected, but that's really well bowled. Look, he knows straight away. He's certainly mastered his art, hasn't he? And he's just getting the ball in the right place. He's making the batters make the mistake. Did he need to play that shot, Vinny? Did he need to go after him?
I feel like he needs to do something, though. I mean, they still have batting to come, and here's Mishra. I was a bit surprised we didn't see towards the end of the last game. Can't give it a whack. He's just going to have to deal with 1 ball from Basha. She squeezes away for a single. And that will be the end of 7. So Brescia CC still well on top. Good spell from Basha Khan. 1 for 5 off his 2. The score is 43 for 5. And, well, you can see exactly where we're at on finals day. We started the day with qualifier 1 between Carlton and Cluj. Carlton getting over the line by 10 runs. They booked their place in the final. Then we saw Alton bow out, knocked out by Brescia CC in the eliminator. The second match of the day. So now these 2 teams, Cluj and Brescia CC, they're fighting for a place in the final. Coming up, last match of the week against Carlton. And the winner of that, of course, will get to come back to Championship Week. So a lot to play for. Jeez, we've had some really entertaining cricket today, haven't we, Rico?
We certainly have. Don't worry, Johnny. John Woodward. I'm having a few carrots. I don't go the juice. I do it the healthy style. I'll just have a carrot in between overs.
I'll tell you what we've learnt, though, is if I ever get bowled and you're umpiring, I'll be standing my ground. I won't be walking.
Listen, I'm a long way away from the action here, you know. And don't forget, the batter didn't look for where I am. The batter had it camouflaged. I just saw it ricochet back off the keeper.
We're back to try to avoid getting stumped. It was too late. Here's Mr. 100%, Abdul Safi.
Oh, this one goes past. It does hit pad on the way through, so
hard to get an LBW if you bowl that length from over the wicket.
Yeah, and it's on the up as well, isn't it?
Vasu has been a bit of a Houdini the way he's gotten Cluj out of some tight binds. I think this is his greatest challenge yet at the moment as we head into the last quarter of this innings.
Taking him on, a good throw and he's in trouble. Oh, well, even if it's a bad throw, because if it's right at him, the bowler just inquiring politely, but look, no, of course it's not. He doesn't change his line or anything. He gets hit by it.
Bounces off something. And Hamid Al-Safi has been pretty good. Wasn't hit one of the biggest 6s I've ever seen this morning, but apart from that, he's been excellent for Brescia CC.
Good delivery, really good bowling. And they're just not taking the foot off the pedal, are they, Brescia here? They want this, they're hungry. And, every bowler that's come on, being well supported vocally by the teammates, by the dugout. They're up for it, they're fighting. They want to have another crack at Carlton. Safi gets that length again. Just so difficult to get away, isn't it, Vinny?
Been so consistent with that. The amount of times I see bowling at the end of the innings, and I'm thinking, look, you can bowl that ball 6 times in a row. You're going to have a good over, especially unless you have a batter that can really ramp and play that shot, which is a big, risky shot at this stage. Last ball, Safi's over. There's only 2 off it so far.
Can he finish well? Well, makes a bit of room for himself. He take 1, eyeing up the 2, but again, great pickup, good throw. He wouldn't have got there, only get the 1, end of the over. 47 for 5.
Oh, excellent, excellent over, including the leg by. There's only 4 off that one. And they're not even 50 after 8 overs. And you can trace this all back to the work of the opening bowlers, Bashrat Ali and Shanan Khan, who picked up 4 wickets in the power play. Cluj have always been playing catch-up since then. And now, here's a man that held his nerve last time around, Ali Raza Islam. He did bowl back in the 6th. Went for 14 with a 4 and a 6 in there, but he certainly was good at the end of the innings last time. He's going to bowl over number 9. It all happens in the 9th, Rico.
Into the deck, does get a single. And, just plays this a little bit early. Tani, if he waits for it, he would have had the opportunity to try and get it past in between the man at 3rd and be backward point. It's so difficult, isn't it? I mean, they're bowling so well. They're not giving you anything. I've been impressed. There haven't been so many short balls halfway down the track. They've really got their lines right in this one. Away.
Cash Mishra in the chat.
One.
Cash is hoping from one Mishra to another that Gaurav Mishra is going to come up with a bit of magic. But at the moment, yeah, it's discipline and it's length. I think that's the length more than anything that Italy have got right in this innings.
Yeah.
And so Vasu, he's been good hitting straight. I think that's what he'll be aiming for. But he needs something he can pick up.
Nice. Short and wide. Does get the batter having a go at it. But you don't need to be bowling there. Stick to what's worked. Not just for you, but for the other bowlers. Full and straight. They're just, I mean, that's what you can hear them saying. They're coming to the end, to the end. We don't want to get one bad over in here.
Yeah.
Just keep it tight.
And even when they do finish this innings, pressure, CC, it'll be a job only half done.
That's better. You see the difference it makes. Finishes, gets that right up there, just a single.
Starved him of boundaries in this innings. There's only been 4 4s and a 6, a single 6.
And the wide brought up the 50, 51 it is now.
Yeah.
3 balls in this, the 9th, and then
hard to see him getting out of the 60s, isn't it?
This is up in the air. Watch the spin. He does. Keeps it to 1 again. You just get the feeling, don't you, that with Russia after they didn't have the best of starts. Had those, we talked about that defeat to Cluj, that would have hurt them, and then against Alton as well. Alton made 120 in match number 5, and they got to 160. Sorry, they batted first, but 160, and then Alton just getting it towards the end because of 1 bad over. And they needed to pick them up, themselves up. They did. The ton from Pablo Hussain helped in that win against Sydney Bunazefa, but then they lost again. But that one, I suppose, it was one that maybe most people expected because it was against Carlton. But they have now started to put some results together. And the most important thing is, as we see here, not only are they starting to bowl well, the bowling was never the problem, but batters are starting to score runs. This one will go to the boundary, and it gets it past the man at square and goes all the way. So, well, I think you can tell us, Vinny, how long it's been since we've had a boundary.
Yeah, it's been a while.
A long time.
Well, the last boundary before that came off ball 5.3, so it was basically 3.5 overs between boundaries for Cluj. That's only their 5th 4 of the innings, 1 single 6. 57 for 5 off 9. Raza Islam going for 23 off his 2 overs. They've been okay against him, but yeah, the other bowlers have been super tight. In fact, there's only 2 overs in double digits in this entire innings. The 6 went for 14, and that one went for 10 just then in the 9th. But apart from that, every single over has been under 10. So you know you're going to be in a bit of trouble. Some of them have been under 5 as well. And you got to say, when you win the toss and elect to bowl, this is exactly how you want it to work out if you're Brescia CC. Yep. And now you've got Abdullah Safi coming off a very good death over in the 8th, coming back to bowl the last.
Straight to the fielder, good throw, he's in trouble. And well, they're asking, and I think he's going to be gone here. A great bit of work, great pickup, great throw. And, well, I think Ali Raza Islam has got him.
Yeah, what a good bit of fielding. I mean, nothing going right for the Romanians. I mean, this is just hitting one stump from side on. And Mishra is going to have to go. Oh, what an excellent bit of fielding. I mean, Mishra is backing up. He's doing everything right. He goes straight away. It's going to have to be a sensational piece of fielding to see him removed. And there it was, hitting one stump. So Brescia CC really turning it on in qualifier number 2. What a great piece of work. Now 57 for 6.
Yeah, that's just fantastic from a man who's impressed. You said you were impressed with his bowling. Ali Raza Islam, I've been impressed with his batting. He hits the ball so well. His all-round performance has been great. And there's a sign of what he can do in the field as well. Excellent pick-up and throw. You saw the bowler, Safi, he's screaming. Hamidullah Safi is saying, come on, my end. Raza knew what he was doing. Direct hit, another one goes. And trying to beat the camp there, of course. They have their opportunity to try and do the same to Brescia when they get out there, but they're not giving themselves any runs to play with.
So here's Nishant Devray. He's the man who they sent out at the end of that tense encounter with the Scottish champions Carlton. Left-hander.
Oh, he's giving this a whack. It goes all the way. Balle. Gidna, Sona and Samir. Well, Samir does a little bit of the... Well, is he the new Corey?
Oh, no. We're going to have to start a counter on Samir. And as that's... Mejit Zaga is there, and he's wanting a catch. It's over him. Samir did everything right there, except hold on to the ball. Safi goes for Maximo.
This is hit pretty well as well. He would love to get back on strike. Well, let's try and put... Look, this is where I think you got to go. Go, run. I mean, he's got to get back on strike, hasn't he?
Here's the thing. They sent out Devray, remember, late in that game against Carlton, needing boundaries, and he wasn't able to make contact with the ball, unfortunately for him. And they've got Saini out there. I don't know, look, he's got 12 off 21, but to be fair, he's come at an awkward time, and they've bowled really well to him. They haven't given him too many boundary balls at all. He's just got a single boundary in his innings. They're trying to hold it together, and now they're out of time. It's time to go.
Shot, oh, it's another. What a pickup this is off his feet. Well, Safi goes for the full, and well, Sani is waiting for it, clips it away. 6 more, shaka time. Well, Prakash Mishra in Bulgaria saying we need a magical over to Cluj. Well, it looks like it could be.
Yeah, I mean, that is change of angle from Safi that I don't think he needed, because he's been really effective over the wicket, and now he will go back over. Sani just using the pace.
Got to 70. Didn't see this coming.
Give it anything to get to 80 somehow. Big borrow with steal. 2 to come.
Oh, he's got him again, and it's 6 more. Ginna, Sona, Gea, Shaka. Lucky, well, that's gone in the cube. There's nobody home, so you have to get it yourself.
It was a one-way ticket to the giant ice cube as Mishra finds his timing at a good moment. Again, he's using the pace of Safi. Doesn't hit the Yorker. And bang. That one will be nice and cold when it comes back. Saini finding it at just the right time. Last ball, 76 on the board.
This is better. This is where he was before he changed it. Goes for a single, but look, I tell you what, he's done his team a massive favour. Both these batters take nothing away from the big 6 and Devra hit. Then he gets a single. Insani, well, he finds his touch. Well, he's given his team something. 77 at one point. We didn't think they were going to get out of the 60s. So these two, they have shown a bit of fight. And again, the conversation they'll be having is, well, if only our top order fired. It didn't.
We have seen...
But take nothing away from that quality spell of bowling at the beginning.
Yeah, we'll see in a second. But I mean, we have seen these kind of scores defended, haven't we? Particularly in a cutthroat game as it is, as Saini and Devray get off the field. And then, look at this. We had all sorts of party action going on here in the commentary box as the kids, they've enjoyed what they've seen today. Cluj, they impressed this morning against Carlton, but they didn't impress with the bat early on as 4 wickets tumbled into power play. It was all about that man, Basharat Ali.
Yeah, Ali was on fire. He gets something that he got the first, and then this one. Oh, what a beauty that was. If he just on fire, Anand could do nothing about it. The hero, 69 he scored in the match, the cliffhanger against Carlton, but he couldn't score anything here. Then there was this one, and well, they said, no, he's just made it back. But the troubles weren't over, though there were 1 or 2 nice shots, as if he got going. Shiva, he tried to play some big exotic shots, but I don't think there was any need for that. He was on 22 at the time. He just needed to be patient. He couldn't be patient. And Basharat Ali takes the catch, and then he cut. This one was absolutely plumb. Brilliant bit of bowling, and then he gets Abdul Asif LBW for 6 as well. So he's saying he's all in my stride. At that point, I already was saying he's going to get maybe 5 wickets, but he was let down by the field there.
Yeah, they needed all the help they could get at this stage.
This one, well, kicks that over as well.
There you go. Sometimes, in other sports, you get to kick balls into the crowd and they can keep them. That was the only maximo to that point by Sivakumar Perialwa. And we would see 3 more late in the innings. And, well, you know, they were doing their best, having some fun. And what happened here? We had an absolute blowout. The kids are rolling down the hill, rolling around, having a bit of fun. Well, we've seen some going for a tumble today. Perialwa got bowled, and Bashar Khan delivering with the ball. They just could not get hold of him in his 2 overs. Not a single boundary of him. And then, well, with things looking very, very dire, 47 off 8 overs. They just got a bit of a wriggle on. They got 30 off the last 2, if they lost Mishra along the way. But, yeah, these 3 sixes in the last over, even though 1 was dropped by Samir, at least it gives them something on the board. 77, well, it's walking sticks to defend, 77. And, well, Cluj will have to do it, otherwise they'll be walking back to Bucharest. Although we will try and get them there by aeroplane. But still, 78 will be the target for Bresh CC for the right to meet the Scots in the final. Saini top scoring with 25 not out, but for a lot of his innings he was bogged down, just got away a little bit in the last over. Perialwa with an important 22. No one else able to crack double digits. Mishra and Devray just helped them get there. But, well, they're going to have to field and bowl out of their skins if they're going to defend this total. 3 for 8, Basharat Ali. Wasn't he a star with the ball? But Bashar Khan, look at that. Just 5 runs conceded. Also picking up the wicket of Sivakumar Perialwa. Shanan Khan with the other wicket. But, well, Rico, one thing I would say is that, as my coach used to tell us, look, we've got the runs on the board. We've got 77. They've got to get them. And there's every chance that the Romanians could come out and do a number on the Italians. Although I do think it's fair to say that the men in green, the Italian champions, Bresh CC, will be heavy favourites now to go through to meet Carlton after that bowling and fielding effort.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, a lot of it depends. When you look at the bowling attack of the Romanian champions, Cluj, nobody really stands out as somebody that really creates too many problems. And to give you an idea of that, Charanjit Singh is their second highest wicket taker, and on top is Abdul Latif. They're going to have to be at the best. But what they're really going to have to do for me here, Benny, is they're going to have to put a ring around the batters. They've got to be attacking and say, right, the only way we're winning this is to get the wicket. So, okay, if it's going to go over the top, it goes over the top. We know that's the way that Brescia are going to bat. They're going to play their shots. They're not going to change the way they go about this. They're going to still try and win this in 6 or 7 overs. It's their style. But let's create the pressure. Let's try and force them to make a mistake. And if they can get those early wickets, who knows? Anything can happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. Anything probably will. If you know anything about the European Cricket Network, join us in just a few minutes. We'll be back with the chase. Bresh CC needing 78 for victory to go through to the Group C final. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hopefully you're having a great Finals Friday. We are enjoying ourselves, and back with more cricket shortly. You're watching ECN, and this is the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
Bienvenidos and welcome back for a very exciting conclusion perhaps to this match, this qualifier number 2 between Cluj and Borussia. Cluj, the champions of Romania, didn't have it all their own way with the bat. The first 5 overs, they got blown away really by the pace of Bashar Ali and Shadlan Khan, but they did get some sort of fight back. They were 26 for 4 after 5. It finished on 77 for 6, thanks to some good hitting by Siva and also Vasu Sani towards the end. But really, they'll believe that they needed more runs on the board, but they also have to believe that they're able to stop this strong Borussia side getting to this target of 78. Here's the first delivery, and he just keeps this inside the tram line. So it's Abdul Asif. You can see he's one of many players in this finals day that are feeling some of the aches and pains. Bowling to Dulu. Ali Raza Islam is the non-striker. Goes up in the air with this carry. Oh, just dropped short, but that's really well done by the fielder out there. It's excellent fielding. Makes the stop once he realises he's not carrying. So he throws himself at it, stop this ball going past it. Really well done. That's what they're going to have to do out there, Cluj. They're going to have to be brave. They're going to have to fight. They're going to have to throw themselves around. And if an opportunity comes their way, they're going to have to snatch it up. As if. Nicely played shot from Raza Islam. One thing I'd say, Raza Islam, that every time he just comes out there, from the moment he hits the first ball, it just sounds so sweet. His timing is absolutely marvellous. He always gets himself off the mark as well. He likes to just play one down, get off the mark, and then he will look to go big. And this is cleverly worked away. Chase on for the fielder, not going to get there. And was giving this leg buys. I thought maybe he may have got a little bit on this. Just have a look at this. But I mean, it's still clever. It's always going down the legs. Yeah, I'm sure that's off the bat, you know. I think he'd be a little bit disappointed to see that given his leg buys. Yorker delivery, this time no run. That's what Cluj have to do, you see, attack it, get the throw in, good backing up. It's nicely done, and Umar Ahmed Safi, the youngster, backing up. What a good series he's had. He's really been one of the shining stars. And here he is again. And oh, he's got a chance, and the batter can't pick himself up. A good throw, he's in trouble, he's gone. Oh, how unfortunate that is. And that's disaster. And he's down. I think he's okay. I think he's just more upset than anything else. Well, that's a big one. They needed something to go their way, and they've got it. Dulu here. He plays a shot, and then he gets stuck in his crease, and then he tries to get going, and down he goes again. Maguire, follow. Oh, he goes down. Then he just couldn't recover, and then he charges, gets the dive in here, but he's not going to get there. And I was just talking about the youngster, wasn't I? Safi. Safi does it, puts the pressure on, and he assesses the situation well, gets a good throw in, and Dulu goes despite the desperate lunge there. Oh, you've got to say that's unfortunate. There's some conversation happening out there. I'm not really sure what this is about. What's happened here?
I'm just back. Maybe it's whether there's an appeal.
Oh, yeah, he has been given out, yeah.
Yeah, well, maybe they were
about.
having a look, but I tell you what, he was well out, wasn't he, in the end? And there might be some discussion about, there was an incident a while ago where the batter trips over and do you run him out or not? I think when you run, it's your responsibility to keep your feet. If I have to be completely honest. It's called a run for a reason. And it's good awareness. Abdul Asif back to the stumps. And yeah, he gave it everything, but you see, it's a batless Dulu who finds himself in a bit of strife. And well, you need something to go your way, don't you? It was a good throw executed by Umar Ahmed Safi as well. So the first wicket goes down at 6 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they need. They needed an early wicket. They need a few, to be honest. But they have got one. They've got Dulu back.
I hope the pitch is okay after that, because Dulu, he gave it, credit to Dulu, he gave it everything he had to try and get there. He wasn't giving up. Well done by the Romanians to execute that chance. And yeah, survival of the fittest.
First over down, 6 for 1. They've got the 1 wicket. Kohli trying to get another. And he's bowling to a man that I've been really impressed with, the talented Baba Hussain, the only man to have registered 100 in this BET2BALL European Cricket League. In fact, he's the only man so far this year in European Cricket Network to have scored 100. 102 not out at worst.
What do you think about that run out, though?
In what sense?
I think, some people may say it was a bit cruel to run him out, but it's not like the run was an obvious run, right?
Yeah, it's not cruel at all. It's unfortunate. This one is unfortunate. Cluj that it goes in between the two fielders. So 4 runs. So Baba Hussain, he's off and running. And, he is a class act. No, I mean, look, it's unfortunate. These things happen. You know, he's tripped over. He just hasn't been able to get his balance. And he has to go. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, it's bad luck is what it is for the batter. But yeah, I don't think it's not the spirit of the game.
It's a bit like how many of those, your favourites when the bat plugs.
Yeah, true.
Oh, it's in the same area again. It's not a good line for Kohli to be bowling. And somebody of the class and calibre of Baba Hussain, well, he's going to put these away even in his sleep, isn't he?
Yeah, it's ill-directed. Just gives him something he can get inside. Just turns it off the hip. Good batting. Kohli's got to sort this out quick.
Bowling down the wrong line. Got to get that ball outside the off stump. He's got to pitch it up. Do what Brescia did for the majority of their innings. Get those Yorker length deliveries in. It's a better one.
Yeah. I remember a run out yesterday where we had 2 bats in the crease and no batters. Trying to think of the weirdest run-outs we've had this week. The one where one batter dropped his bat turning for the second. The other batter came down his plug. Yeah. So we had 2 bats, and 2 bats and no batters.
Yeah, all at the same end. And then the wicket-keeper gives the wrong bat to the batter. He said, no, that's not mine. I don't want it. Short. Work to be done here by Taranjit.
Oh, what game was that yesterday? That was hilarious. Yeah, it was one of the Alton games where it said, here, I think it might have been Pillai that was run out from Scotland. But the keeper goes, here's your bat. And he said, that's not my bat. That's the other bat.
Yeah, that was good.
Oh, this is easy. I got one for you after this ball.
Okay.
I'll wait for this ball.
Kohli coming in for the last of his first over. And this is worked away as well. But don't get it in the gap. Safi gets the throw in. Do like Safi's fielding. He's just absolute lightning.
Yeah.
And you've got to have a go. I think you do. You can pick up a wicket here. Send another one back. Look, you see, he would have been in. In fact, this hits the back. The foot of the wicket with the back.
Yeah.
Look, talk to us about what's happening next week.
Yeah, well, I'm going to come back to that in a second. But Group D, Group of Death, VSC Rotterdam, we talked about them a fair bit, of course, because they're defending champions. MSC Frankfurt from Germany, Albi Salmi from Sweden, Austin Exiles from Belgium, Malta Super Kings from Malta. Oh, it's going to be a huge week. Petersburg Sporting, I think they're going to have their work cut out for them dealing with those 5 teams. And Group E still to come. We've got teams from the Netherlands as well as Jersey, Spain, Portugal, Greece and Cyprus. Smorgasbord of cricketing action still to come in ECL 22. Pushes, get sent back. So here's my question, and I've looked at this and I don't see it anywhere in the laws. So say that say the batters collide and or say there's that bat on the ground. It's not your bat, but you've dropped your bat. Can you pick up the other guy's bat and run with it? As we see the next ball, it's going to be 1 bounce, 4 again. Just getting angled in a little bit too much towards the batsman. Ali Razi is lineman. He gets 4. Not good bowling.
Can you pick it up, Ron? Yeah, I'm sure you can. It'd be interesting if he picks it up and then dives and gets himself in, but it's not.
That's what I'm saying. So if you're sliding a guy's bat that's not your bat, are you in or not?
This is a nicely timed, or is it? No, it's not. It goes into the hands of one of the top fielders of Cluj, Masisani. Well, it was more of a timed effort rather than a big hit, but it doesn't go to plan. So Ali Raza Islam, who normally times the ball really well, gets this one wrong, and he chips up a catch. Still needed to be taken. See this here? This is the sort of shots that he's been playing all the time, and he normally gets them right, but this one just doesn't come off the middle of the bat.
No.
The timing's not there. Catch is taken.
Bat turns in his hand slightly. Vasu's picked that up really quickly. Such a good pair of hands. He's had a good week, Vasu Saini. And well, takes that catch. And just got to keep hoping he can keep picking up wickets, remove the dangerous hitters, and take this game deep. Precious CC lose a second, and it's 20 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, we always say you pick up 3 wickets in the power play, and anything is possible, and that's exactly what's happening here. Nice to see Taranjeet and Baba Hussain sharing a word, a polite conversation between the two men that probably admire each other's talents.
John Woodward thinks that's fine. Batters can swap bats while on the pitch, so why not during running? Yeah, fair point. I mean, I don't have an answer. I know that in hockey, in field hockey, there is a rule called your own stick rule, which is that if you collide, that's true, you cannot get up and play with someone else's stick. It's always a good rule in life.
That's nicely played, gets a single.
What about if you have 2 bats? There you go. Can you run with 2 bats? Pick the other one up when you're running, and a swimming freestyle, double barrel dive. Can you pull a stump out and run with that? It's just anything you're holding. These are my questions.
No, I don't think.
Been doing this too long now.
Oh, it could be another. And this is a big moment. And down it goes. And the big man, well, Baba Hussain has given his wicket away in very similar fashion to that of Ali Raza Islam. Big moment. They have taken 3 wickets in the power play. And you know what I'm going to say? Game on.
Well, it is game on. And that is a big man to have back in the shed. Remember, they defended 91 last time successfully against Precious CC on Monday. It's going to be even tougher to defend 77, but we have seen these scores defended before. There's no way that Mishra was letting that one get away. Baba Hussain has got to go, and it's 21 for 3.
Asif, what a comeback from him in this over. We knew that something had to happen. Somebody had to deliver. He was, and is their leading wicket taker. Started this match with 6 wickets to his name, but now, well, he's picked up a few more. He's got the big wicket for Baba Hussain. You know, I get the feeling here, Vinny, from those shots that I've seen played, I think that pressure here are just thinking we don't have to play big shots. They're trying to change their natural, ruthless style, and it's getting them out.
Yeah, well, I mean, I also think trying to elevate in the power play would be the way to go about it. I mean, they do bat fairly deep, but everything you'd think would have to go right for the Romanians from here on in to defend this, but just got to try and keep that runs required above the balls left for as long as you can. Currently it's 57 on 43.
Oh, running on a misfield, and he's got to get back. Well, we're asking about what he can do with the bat. This one, well, he starts it one way, turns it around, and ends up with a handle pointing downwards.
I know you can turn your bat upside down and run with it, so I know that. How does he end up like this? See here, if this hits, he's gone. I mean, just loses the handle on it. There you go. That's not the end I should be holding.
He's worried
Imagine
about
if that hits.
Yeah, he's worried about the bat coming out of his hand rather than getting to the other end.
Didn't get back to the stumps there either. So end of a very entertaining power play. 22 for 3 off 3 overs. Tell you what, you've just got to keep plugging away if you're Cluj. Now they're going back to Kohli, who only 10 came off his first, but there were a couple of loose deliveries. You've got Hasan Akbar out there. Now, it's Shadnan Khan.
You know, the game with Kohli, you know what I'll be doing here? You know what I'm going to say? Go on, who would I've gone with here?
Taranjeet?
Yeah. Without fail.
Oh no, there's nobody home. He's got to hit him.
Hits, he's gone. And that's the only way he was going to get back. And that is so close. And just running into trouble at the moment. Shadnan Khan. This is what pressure does. They put pressure on themselves. And now, it's rubbing off on the batters out there in the middle.
Well, they've been out by some distance. You see, for some reason Kohli had followed through, like Dennis Lilly. He was nowhere near getting back.
This time they do go, and the communication is better. Well, those walkie-talkies are now tuned in to the same channel. Yeah, I mean, I would have gone for Taranjeet purely for one reason. You can split the field, and putting the spin on, you put pressure on these batters. You sort of say to them, well, look, if you want me, come on, go after me.
Sure, we'll probably see him next over. Here's Coley for now. Maybe the seam is working so far, so I think, okay, Coley, is he a man you want to bowl at the end? Probably not. He's kind of a first half bowler, I think, because of the length he bowls. So, yeah, I think it's worth a punt at the moment.
Are you surprised with the, no, I'm going to say, with the lack of trust that Brescia have given to Imad Khan?
Good question. Oh, no,
get him. Oh, well, where's he walking here? And now they show, oh, where's this gone? Everything is happening out there. I mean, if he hits here, he's out. But then everybody's watching that. Nobody's watching where the ball's going, including the batters. They do eventually get, this is the most unusual run that you'll ever see. It will go to the batter. Look, here he's gone. Misses, and the keeper here when he goes, whoopsie. Through it goes.
Just been out, or maybe it was back, I don't know. Natagotla somehow lets that get through him. That must have been close to hitting the helmet as well.
Oh, what a good stop that is. Could you imagine if that went through the boundary? That would have been the most unusual fall you'd ever seen.
Self-inflicted wounds all over the place at the moment.
Oh, just wide of the field, and this will be 4 runs. This shot here will really calm a lot of nerves out there. Those two batters having a chat and saying, oh, yaar, ki kar raha? Jaisi dorna si katthe call kariye. I mean, up a jijo.
Let's just hope they're speaking the same language, because at the moment it doesn't seem like they are. Yeah, it was a good shot. There wasn't too much wrong with the ball from Coley. Add 2 wickets to the score at the moment. That's sometimes something we talk about in cricket. This game's still hanging in the balance.
Well bowled. Well played as well, actually. Good bit of cricket there as we get to the end of the 4th over. And, well, it's 29 for 3. 4 overs gone. And certainly, at the moment here, you'd have to feel that if Cluj will be feeling, if we get 1 more wicket here.
They are walking a tightrope at the moment, Cluj, because they could fall off at any moment. Flurry of boundaries, and you just feel like that would break their spirit.
Yeah.
But at the moment, they're doing their best to stay in the game. Now, it looks like they're going to Saini here, which again surprises me a little bit. He's a bit of a late bowling specialist. Maybe they're worried they won't go that far. I would have thought maybe Taranjeet would be worth a punt at this stage. You have to be brave. You have to trust all your bowlers. But, wow, we've seen a lot of action so far. And the first 4 overs of this chase.
Good start, tucking up the batter.
Hello to Nazmul Haq, who's watching. From Venice, no doubt. Hello, Nazmul. I hope you're well. It's great to see you. Last time at the ECS Super Series, Italian Super Series.
Hello, Nazmul. Lovely to hear from you. We're doing very well, thank you. Certainly enjoying a bit of a roller coaster match here.
He does wonders at that Venezia club as well. Very proud club. Oh, jeez.
This is it, I think.
I'm glad you only get some camera angles. We get to see the whole field. And there's a lot going on. We might need about 30 more cameras to cover everything at the moment.
I mean,
just has a throw anyway. Natagotla can't handle it. Tries to boot it. Somebody scrambles and picks it up. It looked like it might have given away another overthrow.
You just get the feeling that, okay, field change here. Fine leg has been pushed back. 3rd man being brought up. Not sure about that move, but he's obviously got a plan. Is he going to try the short ball? Is it a bluff? It's a bluff because he goes for the slow one and it's been picked up by the batter. It goes all the way over. 6 carreras, manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras.
Had success with this slower ball, Vasu Saini, but he knows straight away it's gone. Doesn't even turn around. It's a gamble to go after this, because if you get the timing wrong, it's skied and it's a chance.
Yeah.
The gamble pays off. 6 runs to Brescia CC.
Just a little bit of discussion going on here. I think that's the Anand Chub just saying to the bowler, just going to have to wait a minute. It's probably something that the The scores are just being verified or being updated. And, but yeah, I mean, that was a big shot. You can see that what Sonny's done. He's got this to move away. One thing I want to touch on that is just how important. Go back to the wicket keepers again. I mean, I'm not saying that Nadigotla's not a good keeper, but I think to the pace of, say, Sani, you'd have the keeper up, I would, because it keeps the batters in the crease. Because that slower ball, he's come right the way out of his crease to play it.
Yeah,
but I
you'd
think
be
if he's standing
concerned
up,
then. Yeah.
he's not going to do that.
That's a good point. He's good enough to be able to do it. Yeah, I suppose it makes it even a little bit more effective if you can do that. Just a chance while they're working on technical issues in the background to welcome you once again. And look, thanks again for all the good chat. And Lily Pandas come up with one of the best jokes. She said she's come up with 2 jokes in her life. This is a Scottish-themed one. Of course, we've got the Scots here today.
Tell us.
What do you call a bunch of Scottish comedians?
Don't know.
A Billy colony. That's good, isn't it? Well done, Lily.
That's very good.
That's good. Give us your best jokes. Look, we're back.
Very good.
All right, and the dot for Saini.
Okay, what's the other one? You said there was 2.
No, she hasn't told us the other one. She
Okay.
said she's only
Come
come up
on,
with
Lily.
2 jokes in her life, and that's the best.
That's the best.
That was a pretty good one.
Before the end of today, we'll have the second one. Yeah, that is nice. I like that one. Sani wants a breakthrough.
4 dots and a 6 so far. All things considered, that's not too bad if you can avoid any damage on this delivery.
Yeah, he definitely was the pick of the bowlers against Carlton, wasn't he? He's performed well. He's always created issues and created opportunities for his side. Good stop. Could have. When that gets by, and then he got there. That's 4 runs.
I think that's a good over. I think it was just 6 off it, and they all came in 1 hit. And it's the end of 5. Brescia CC. They are 35 for 3 at the halfway point. They're just a little bit behind where they need to be, but certainly no cause for panic. That rate required, 8.6 and over. But yeah, very good first half. Cluj fighting for their lives. And Imad Khan, you asked me a question about him. I think it's just that it hasn't got going for him this week, so that's why he's lost his top. I think it's not so much that they wanted to drop him down, but I think they just thought they've got players more informed, like Ali Raza Islam, that have gone up and taken his spot essentially at the top of the order. But he's still in the side, of course. He'll be hoping if he gets an opportunity that he can get Brescia CC home.
Big throw of the dice, this.
Yeah.
Big throw of the dice.
Yeah, they're going to Umar Ahmed Safi, the youngster. So sticking with pace. He bowled 1 over earlier today, the last, and it was a pretty expensive one. It's a big vote of confidence in the youngster. Here we go.
Well struck in 4 runs. Just over pitching. And what I like about this shot, he doesn't try and hit it too hard, Shadnan Khan. He's just finds the gap, hits it nicely, hits it sweetly, taking no risks, just over pitching the young bowler, and waits for it and times it perfectly. 4 runs.
Yeah, gotta say, I love Safi, don't get me wrong, but I'm a bit surprised they've gone to him before someone like Taranjit Singh, especially as they're running out of runs, running out of time.
Takes a single. You happy with that? That's 5 off the over. They need just under 9 and over. But of course, that could all change either way because 1 good over and the old wicket of 2 here. That goes up. A magical over for the batting side, Brescia. And that comes down to under run a ball. Short and punished. 4 runs. And it tries to get the quicker ball in here, but also bangs it in short. And that's just a little bit of inexperience. And it's nice to see that straight away the likes of Taranjit and the experienced players come over to the youngster and say, look, don't worry about it, head up. Doesn't matter, because you get us a wicket here, or you finish the over well, we're right back in this.
It's just been mostly too short today, but first one was too full. That was an overcompensation. He's got to get his length right, Safi.
Better delivery, and once again, not the best of running. Here comes the throw. They do get there this time.
Watch that gap. Currently 7 between runs and balls. And started this over. They've snuck a few in, so the gap's narrowed from the start of the over when it was about 12. So you need to find a way to get some dot balls in here. Sign will probably come out next again.
Good play this time.
Singles just keep that steady. Just trying to dodge boundaries at this stage. If you're Cluj, won't be easy against these two as they become more set. Someone like Emo Khan to come in next as well, so staring down the barrel. If they get away with this with just one, then I think they're happy, Cluj.
Short again, and it won't be. It's a big one. Balle, balle, balle. Gea, shaka. Lagia. Well, that one, unfortunately, was a Gundy ball, and the Gundy ball gets dispatched. 6 more.
Yeah, it's just too short, isn't it? He's waiting on it, and Hassan Akbar goes bang right into Sports World. That shot was out of this world. Brescia CC fans breathing a little easier after that over, which costs 17. It also brings up the 50 with that last strike. 52 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, I mean, it was a gamble. And I said that they're really rolling the dice here, trying to get Safi over there. But this is the man I was calling from at over 4. Well, he's coming on here now. Will they go after him?
Over too late? They don't have to really, do they, either?
No, they don't have to.
Down that gap's now only 2 between runs and balls. You need some sort of magical over as a bowler now, where you keep it to 3 or 4, pick up a wicket or 2. Can Taranjeet be that man?
Played along the ground. Yeah, they're quite happy. You can see both these batters at the moment being very careful to choose wisely. There's shot selection, keeping the ball on the deck, not taking any risk at all. Just be interested to see if Taranjeet just tries to float one up outside the off. Just tempt the batter to go straight. And he still darts it in.
No sense of panic at the moment, is there?
No, and this is why I'm saying that I'd be saying to Taranjeet, okay, we know all they're going to do when you fire that one in. They're just going to clip it round there, float it up outside the off, see if they come out. Wicketkeeper's also standing up. Short, and this one goes all the way. 6 runs, Gandhi ball Sigi, Shaka Lagia.
Yeah, it wasn't what the doctor ordered. Happy to knock him around for a couple of singles, and this one was flat. It was hit hard, and yeah, into the gap. So if that was at the fielder, there's a chance of a catch. It was into the gap. The result, half a dozen.
This one's played the back foot, and good stop there from Taranjeet. Good calling also. The non-striker. Shatnan Khan saying no. Stay where you are. This one back down into the ground and will be picked up by the keeper. End of the over. And well, Taranjeet does come in. He goes for 9. And, which included that one big 6. But now it's definitely wickets they need. Now this is maybe where perhaps as a captain you get a bit brave and say, right, okay, let's bring everybody in. Let's really put the pressure on.
Yeah, maybe worth a gamble. You can see that the winner of this game plays Carlton, the Scottish champions, in the final, which is starting in about 1 hour and 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Make sure that you set your alarm on your phone or your watch or whatever you're doing, because you don't want to miss that. That is for the 3rd place in Championship Week, joining Tunbridge Wells from England and Brigade from Ireland.
Shot, and this goes big. Well, they don't need to take any risk, but if it's there, they're not going to hold back. This is a delightful hit. Absolute beauty. And now Shatnan Khan saying, well, Akbar, I'm going to catch up with you a bit. Gea. Riba, Shaka Lagia.
Yeah, just went up with it as well, didn't he? They're closing in.
Gets this one through. Fight back from Sani. He won't like that. I mean,
He's had a really good week. He's always been calm but competitive. He's done what's been asked of him. I think he's improved a lot as a cricketer.
Yeah.
He just needed something over the last few years, I think, to take his game to the next level. He's a lot better player than he was back in ECL 19.
Goes for another one, but he gets lucky here. He goes over the infielder. They should come back for 2, and now this is Akbar saying, You had your opportunity. Now I want to have a go at one. Well, okay, good luck, because Wasusani ain't that easy to get away. Good partnership from these two. I mean, they came together at a difficult situation, didn't they? They would have had a bit of pressure on them. There was a time when Cluj were pumped up. They were on a high. 21 for 3. That's when the last wicket fell. It's nicely timed, and they'll just gently stroll for a single. So that partnership, there you go. You have it on your screen there. I think you can add one more to that now, probably at 48.
I've got to say, Brescia CC felt they were going to come at some point. Didn't have a good start to the week. They squandered 2 winning positions on day 1. Not making the top 3. They've had to do it the hard way.
And he gets plenty on this, and this goes over the boundary as well. 6 more. So they're trying to do it in style here, trying to finish it off in this over. Nicely hit. That's an up and over. They know that that man there in the circle, he's not going to cause any threat if you hit it well, and that's exactly what they're doing. Taking him on at the moment.
They can win it with the boundary now.
It's a wide delivery. So,
got to say, one thing I've really enjoyed is not just the Cluj uniforms, which I do love, but all of the Cluj guys, and to see how much this means to them. They've really been competitive. This is a team that did not win a single game back in their previous European Cricket League. Got a long way. This one will tie the scores, I think. Takes us to the end of the 8th over as well. So that's 8 overs down. It's 77 for 3. And any score now wins it for Brescia CC. So look, obviously it didn't really come together. They got an early wicket trouble in this game, but you know, I think of some of their characters and some of the additions that they've got to their lineup compared to the team we saw in 2019. And they've run really deep in this tournament, even without someone like a Taranjit really firing with the bat in some of the big games. But the form of Raj Shankar, who's a new addition, and I have liked watching him and Perry Alwa, Mishra, Nadigotla, and Saini. These players that we have seen before in the European Cricket League, but just taking things to a new level. So, wishing them all the best. As any score win now for Brescia.
And that'll do it. They're going to do it in style. Just one bounce boundary, 4 runs, and that's the game. So Brescia, they continue their amazing run. Well, don't clap too hard. Well, I think that's the lead there. He's already got a bandaged hand. Don't want to hurt that too much. But look, it's been a good performance here from Brescia, because what they have shown is even when they're under a bit of pressure, then they were under a bit of pressure, 21 for 3, they are able to recoup. Even once the big batters have gone, Dulu and Raza Islam and Baba Hussain all went early. And these two, well, they showed that they have got that depth that maybe is what you need when they go up against Carlton. So congratulations to Brescia. They've booked their place in the final. But yeah, Vinny, I'm going to say well done also to that team there, Cluj. I think they've been amazing. You've mentioned some of the players, but I think as a team they've been brilliant, not just on the field, but look away from the field, the way that they've intermingled with the other players, the way that they've been with the school that's been here. They should be very proud of what they've done. Remember, they've never had won an ECL match. They've won matches here today. And I'll take my hat off to all the players, and also to Hatshu, and also Mark there as well. And we spoke to Mark, the manager, earlier, and it was lovely to hear from him. And all I'm going to do and say to finish off with about Cluj Romania, what they have done is brilliant, and they're making sure that all that good work they're putting in on the field of play is also rubbing off to cricket growing in Romania as well.
Yeah, well said, Rico. And now we know who will be playing off for that spot in Championship Week. It's Carlton, the Scottish champions, taking on Brescia CC from Italy. That game starting in an hour and a half right here on the European Cricket Network. You don't want to miss it. Will it be the side from Scotland or the side from Italy? As well, Pavel Florin again saying congratulations to Brescia and heads up to Cluj. Well, it was heads up for Dulu, who had to go batless, and in the end he couldn't quite get there. The big man had to repair the footmarks after that, but just every time Cluj got in the game, Brescia CC able to find the boundaries and just not able to get enough early wickets, I think, to put pressure on Brescia, as they were only able to skewer the 3 wickets. That was one of them. Saini, nice catch taken there. He's had a good week, but ultimately Brescia would overhaul this target in the 9th over.
Yeah, they would, and this was the other highlight really in this innings. It was the catch from Mishra when they got another wicket, and at this point they all came to a huddle and said, look, we've got the 3 wickets we needed in the power play. Maybe we can cause a huge upset. This one would have been interesting, but look, it goes through the wicketkeeper, Danny Gotler.
That doesn't hit Danny Gotler's pad on the way through. That goes to the helmet. That would have been 6. But that would have been 5 actually. But oh look, Brescia. This is what I'll say. On the first day, they squandered 2 potential victories. Since then, they have not lost except for once to Carlton, where they almost defended 82 on Wednesday morning. So, they're on a 4-game winning streak. They knew they had to win 4 in a row from Super Thursday onward to qualify. Well, they've gone 1, 2, 3. They have 3 wins and now a magical 4th over the Scottish champions. We'll see them through, representing continental Europe as the first team from the continent to qualify for Championship Week. And that is coming up, like I said, in an hour and a half. I know, Rico, you'll be beside me for that one. Shaping up to be a really interesting final. I said it a couple of days ago, I said, which team do you think the Scots wouldn't want to play in the final? I said Brescia CC. Not many teams I'd back to get out of the bottom 3 and go all the way. That's what they've had to do. They've had to do it the hard way. But I said if they get to the final, they'll have winning form coming in. I don't even think they've played a complete game yet where they've batted and bowled well. I think that they've kind of just piece these wins together without really playing out of their skins. You see that Hassan Akbar 32 not out of 19, 28 for Shadnan Khan, saw them home in the end with the ball. Abdullah Sif with 2 for 8 was very good. Just a couple of overs where it got away. Basi Saini bowled a good one but got hit for a bit in his second. Also Safi gambled with him and it didn't really pay off. And you can see Cluj, well, they made it competitive by the last over, going for a few with 3 big sixes, but just not able to keep the Italian bats at bay, as Brescia were able to overhaul the target with 11 balls to spare. It's confirmation of that. So we now know that we will have the Scotland-Italy final. I think it'll be a really interesting one. And I'm certainly hoping that you can stay with us for that. It'll be a big finish to a big week. Good news is that the weather, for the most part, has stayed not too bad. It's been a bit swirly, but no rain so far. And we certainly hope we don't get any this afternoon.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a good match. I mean, I was in the commentary box yesterday, I know that Corey, when he was asking the question, say, who are you going for? And Corey said, he thinks Carlton will go all the way. So obviously,
he'll give you a different answer every time. He already told us Prague CC Kings.
So I said to him,
mark my word,
didn't he? He remember that? Mark my word.
I'm marking him.
He'd make a good politician, wouldn't he? But anyway, no. But I said Brescia, and he was and I thought, I think they're getting better. I mean, you said we haven't seen the best of them yet, but I think that the victory over the Prague CC Kings, I think that was an emphatic performance on 2 occasions. That showed their strength. I think this morning against Alton, it wasn't their best. It was only a few runs in it in the end. I think Alton, if they maybe were a little bit smarter, it could have been really close. But they've got depth, and I think this performance from them here, though it wasn't the greatest batting display from them, but what this showed and what this will do to the camp is massive, because what it's shown is that when those big hitters, when the likes of Baba Hussain doesn't perform, or Ali or Raza Islam don't perform, don't worry about it, because you've still got other players now that have had the batting practice there. I think that's a very important knock for the likes of Shadnan going out there and Akbar, because they've now been out there and they've scored some runs. Yeah, well, again, commiserations to Cluj and all the Romanian fans in the chat, but hopefully you do join us when we return in an hour and a half. We'll be here, right here, and we'll be ready for a big final. It looks like a case of champs against the challengers here after what we've seen this week. Can Carlton become the first team to go undefeated through a group week? It hasn't happened yet in ECL 22. If they do, they will book their spot in Championship Week. If not, it will be the Italians. So that is going to be a huge game just around the corner. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico 4. Hopefully you enjoy your break, but then join us right back here for more finals action on Finals Day in Group C. This is the European Cricket Network, and you're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
this is how we play cricket.
On the Costa song.
Hard to believe, 71 matches down in this ECC 21. So we're almost halfway there. We will be after this game. And Brescia CC, the Italians, had a slow start to the week, but they're on a winning streak. But this is their biggest test yet because Carlton, the Scottish champions, stand in the way of that coveted spot in week 6. So get ready for the Group C final. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the BET2BALL European Cricket League, and it starts right now. Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. And well, after 23 matches in Group C, it all comes down to this match 24, the Group C final between Carlton from Scotland and Brescia CC from Italy. Now, only one of these teams will get the honour of returning in Week 6 Championship Week to represent their club and country. So this becomes a huge match. Let's go over to the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, who's with the two captains for the Giant. Coin toss.
BET2BALL. Just BET2BALL. We ball first.
Well, the Giant coin falls BET2BALL. Well, he went with the green side, the Brescia CC skipper, and he was right. So that means that he is elected to bowl first. So they will be chasing Brescia CC. That's what they did successfully against Cluj in the last match that we saw. I think they'll have a bit of a hard time keeping the Carlton bats quiet, particularly Rory McCann, who looked really, really good, making a 60 in this morning's game. And Carlton, they have had the day to rest up. While Brescia have been working really hard. They had to win 4 in a row to make it through to Championship Week. They've won 3, but this will be their biggest test yet, I think. But Brescia CC, how about the bowling of Bashrat Ali? His 3 wickets in the power play, 3 out of 4 in total, were really crucial against Cluj to get them here. So anything can happen. I think this is the final we want to see, and I'm really looking forward to it as we go over to the commentary box. Rico Fu is there, and the news from the toss is that the Brescia CC side, the Italians, they've won the toss, and they've sent in Carlton. So it should be a great final. Let's get it started.
Hello and welcome to the battle of bat versus ball. Yes, this is it. This is the big one. It is the Group C final. Which one of these two teams will make it back here on the 14th of March for the finals week? Will it be the team, the champions of Scotland, Carlton, or will it be the champions of Italy, Brescia? You see the teams there. They're going to get ready to make their way down. It's really going to be an exciting match. I think Brescia, they're the team really when they found form that nobody really wanted to play, and they've shown why, because they have dominated with the bat. They've been ruthless. They've hit the ball hard and they've piled runs on the board. They've got star cast in their side, all players that are capable of going big. Carlton, though, they're the undefeated team. They've shown just how they get better all the time. You see the players led by the umpires for this final. Stefan Gooch and Anand Shub are making their way down onto the ground, and both teams will have a really sensational moment. What a moment this will be in their careers and in their lives as cricketers as they go out there onto the field of dreams here at the magnificent Cartama Oval, and they will stand side by side as the national anthems for their countries will be played. This is a magical moment and a very proud moment as well. Well done to all the teams, the champions from Romania, Cluj, the Prague CC Kings, and also Alton and Zettenberg Zafire, all produced a magical week of cricket entertainment all the way to the end as we go over and get ready to start the national anthems.
We see the lights again, the fought and died for. We met hill and glen and stood against him. Proud Edward's army and sent him homewards to think again. Those days are past. And in the past they must remain. again, they stood against him. Rode Edward's army and sent him homeward to think again.
Bravo, bravo! And isn't that an amazing moment? As Brescia will take the field, winning the toss and deciding to put Carlton into bat first. I mean, getting used to that pattern. They prefer to chase, and in that last one, that crucial match against Cluj, they didn't come off the best of starts, but they still managed to hold their nerve. And just have a look at those lineups there. I think for Carlton, it's important for them that Pillai, he gets going again. But the key thing is that 8-0. They're the only team to get this far and do that. But will they make it 9-0 by winning this final? Adil Raza, he's going to be key with the ball, isn't he? And it's good to see that BT's there as well. Remember, he took that nasty injury. Well, this is the surprise for me. Well, maybe it's not a surprise. Some people say, well, why? Well, they reckon that Brescia are going to win this, and the expected score for Carlton 98. So Brescia, well, they'll like that. They'll like to see those stats. And Carlton, they are missing, of course, Hugo Southwell, but they didn't really miss him, I suppose, in that first match, and that's mainly because it was Rory McCann that stepped up to the mark. And also, it's fair to say that after some low scores, Arun Pillai also responded when it mattered in that crunch match earlier today when they beat Cluj, posted 130. Cluj came close, just failing by 10 runs. And Cluj really, they've done so well. They've had tough matches today, first against Carlton, then against Brescia. Just weren't able to finish things off. That's why they found themselves not making it through to the final. Brescia, though, thanks to this man who's coming on to bowl, Basharat Ali, they've come all the way here and gone all the way. And another man who's looking to go all the way as well, I don't know where he's heading, is our very own Mr. Maximo.
Well, I would walk 500 miles to be here. And luckily I haven't had to. Thanks to Mateus, our bus partner. But what I'm looking forward to is a spicy final. And only one of these teams will get to return in Championship Week. Here's Basharat Ali. He's going to open up to Pillai. And he gets off the mark. And he does with, could be a 2. And Pillai just holding up Rory McCann, who was looking for it. It's a very good runner between the wickets. McCann always looking for extras. So starts with a single.
Yeah, good looking shot. I think that one probably would have been called a wide, but he preferred just to get bat onto ball. So It's always a good feeling for any batter. They do take the single, so it's going to be Rory McCann now on strike. This goes wide as well. Well, they run this one. Apply gets there, so this will be called byes. Not sure how wide this was from Bashrat. Just keep an eye on. Yeah, it cuts away, but that's fine.
I think it's fair. It's a fair call. More in than out, as they say.
Yeah, Dulu went down on his knees to stop it. But he does, but wasn't able to get it on his gloves.
At least he blocks it. McCann, how good was he this morning? It's a class above. Striking a 50 without a 6. You don't see that very often. Plant strike now. He gets a little hedge. It goes up and under. It's going to be 4. The first boundary of the Group C final. Seemed deliberate. I don't think he was trying to get it that fine. He just wanted to get a little bit of wood in it, enough to get it away from the keeper, and it ends up rattling the pickets. 4 runs.
Yeah, I think he does play this. Plays it very well. Cleverly bowled. Close to him. He was wanting him to try and play that cut shot again. But Pillai is saying, no, I'll take this route instead. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Rory McCann's 67 of 27 balls this morning was epic, and he was supported well by Arun Pillai. Made 42 of 24.
Yeah.
He got the skates on when he had to, didn't he, Pillai?
That's right, Ali. Well bowled, pushed and run. That's the Sajjad with the old kick method. Now, well, they're going to have a look at this for some running. And so what happens there
Another
is
bat
that,
on the floor.
Yeah, Polite turns for 2, and I think they were going to go on the, I'd say a fumble, it was the kick, but Polite loses his bat, and luckily McCann gets the message. He says, no, hold on, I don't even know if I've touched my bat down correctly. So safety first. At least that's good communication. These two actually look at each other when they're batting together. They've had a bit of practice this week.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have...
Has to tell somebody no talking when the bowler's running in.
I think he was about to announce we have a missing bat, because these bats have a mind of their own. They just disappear, they just walk off.
This finals had everything already. Sounds like the seafood paella is still going. If that's still going, I'll be over
That's
there.
why you were coming back late.
Someone run up another seafood paella for me.
Paella about your...
That's purple pepper catering.
Was it nice? Come on, I know you had seconds.
Yeah, I did actually.
See, I know you so
That's
well.
what they call that. They call that viral marketing. Announcing that paella is still on as the bowler's running in. Oh, he wanted this and he gets it. And no one back at third man. McCann had to thread the needle. He did. A second boundary of the over. Finishes the first, and it's 12 for no loss. Clever batting.
This is a really clever shot, but I have to say, Bashrat in this over, he's been a lot shorter than what he normally is. I mean, he was most effective getting that ball right up there. Remember those LBWs? Well, that was because he was pitching the ball right up, just a little bit short, I think, to the Carlton boys, and they've worked him away, so that's a good start. 12 on the board.
So let's see who we get next. I think it'll be Shannon Khan. It is.
Listen, have you noticed the helpers around the ground? Did you recognise some of them?
Yeah, well, the Turkish side haven't got enough. They back today, and they have asked to have the orange vest to be ball retrievers.
That's fantastic.
St. Bernard Zaffer.
They just want to play more and more and more. I think it is great.
Let's see if you can spot them.
Can you imagine if they take a crowd catch? I think
they
the whole place will erupt.
Taking hangers. All right, here we go, Shannon Khan. He's going to come in to start the second over. There's Pillai, of course, that threaded the needle last over, so back to McCann on strike. Yeah, I mean, I think the Scottish fielding's been really good. We talked about the importance of the fielding before. They kind of let Alton down, the Swiss champions. Whatever they make, they'll fancy themselves to defend it. The Scots with some of their slow bowling options. It's good to see Angus Beattie, who had a little bit of a confrontation with the fence. He has been selected in the 11, so I assume that means he's right to bowl.
Yeah, I mean, I had a quick chat with him earlier on after the incident, and he said, yeah, he said it's a bit sore, but he's confident that he will play and bowl.
A little bit short, and this one is see you later, alligator. It is high, and it's out of the ground, into the jungle. Maximo, the first one of the Group C final, and it goes to Pillai.
Yeah, I mean, again, just a little bit too short. You can see they're short, and it's angled down the leg side as well. And, well, I think every time he receives one of them, he's going to put it away. It wasn't a good delivery. In fact, it was a Gundy ball, and the Gundy ball goes to the boundary. Just got to get their line right here. They've got to go back to what they did really well in the previous match. and let's get the ball right up into the block. They bowled brilliantly against Cluj.
Yeah, it was a Gundy ball, wasn't it? Shutdown, got to sort it out. Better. This one's going to test him out at third. Who comes around, picks it up cleanly and just bowls it back in. So that's just one. Yeah, very interesting to have a look at who's been performing for these two teams this week. And Rory McCann, no surprises, has cracked the top three. That's the amount of runs. You see the purple bars and then the strike rate underneath. So these two featuring. Also Ali Shah, who's been excellent. Look at that strike rate, over 2 a ball for Ali Shah. And for the bowlers, well, I do think that Bashar Ali is going to be a key. He's already bowled one of his 2 overs. This is Ali Raza Islam doing the fielding. Just the one. Yeah, Brescia CC, they've just got a lot of momentum going into this final. They won the toss. They've got what they wanted. They want to chase, which, look, that's their choice. But Carlton, they've been having to sit around all day just waiting for this match to start. This will just be one. So, I mean, just in the fan zone, there's quite a lot of people who think, you know, Carlton, they might have won 8 in a row, but Brescia CC are hitting this with a head of steam. They had to win 4 in a row from Super Thursday onwards. Well, they've done 3. This will be their biggest test yet. Yeah,
certainly a lot of people, as you said, been thinking that. And they've also been saying that if any team can beat Carlton, it's probably Brescia, because if they're at the best in all the key disciplines, they've got the ability to do so.
Drives. Well, if this hits, he'll be in trouble. And he doesn't hit. Only had 1 stump to aim at.
That would have been out for sure. I mean, that's been the one thing. I mean, Carlton, they do take these on, but they've had their fair share of run-outs.
Yeah. And well, yeah, I think that hits. It's going to be out just. Running on the wicket. Eventually, 5 days and 1 bat loss, and you'll remember. Okay, 24 for no loss after 2. And we will have our name next to Group C as soon as this match is finished. Tunbridge Wells from Group A, the qualifiers from England. Brigade from Ireland qualifying from Group B. Will it be Carlton from Edinburgh in Scotland or Brescia CC from the north of Italy? That will join those 2 qualifiers, and the 2 still to be determined. A little bit short, doesn't get it, and well, Suffy backs off this one. He decided just to make sure he covered the angle. I thought for a second maybe hung in the air long enough to make a play at that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we're just not seeing it at the right angle here. I thought he should have been going into this and maybe attempted to catch, but he seemed to be taking the long way round and getting the defensive stop in.
Belay back on strike. And this is in the air, and this should be the first wicket. Mr. 100%'s underneath it, and he holds on to the catch. Well, he's got an unusual technique, but he doesn't drop too many. Mr. 100%. I thought for a second earlier in the over he had half a chance, but this time a full chance. As Belay, who's batted well this week. And his time at the crease in week 3 finishes with that skied pull attempt. He goes for 18, and it's the first wicket of the final, 25 for 1. And not surprisingly, the first wicket going to Basharat Ali.
Yeah, Basharat Ali, look, I still think he's been a little bit short. I don't know whether this is a deliberate plan or not, but he goes a bit short, and Pillai, he wants to go for the big shot. He's eyeing up the big one over mid-wicket. He doesn't get it wrong, goes up in the air, and the man that we thought maybe could have made an effort to the one before, Ahmadullah Safi, well, makes no mistake taking that one, goes a long way up. I think the wind takes that a bit, because he looked like he was under it, then he had to get the dive in to get it in his hands.
I don't care who you are, that's a nervous moment when it goes up.
Yeah.
Even though it's probably a sitter, it looks like a sitter, but yeah, swirling around today. Just gets himself in the right spot, and he has this, I don't know, it's not quite the usual cup that Ahmadullah Safi goes with, but he's just pretty good at getting it in the middle of the hands. He does. So that brings Ali Shah to the crease. So their top run scorer so far this week. Also the best strike rate. It's been very, very good. Pushes this for 1.
Yeah, this be an interesting battle for me. He gets a single here because Ali Shah, but with that, he's on 163 runs this week. 42 has been highest, but he's up against the bowler, Basharat Ali, who's the leading wicket taker for Brescia. It's taken 9 or 10 now with that one, so he's in double figures. Best figures 3 for 8.
Yeah, geez, it's been good today. Delivered. This is a good contest. Basharat Ali versus Rory McCann. Oh, this one is caressed through the covers. That's a shot oozing with class from the opener. He moves to 9. What a way to do it. Nice shot.
This is delightful, isn't it? This is top draw quality. That's what we saw him do a lot in the early game. Look how much room he gives himself. He picks the length and he moves away, gives himself the room to play that. That is a wonderful looking shot. A shot of a man in good form.
And this is flicked away the other way, and there's nobody back here. It'll be 4 more. Cuatro grenas más. McCann into double figures. He's a man they want to see the back of pretty quickly because he's hitting form at the right time of the week. And that one's just drop kicked over the leg side with the angle. Good batting.
Yeah, the only thing Bashar Ali gets wrong here is the line. The length is good. It's a good reply lengthwise, but he goes down onto the legs and just gets whipped away.
No Hugo Southwell in this lineup. Question in the chat. That is due to a mixture of personal and professional reasons. He couldn't make the finals 8. He will be back in championship week. If they do get that far, as we see the last ball of the over, wild shy at the stumps, but McCann will retain the strike. 35 for 1, that's 3 overs down. And just before we got going in the final, I had a word with Scottish captain Ali Evans.
Yes, I'm here with Ali Evans, the Carlton skipper, and well, 8-0, undefeated so far going into the final. You must be confident, but I'm sure you know there's a challenge ahead against Precious CC.
Yeah, they're a really good team, full of match winners the whole way through. They've just got better during the week. They've really acclimatised quite well. We know that we've got to be on our best if we're going to go with the victory today.
Obviously no Southwell in the lineup tonight, but didn't Rory McCann step up in this morning's game? I'm sure you'll be looking for some big runs for him again.
Yeah, with Rory's quality is undeniable, and him being able to work out as he's gone along. Not a format that by his own admission is his number one strength, but his ability to manipulate the field, get the fields he wants to access, the shots he wants to play he's came out this morning, and I'm sure he'll be able to do something again today.
Look, a new location, a new format. What surprised you the most about this week?
I just think it's the speed of the game, it's the different fields, it's the dynamics to it. Cricket is cricket at the end of the day, but you've got to adapt quickly to what's in front of you, and I've been really proud how, as a team, it's not been down to 1 or 2 people. Everyone's adapted and everyone's put their hand up, and we've had different man of the matches pretty much the whole way through, showing that we can be flexible and we don't rely on one person.
Look, I know you've been playing for Carlton since the age of 8. I'm sure it's a big honour for you to lead them here on the world stage. Best of luck, and well, hopefully we'll see you again in Championship Week.
Yeah, cheers, Vinny. Thank you very much.
Let's get back to the action.
Yeah, back to the action straight away, and it is action because there's another glorious shot from Rory McCann. Well, he gets the thumbs up from his teammates. He's just so elegant playing out on the offside, and well, I was having a chat with 1 or 2 of the Carlton players, and I was saying that it just feels to me like he's got used to this pitch now. And they do eventually go. Ali Shah started and was sent back by Rory, and then the misfield from Baba Hussain, and they do complete the single. Just having a little chat there, and they're saying, hey, we've had our troubles with the running. The last thing we want to do is lose a wicket with a silly scenario like this right here now. Let's just get the calling right. Ali Shah, yeah, he's been good. I've liked his aggressiveness. Then I want to see the back of both these batters. If they can do that, I think Brescia will be looking to try and contain Carlton to about 110.
Ali Shah skies this big moment. I feel like it's going to a pocket of space, and it is. No mid-wicket, which I can understand why they're protecting that leg side where Ali Shah's been so good. And, you do actually find a lot of catches taking that position off miscues, and that one falls safely.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's an interesting plan here. Kulib coming on, preferring him to come on before the other spinner in the team.
This one gets away from everybody. It'll be 1. Wasn't that nice? Hearing from Alistair Evans. He's a guy who's played a lot of international cricket, very experienced character. But like I said there, he first represented this club as an 8-year-old. I bet he never imagined that he'd be playing for that same club in front of millions of viewers all around the world. So Judd with a spin. Oh, is there a little nick on this? Maybe not. Thought I heard a sound. But, Tulu found a way to...
Oh, hang on a minute. This has been called a no ball because I think the keeper's... Yeah, I think the keeper's going in front here. And, well...
Yeah, we'll get a good look at it here. Yep, it's a good call. What a really good call that is from Stefan Gooch. It's spot on. And, Tulu. Yeah, well, just encroaching. So this will be a free hit. And does he get away with it? He does. Should just be 1. Whew. Get out of jail free card there. It's just something you have to be aware of as a keeper. It's a bit like a bowler overstepping. You're not allowed to go past the back edge of the stumps until either the ball has touched the batter or the bat, or until it's past the stumps. So very good umpiring there by Stefan Gooch, confirmed by the replay.
Excellent.
This one goes back, punched. Try to get into the gap to get 2, but they just won't be able to. Imad does the fielding. McCann moves to 20, and that's the end of the 4 overs, 45 for 1. And, well, it's always exciting when we get to the end of the week. And I know that you're excited to be here just as much as we are, probably. Mariko's super excited.
Very excited. It's the final. It's the final.
Australia-New Zealand vibe here. I've had some good clashes over the years, but look,
I think it's more pressure. Come on.
Well, I'm not. Well, the green. I was spoken to by some of the Scottish players because I have gone the green suit on finals day. That was because I was a bit worried I might get wet. But the good news is no rain today. It's windy, a bit blustery. But I think all these players, they're kind of used to playing in those kind of conditions. And we had a bit of rain when we were in Brescia last year in the ECS. Scotland, of course, they have their moments, although they do say on the side of the country where Edinburgh is that it's not so bad. Anyway, here's Bashar Khan. Goes the reverse straight away. Well, what a shot this is. It's going to be 4. Excellent batting by Rory McCann. He made up his mind. He saw the field. It's a risky shot, but the risk pays off. 4 runs.
Yeah, showtime at the Cartama Oval. Yeah, he pings this absolutely perfectly. It's all about getting into position early. He does. One hand comes off the bat, but that's all he needs. Only need one hand for this one, he says.
Yeah, now what does that do to Bashar Khan? He stands and hits this. This is pretty well placed. A lot of work for the man to do on the boundary. Does well. Saves a couple of runs. They do get back for 2. Dulu. Man, he's showing a bit of what he can do out there. That one brings up the 50 for Carlton. And yeah, I mean, they'll be really good defenders, but you just know Brescia CC, they've got a bit of X factor with the bat, don't they? And if the Scottish bowlers miss, the Italians can make them pay. It's premeditated sweep. To be honest, I think with McCann, he started premeditating a bit more after he reached his 50, and just, I don't know if it's completely necessary considering how well he's hitting just regular shots and playing the ball on his merits.
He's trying to get the ball in the gaps. That's what he's trying to do here.
This time he's happy just to take 1. Ali Shah, well, he had a heart in his mouth moment, didn't he, when he skied one moments ago. I think he'll like this matchup against Bashar, hitting with any spin that you might get. But if anything, Bashar probably just slides them with the arm more than anything. Defensive kind of spin bowler.
Different feel to him now. They have got the mid-wicket in.
Yeah. Would have been handy a minute ago. Well, you can watch this one go over his head because this one is muscled out of the ground. Maximo! Shah goes boom. He has been bringing the boom boom this week for Carlton, the Scottish champions. They get 6.
Boom! Shaka! Lagya! What I like about that shot is how quickly he was onto it. Really quick work, quick hands, good footwork. 6 runs.
Yeah, aimed straight over the fielder's head in the circle. Bashar Khan with a comeback. He wants more. And this one might be a chance. It is dropped, and it's going to be 4. Well, Ahmadullah Safi, he doesn't drop too many. He's a specialist in that position. I think he rushes in here, and he doesn't need to, because it was never a matter of not carrying. You see where he gets it. It just gets the one hand on it in the end, 1 bounce. Well, he saves 2, but he does give away 4, and he gives another life to Ali Shah. 5 overs down, 62 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's getting the talking to here from the skip, because he's saying, why did you come in? And he's absolutely right, but look, it's not easy. It's natural instincts, I think. Players come in and then try and set themselves, but that one's hit so well and so hard. He hasn't got the time to go back, has the one-handed effort, not able to take it. Big opportunity.
Yeah, they say things come in 3s. That's the second close shave for Ali Shah. McCann's back on strike to the captain, Kalab Sajjad. Pushes and runs. Oh, that would have been tight. It just shows you, if you go straight away, you both have that understanding. It's very hard to execute a run out in the infield. Again, running off the pitch. Dangerous. Sajjad. Haven't seen him bowling every match, but he's backing himself with his leg spin here. It's pretty well pitched. Gets Ali Shah reaching for it. And, a bit of an unnecessary throw by Hassan Akbar, but he's backed up.
Yeah.
How many do you think the Italians can chase here, Rico?
I think the Italians can chase. They'll be happy with the lineup they've got. They can chase 140.
I've seen some big chases, haven't we, in finals here at Cartama.
I mean, that's what they can chase. Remember, don't forget, against Prague CC, 130 chase from them.
Time to spare.
But obviously, you know, they're wanting to restrict. They're wanting to restrict the score to under or around 120 because that takes just a little bit of pressure off them. They don't have to go with all big shots.
Ali Shah, is this going to be third time unlucky? Well, he's going to ride his luck. This one skews away. Bubba Hussain, he dropped one last game. This one's short, it's over him, it's blowing around. But he gets two hands to it. That's another life for Ali Shah. I think that he thought he was gone. That's just the difference between the two teams, I think. I just don't think Carlton CC dropped that. If they're in the field, reverse again. Get some wood on this. Bottom edge to the fielder. And we saw Alton pay the price with 5 drop catches earlier today. I feel that perhaps Precious CC will rue some of these missed chances.
Look, you've got to take the opportunities against the big teams because you're not going to get too many. I mean, for somebody like Shah to give you 2 chances and you don't take them, well, I think you can really go on and punish them for that.
Wants the leg side this time. He gets it. They see a clean pickup, so they're happy with one. That seems to be the plan for the Scots. They run really well. They run the first one hard. If there's a fumble, they will take on the 2. And they're both on the same page. That's 6 overs down, 68 for 1. Pretty good over for Sajjad. Created a chance in the end. 6 singles, so the proverbial picket fence. That's a win for Brescia CC. 6 over check-in time. I mean, if you can get 2 a ball from here, then you get 116. I think they want more than that. I think they want something like 14 or 15 and over from here with 9 wickets in hand.
Yeah.
And if they can do that, well, then you're kind of looking for something in the 120s. But certainly they've batted well, but they haven't batted Italy out of the match at this stage.
Yeah, I think it was clever from Cluj, Sajjad, the captain. I think he introduces the spin. The spin has worked. I mean, this is going to be probably the last over spin.
Ali Shah will fancy himself here. He won't run here. That's good sportsmanship because ball hitting McCann. One thing that Ali Evans talked about, he doesn't bowl too many overs of spin or pace in a row. But, I mean, it seems to be working here for the Italians. This one, does this come off the boot of the bowl? It might have. Just one. Yeah, and this next 4 overs is going to be huge. It's going to determine how many the Italians are chasing. There we go. That's the old little ankle tap up.
Well, I'll tell you what, if that had gone onto the stumps, well, that would have been out.
Seen it happen before. He sweeps and he gets the angle that he wants. This one is out of here. Maximo! As McCann sweeps his way to 36. That was a really nice shot. He was looking for it, but he got the ball he wanted, and he certainly executed the shot nicely.
Yeah, it's all about the shape. Just watch this. Watch the body, watch the head. Keep an eye on that head. Absolutely glorious. And he's just biding his time. You can see he's probably saying to Ali Shah, look, okay, if it's not coming to the middle of your bat, just let me at him.
You know he's not getting a lot of side spin, Basha Khan. So he plays it on angle. Well, is this out?
I think he may be. He's off balance here. This is a crucial moment. Well,
the keeper looks confident. Dulu, let's see number 1 if he's got his gloves behind the stumps. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And that's so close. We need a freeze frame there. I think he's back. Not dislodged there. Next one dislodged with toes on the ground. That's going to be not out, Rico. But what a close call for McCann. You don't often see him lose composure like that. And maybe that is one that actually does side spin.
Well, the battle of the 2 keepers. Who's going to win this one? It's going to be Suleiman Saeed, the Italian stallion.
He thinks he's probably gone here. He's
the third umpire having a look at this.
Came out there. Do we get one there?
Oh, it's so close. I think
you've
got to give it to the batter. I think when it's that close, you probably do have to go with the batter.
Yeah, I think it's not out. I mean, we've got one frame where the toe hits the ground and the bails aren't dislodged yet.
Yeah.
So close. Good keeping as well by Dulu. Learned his lesson. Oh, it's a big moment. That's millimetres in it, isn't there?
That's a massive moment. I mean, he stays there after hitting that lovely 6 and 36. Bit of a win, of course, for Basha Khan.
Well done to the officials as well. Big call. They get it right.
Quality work.
Excellent this week. So Rob Kemming, tournament referee, and all of the umpires. All right, so he goes left-handed, and he just gets enough on this to get it over the infield. So McCann has a close call, but he makes it to 40 with a reverse Malachi. And, well, Basha Khan, he must be scratching his head at the moment. How do I bowl to this guy? I've just got so close to getting him out. Next ball, sails to the boundary.
Yeah, he's really clever, isn't he? Rory McCann, he knows, like I said earlier, where the fielders are. He knows that that man has been brought in now. So he's playing that with no risk.
Now he knows that last ball he over. I think he just wants to burgle the strike back. He does. Moves to 41. 7 overs down. It's 80 for 1. Basha can't. Well, he ends up going for 29. I have to say, he didn't do a lot wrong. This is what's coming up, and I'm really excited for Group D. It's the group we were calling the Group of Death. You get to see VRC Rotterdam, the returning champions. That's going to be a really good matchup, match 1 against MSC Frankfurt, the champions of Germany. We'll also see Albi Zalmi from Sweden, the Austin Exiles from Belgium. So look, actually all of these games are great. We'll also see the Multi Super Kings there, and Petersburg Sporting will make up Group D, the Group of Death. Can VOC Rotterdam even make it a championship week? Never mind defending the trophy. They have to defend against 5 other teams in Group D first. You don't want to miss that. Starting 8 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. in India. Monday morning, give yourself a couple of days off and join us right back here in Spain. As Mr. 100% is coming on to bowl overs 8 and 10, I'm sure. Hello, Louis Bruce, who's watching from Gibraltar. Nice to see you, Louis. Very talented young player. Got a few others in there. Jeff Maguire, always happy to see you. Oh, he goes straight and he goes powerfully. Maximo! McCann, the key, had that close call. There's nothing close about this. Safi going for the Yorker, but he misses short. And when you do that against a player that can drive as powerfully as McCann, you're going to be in trouble. 6 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot. Shaba. And I know one man that'll like that shot is Corey Ruckus, because he often says, sometimes you've got to go back deep in your crease. And that's exactly what McCann did there.
This will be Fuller. About the same. This is hit hard. Well, this could be for a second. It was going to get past Mashrat Ali. Just the one. Yeah, Safi has executed the Yorkers probably as well as anyone that's bowled at the death in this tournament. But still, occasionally, when he's missed it, where he's seen some big sixes off him, McCann's batting well. He's up to 48.
Now, this is where he's got to get the line absolutely right here to Ali Shah, because from this angle, if he doesn't get it right, it's going to be in his swing zone, and he loves to hit big on the leg side.
It's been an interesting contest. Left-hander to left-hander. It's well bowled.
Yeah, that's where he has to be.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get too straight with that angle where there might be a ball or two landing in the bar. So he stays away from him. But what he does well, he makes sure it's not so wide, that it's outside the wide line.
Yeah.
So
Really good ball, that.
see if Ali Shah makes any kind of in-game adjustments here. Maybe takes a guard a little bit more outside the off stump. I still think he wants that leg side. The wind at the moment pretty much right behind the bowler. Has been swirling around.
Change. Sorry, Vinny. Interesting field change here. Square leg coming in. So they put the man, I don't know, sort of...
2/3 man.
Yeah, 2/3
Second
mans.
and a 4th man. Oh, well, they got a second man, but they needed a first man, because this is something that wasn't planned, but it does just sneak past the keeper, and the result will be 4 to Ali Shah. Well, sometimes you can bowl the perfect ball, and you have the imperfect result. The result, 4 carreras para Carlton, the Scottish champions.
Well, this is a little bit unlucky. I mean, he's bowling to where he wants to bowl it. He's got a plan in his mind. He sets the field for it. But, well, you couldn't hit this any finer. And, well...
Do a look through everything at that.
Through everything at that. He might need a
things.
wardrobe change soon. But anyway, good bit of cricket. Good contest, this.
I think I have the same plan. Snuck across a little bit, Ali Shah. Well, this is straighter. No timing in the shot. They want 2 here. And McCann gets sent back, I think, by Ali Shah, who had a good view of the ball in the fielder's hands. So just 1. His partnership now with 67. It's been prosperous, but yeah, still looking at that rate. They're going about that tour ball, that 120 pace.
Yeah.
Certainly not too many more than a par score on the cards.
Similar to what they did against Cluj, but then they went big the last over, remember?
McCann, last ball the over. Yeah, gets him reaching. It's actually a really good over from Safi. He does concede a Maximo, little edge in there. Goes for 13. I think he executed his skills pretty well. He is a competitor. 8 overs down. Carlton, the Scottish champions, they are 93 for 1.
Yeah, who do you think's the happier here at the moment, Vinny?
I think it's about even, honestly. I do think that Carlton will defend 120 probably better than any other team in the competition.
Yeah.
Although Brescia probably would be second, considering how they've been bowling, particularly towards the back end of this week. But certainly we've got a contest on our hands. And that's, of course, what you want to see in a final with such a big prize on the line.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that I think Russia are probably the happier of the two because they know that Carlton, if they bowl badly, Carlton at this point could already be about 110.
Oh, they'll be happy they haven't bottled it.
Yeah, so I think even though
Sure.
they've only just picked up that one wicket, to
Yeah.
be able to contain them to this at the moment, if they can finish well, so they need 12 good deliveries.
Ali Raza Islam comes on for his first over. Oh, and this is pretty close to knocking over McCann. I don't think there's any bet on that. It'll be a bye. That could have been worse. That could have gone through for 4. But Dulu, he's had a long week behind the stumps as well. Maybe are you happy at this stage to get McCann away from the strike? I don't know. I think both these guys can be dangerous.
I think you saw the Ali Shah is just asking Rory McCann, what's he doing? And he said, just shrugging his
He's
shoulders.
just saying I missed it. I'm
Yeah,
not
he's
quite
saying,
sure how. So, first look at a bowler as well. Ali Raza Islam, he was the hero. First match of the day for Brescia CC, bowling the last. He'll only get the one in this match. Just checking my watch. But they've got a good 3 minutes to get through this over, so we shouldn't have any penalties. It's pretty well bowled. Yeah, I think they're happy just with the single only.
Yep.
Learning a few.
Single or yeah.
Yeah,
Well done.
learning a few extra languages accidentally as I embark on my second 1,000th game.
I think that was a little bit of Marina, single ho gaya, theek hai. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't throw it.
Big 10 balls, because we've seen some huge finishes that could really see Carlton push ahead. McCann on 49, and this is in the air, and he may go no further. The catch is taken by Shaddan Khan, and so nice sportsmanship as well from Brescia CC. Just saying well batted to McCann, and that genuinely, I think they were impressed with his stroke play. They're pretty happy to get him at this stage. He goes deep in his crease. Ali Raza Islam, he's having a good week, and he has that Midas touch. He started this over with just a couple of ones conceded. Then the big wicket of McCann, who goes for 49, so he doesn't get back-to-back half-centuries in the end. Carlton lose the second, 95 for 2.
That's one of your ice cream cones. And he's lucky he wraps his fingers around that, but Shaddan, his eyes were huge. They were like golf balls as he was keeping an eye on that one. But a good round of applause here, and well-deserved. Rory McCann almost makes another 50, but look, they'd be very happy with what he's done here with the bat here today. 67 in the first match they had to play, and then in this one, the final, he scores 49. But it just means now, though, with a new batter coming in, if Brescia can really attack the new batter and keep it tight, they could restrict him to around about that, I don't know, even the 110.
Yeah, well, I mean, no Southwood in the lineup, so you feel that McCann and Ali Shah, they're the two batters that can really hurt you in this last over and a half. So I think that potentially is a wicket that can save you 10 or 15 runs. But Ali Shah is still there. Won't be on strike, of course, because in the ECN, the rule is, I think, the fair rule, which is the new batter has to come and face the music. So Shujaa Khan will come in. Can hit a long ball too. Gets funky and he gets out. First ball straight off the face of the bat. And so 2 in 2 for Ali Raza Islam. And yeah, just try to get inventive. And you want to get enough on this to get it away from the keeper. Otherwise you are at risk. This is the kind of shot that the keeper back, you've actually got a chance to catch compared to if McCann was keeping. Probably that goes for 4. So Shujaa gets funky, but he loses his wicket. And will the hat-trick hoodoo be broken by Ali Raza Islam? He's done almost everything else this week. Carlton, 95 for 3.
Yeah, Doodoo does well there. He sees the batter can't move early, so he sort of anticipates what the shot is going to be. He guesses right, and then he gets, he gets pretty lucky as well because he's hit straight at him and takes the catch. So, well, he's gone and he's come and gone. Only one ball for Shujaa Khan.
Right, they've uncaged the bear.
Yeah.
Fraser Burnett, he's been let out there, and he's going to have to deal with Ali Raza Islam on a hat trick. Yeah, Burnett's a guy we've seen open the batting. Has nicked a few this week. All right, hat trick opportunity. Won't be. The hat trick hoodoo continues. Hard to believe. It's only 2 weeks ago. Feels a lot longer that we had Marcus O'Riordan's hat trick dropped off a sky ball for Tunbridge Wells. But plenty of other opportunities since then haven't been taken. Burnett does his job though, doesn't he?
What a great over. And it's, okay, the captain's obviously worked out who he wanted to be bowling when, and he's going to get just the one over.
Last ball, the over. What does Shah do here? Does he want the strike or does he want to go large? Well, I think he wanted the latter, but he gets the former as he aims this one into the fan zone instead. I think this might have just come off the very end of the bat, so he will retain the strike. Carlton, 97 for 3. And what a good over by Ali Raz Islam. He only concedes 3 and a bite, picks up 2 wickets. You have to ask the question, he won't get a second over.
No, he won't.
Because he only brings it over on the 9th. I mean, they bowled Sajjad a second one. That worked out okay because then he went for 6. Bashar Khan, just trying to think, how could he have snuck in another one? Because
I think they've done well. I think Sajjad, when he bowled the first one, it was tidy enough. They weren't really going after the spin. So I think, fair dues, get your 4 overs in there. I mean, it's the way it works sometimes. He's sport for choice. What's working, you go with it, and they put themselves in a great position here. 100's not on the board yet, 3 short of that. I mean, I was saying that if they can keep him to 110, they'll be absolutely over the moon. Russia, 120 though, is what Carlton will want. So they're going to have to try and go for the big shot. Ali Shah hasn't quite gotten to his groove yet. Will he? Here.
At 150. Here he is to Mr. 100%. Oh, he gets a filthy full toss. He's going to get 4. That was all about the error, I think, from Safi, who just overcooks this attempted Yorker. Ali Shah quick to get outside the off stump because I think he knows that there's a very fine third man, a more square third man. And if he can get something here, even though he doesn't get out of the middle, and he's going to get a boundary.
Yeah, I mean, he does go back in his crease, and well, it's one of those. I mean, it can be called. I've seen it called.
Yeah, if it's called, I've got no complaints, but I feel like it was just fractionally okay. 100's up now. This time he goes, and he goes well, and even though there's 2 fielders protecting that area of the ground, it bisects them. Safi goes length, and Shah hitting his straps. Maximal for Carlton.
Yeah, he does it again here. Look how quickly he moves. And I think the bowler, he tries to follow him, doesn't get it right. I think in that situation, you just got to try and go full and straight. I wonder if Safi will get the message here. Because, well, Ali Shah is going to keep moving around in his crease. He's trying to put you off. He's trying to throw you off your length.
Timing Siggy. Placement Siggy. Next delivery. And this is going to be 4 more. Safi's just lost the plot here a couple of times. He needs to go back to plan A and get it up to Ali Shah as he moves to 38. And this is an expensive last over. And after the disastrous last one for the Scots, they have recovered in the 10th.
Yeah, I mean, look, Carlton doing exactly what they did earlier in that match against Cluj. I think at the end of the 9th, they were 111 in that match, and they ended up with 130 on the board. Yeah. And they're looking to do the same here.
Change of angle, change of plan. And this time they want 2 here, and they're probably going to get it. And they will. It's not picked up cleanly. That's smart cricket as well from Carlton. And that one was for you, PRNK. Said, I'm doing a bit of Spanish dialogue now and then. Someone throwing a bit of Punjabi. They've learnt off me best mate, Rico, right here. So what do we got? We've got 2 to come. I think that the score is... I've got 112. Come back to you on that. Make that 113. Well, this one could be a chance. And it is dropped. Well, how's he dropped that? And, well, Ali Shah won't get back. Now he thinks about it. Wow. Navid Chowdhury down there at... He's more of a second man than a third man. And you see here, again, just going that kind of unusual technique. Doesn't judge it right. And I think Ali Shah thought he was a goner. So they only get 1. So we'll get to see the bear unleashed again. 2 to come.
2 to come or 1 to come?
2. Last ball. Well, he tries to get this one away, and this one gets past the fielder. Oh, he didn't leave his feet. Bashar Khan, and it leaks 4. So that's a big last over. It goes magical for Carlton, the Scottish champions, who will take some of that momentum into the second half. Okay, he gets a fingertip on it. You felt that maybe he could get a dive at it. And as it is, it'll be 4 to Bennett, who gets funky to finish things off. And Carlton have scored 118 for 3. Precious CC will need 119 to make it through to championship week.
Yeah, it's good to see that, well, our camera crew, good to Spring Productions, Richards, he's in the action as well. This is yours, Richards. But it should have been, maybe, it should have been the fielders there. Maybe Bashar Khan has to stop it.
Yeah.
There's yeah, I'll do the fielding. Look, they've done well. They've done it again, haven't they? They've managed always to pull something out of the hat when it matters. At the end, just to remind you, at the end of the ninth, the score was 97. And I was saying that, well, Berkshire, they'll be very, very happy if they keep this to about 110. They've let them off the hook. How about this? Adi Shah dropped on 12, dropped on 14 in the over from the captain, and now dropped to 40. Dropped him 3 times. He made the pay.
Well, he does. He's not a player you want to drop. This leading run scorer for the Scots this week. As it was a proud moment for all the players as they got to stand for their respective anthems. And up there it was on to the McCann show. Wasn't he good again? As he batted very intelligently. Had a couple of close calls though. And it's a Gundy ball that was put away into the jungle. Bashar Ali, he was the destroyer previously. And he got the first wicket once again. It was Pillai who holed out to Mr. 100%, who was all smiles then. Ahmadullah Safi. McCann, I like the way he just places his shots all around the ground. And he built this partnership with Ali Shah. But Shah, well, you mentioned he had these issues, didn't he? And there are a couple that got away. That's Baba Hussain. I'm sure will feature in the second half of this match with the bat. Couldn't do much in the field this afternoon. Carlton, again, slacking a little bit without Southwell, but still other players stepped up. And Mr. 100%, well, he delivered a pretty good 8. Things got away from him in the 10th. Ali Raza Islam, when you look back now, he only got the 1 over. That was a very, very good one. Only 4 came off it, and he picked up the big wicket in the middle of the over. So 2 wickets for him. This was Shuja Khan that went first ball. And yeah, you just felt there, your pressure were ahead. But with that 21 off the last over, perhaps things just swinging back slightly to the Scottish champions, Carlton.
Yeah, I mean, that last over was good for him. But still, look, I'm going to say this, put this out there. If you're saying to Khalid Sargent, right, okay, Carlton have batted and they've scored 118, would you take it? I think you'd take it.
Oh, they're in the match.
Yeah.
One thing they didn't want is to have to attack, I think, more than 2 a ball. That's what they'll need, essentially, throughout the second half. But they know they have players that have kind of hit form at the right time. McCann, 49, didn't quite make the 50, but still very good effort from the former Irish international. 29 balls in his innings. Once again, did most of his work on the ground. Really liked his knock. 5 4s, 2 6s in there. Ali Shah, well, he came good, but he had plenty of chances. 41 on out of 21. Pillai was the other player to hit double figures as he scored 18 before being the first man to fall. Islam gets the figures 2 for 3, but doesn't get a second over because he bowled the 9. The other wicket went to Bashrat Ali, who bowled okay as well. Sajjad, well, he was a bit of a wild card. We don't always see him bowling, the captain with his leggies, but he only conceded 15 off his 2 overs. You can see there, the 9th, it was all pressure, and then Carlton came storming back in the 10th. The only magical over of the innings, worth 21. Saw them post 118. You don't want to go too far, ladies and gentlemen, because we'll be back. And in only 10 overs time, we will know exactly who will be joining Tunbridge Wells of England and Brigade of Ireland in the Championship Week 6, which is hard to believe. It's just over 2 weeks away. Well, we'll be back in a few minutes to see if Precious CC can pull off the upset of the week and defeat the undefeated Carlton. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great finals day. Back with the last innings just around the corner. You're watching ECN, and this is the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
Hello and welcome back to the big one, the battle of bat versus ball. This is the Group C final. And we've seen Carlton go out there and bat, and they put 118 on the board thanks to a magical last over where 21 came from it. So 119 required by Brescia. Look, I think they'd be really happy with that. I said at the end of the innings that if you had offered them 119 for victory, would you take it? I'm sure they would. They're going to have to be positive, but they've got to come out here, I think, with positive attitude. They can't do, for me, the openers can't do what they did against Cluj when they, because it wasn't a particularly high score, they just gave their wickets away. They were afraid to hit the ball. I think they've got to go out there and play their normal style. That's the key thing here. Play the normal way and see where it takes them. Got to be brave, because it's not going to be easy, because you know that Carlton, they want to be here themselves back in on the week starting the 14th of March. That's finals week. They want to make it, but Brescia, well, they want to have their own say. And even the sun starts to come out for the this final innings of Group C. The batters is going to be the keeper, Yasir Dulu. He's going to be the #1 batter. And Ali Raza Islam, who's had a marvellous week with bat and with ball. He's the non-striker. Captain, Ellie Evans for Carlton, first up, and well, gets a stick on this into 4 runs. It'll probably be one for the over as well, so he's shown the short ball early, and he knows he won't be able to bowl anything short again, so he's going to be under pressure here. Nicely put away, 4 carreras. And yeah, he's in the air playing that one, well, that'll do nicely. Dulu, he goes big. There's Evans comes in once more, and well, this one is right at him, quick, spicy, gets bat onto ball and takes a single. That's what it's all about. Rico Full here in the house, and joining me, Mr. Maximo.
Now, I'll put my seatbelt on because I think this is going to be a really interesting finish to the week. Evans, he's certainly gone up a notch from what we saw him bowling earlier in the week. He's come back from a slight injury. First one, he'll jump cut for 4. Here's Ali Raza Islam on strike for the first time. Goes short, can't catch up. Well, this is no ball. It has to be.
Yep.
Has to be. The first one was almost over his head, and if this is over the shoulder, it's a no ball. Yep. It's a good call by the umpires. For sure it was. About nose high. So we're going to see a free hit now. Yeah, Evans persisting with the short stuff.
It's always an issue when you bowl the very first delivery short, because you know you can't bowl it again. It's a good call for me.
Slow ball, hit hard, hit into a gap, and hit for 4. Applies a very good fielder, and he did everything he could to get there. Raza Islam cashes in the free hit, and off the first half of the first, they've got 10 runs.
Glorious start, it really is. I was saying that they've got to be brave, they've got to play their shot, they shouldn't hold back. And, well, getting a free hit means you don't hold back. You've got to stay focused. Evans, can he come back with a wicket?
Wow, this is short again, and this is going to be 4 more. He's testing the umpire's patience there, but I think this one's just okay. I thought it was about chest high. See what you think. Oh, actually, it's
I'd call it, because I think he's up in the air when he's hit this.
Well, I mean,
really tight call.
It's a 50-50 call. But tell you what happened, the ball went to the boundary. It's tough to see a moving target as well for the umpire. We've got the benefit of the replay. Evans a little bit lucky to get away with that one. But still, Raza Islam put it away. Pushes, full of delivery. Yeah, I think they'll be really happy, especially because Evans is turning on the afterburners here, but they've got 15 off his over so far with the ball remaining.
Yeah, Evans, he didn't bowl probably in the first 3 matches, if memory serves me right, but when he has bowled, they've liked him. I have to say, they have liked him. He's gone for a few.
Hatless. Dulu hits this one miles in the air, but how far is it going? Well, it's gone with the wind, Rico. Maximo! The accidental Maximo from Dulu. It was the reverse on drive. The first over goes magical. 21 without loss.
Well, what a start this is for Brescia. And not where he intended it, but he goes a long way up, and the wind gives it a few kisses along the way, and it goes for 6 of the best. Dulu. What a start from Brescia.
Dulu just saying to Ali Raza Islam, that's exactly where I was intending that to go. And when that got up in the slipstream, it wasn't coming back. Ali Evans. Wow. Not the start he wanted, no doubt. And now Shuja Khan is going to get the second over. I think the spin will be important in the middle here.
Yeah, I mean, Evans went first. Now, I'm just wondering if he thought that maybe is because, I don't know, did I say it, that he was the weak link, and he's hoping that the likes of Shaju Khan here and Shivam Gupta can bring it back.
Now, this is in the air. He's backing back, and he can't quite get there. It's another boundary. Raza Islam has 3 of them now, moves into double figures, and the good start continues for Brescia CC.
Yeah, I said you got to bat without fear, and that's what they're doing here. It's there, he takes it on, he gets a little bit fortunate, great effort from the fielder. And you can see just, well, inches away from Anil Raza. He pulled off a great catch there earlier today, but not able to get to these.
Shuja Khan really pitched this one up. Still off for land. Now this is going to be another one, but there's no outfielder, so he should be safe. He's not just safe, this one's over the fence. Maximo! 6 more. Raza Islam turning it on. Both openers being very effective in this power play.
Well, the sun is shining, and it means the Italians maybe are feeling at home with the Mediterranean sun shining down on them. They made an explosive start. It's time for Shaka, and the fireworks all around this ground here at the moment.
I was going to say, Phil G read my mind. That 21 off the first over kind of nullifies the 21 off the last over of the first innings. So kind of back to where the game was after 9 overs. But this is certainly swinging at Brescia's way. A lot of runs still to get, though. Pitches up, and he bangs him out of the ground. Well, that one is massive over the giant ice cube. Raza Islam kind of had a feeling this was going to be pitched up, and this one's out of sight. Maximo, 6 more to Brescia.
Kinna Sona Shaka Lagya.
That is big. That is big, and I hate to say it, I've seen quite a few times teams win every game all week and lose the final. Certainly Carlton won't want to be another statistic. Oh, he tries to horn this one. And it's just 1 this time. Yeah, I've seen it a number of times now. Where teams have won every game throughout a week in a European cricket series and then lost the final. Hasn't happened here at Cartama, but there is precedent. Khan's got to try and pull this back. He's got 2 balls to go in this over. This is going to be more runs. This has gone all the way. Oh, that's a Katsumo from Dulu, who hits this, and it never got that far off the ground. But still, he takes half a dozen.
What a shot this is. Just outstanding hitting. It really is. I mean, they're loving the pace on here. And a bit of carnage going on here. Well, I think they want this over to be over as quick as possible, just more to go, and the spin will come on straight away. This is electrifying.
England had their game where France found their kryptonite. Is it happening in the final here for the Scots? 44 with a ball to go. And this will be more. How many more? 4 more. And well, the first went for 21. The second over goes for 27. And Brescia, they have a lightning start. After 2 overs, it's 48 for no loss.
Oh, well, what a start this is. This is just incredible. Well, he can't believe this is going to the boundary. But, well, they can, and they're making a lot of noise. Brescia are on the up. The Stallions, the Italian Stallions are out there, the champions of Italy, and they're turning it on in the final.
No fear batting. I would think seriously about going to spin. This is where I think you need to be flexible in your plans as a Scottish captain. Let me just tell you how Brescia got here. Well, they had to get through Super Thursday. They won that sudden death match. Then they won another sudden death match in the eliminator against Alton. They won another sudden death match against Cluj. So they've done it the hard way. If they could win this one, then they will have won all 4 of those cutthroat contests, which is what they needed to do to qualify. And, you know, earlier in the week, we were talking about to the Scottish captain, Alistair Evans, about how kind of set his bowling order was. But I think this is an example where I think you need to change the pace. So I don't think they would have planned for Adil Raza to bowl in the power play, but here he is bowling the third. I think it's good captaincy. You have to change something.
Yeah, you have to. They're loving the pace on. You've got to try something because, look, that rate is already under 9. They need now to fight back. They need to claw back. They need to get these wickets. And it's Raza that he goes to. He's been my pick of the bowlers for Carlton.
Yep, and he's on under pressure. Tosses up. Well, there's a ball outside the strike zone. McCann wasn't expecting that full toss. I've got to talk a bit about Adil Raza. He went to the Abdul Qadir Academy for leg spin. So, you know, he studied under some of the best coaches. Won't get a run here. Yeah, so he's worked with some really, really top-level cricketers and coaches. Has also trained in Pakistan as well, working on his spin, getting that high-level coaching. I think it shows this is a huge over in the context of this game. I feel like the Scots need a wicket just to steady themselves. Oh, they almost get one here. Doesn't get up. Islam swings and misses.
Yeah, this is so far exactly what they need. He goes right across his stumps here and very close to feathering this one.
Look at Dulu, 21 off 5. So, super duper sonic stuff. Right now, this is Ali Raza Islam. He wants this and he sweeps it and it's going to be caught. Well, something had to give and he was very clever the way he took that. He kept his heel in the air, made sure he didn't touch the rope. And so after a quick fire 26, Ali Raza Islam has to go. The opening partnership is broken at 49. It only took 15 balls, 49 for 1.
What a very good catch this is from Umar Mohammed. It really is. I mean, look, he's reaching for it, so he can't get the full power in it. Still hits it pretty well, though. And this is not an easy catch because that sun is out there. That would have to be contended with as well, but does really well. And you can see that if that foot goes down, if that heel goes down, he's touching the rope, but he does it brilliantly. So, well, Ali Raza Islam goes 26 of just 11 deliveries. But look, it's they're still not out of it yet here, Carlton, because that just brings the Centurion, the only man that scored a century in the ECN this year, and he's the only man that scored a century in the Champions League of Cricket. And it's Baba Hussain as he walks out.
Yeah, change of pace, change of luck. Just looking back at those first 2 overs, 9 balls out of the 12 went to the boundary or over. It's crazy. And yeah, this brings Baba Hussain's had a very good week. Can he do it against Carlton? Remember when these two teams met on the 3rd morning of play? It was match 11. But SSEC only posted 82. And Carlton only got there in the last over. So this time it's Brescia chasing. Reverse the innings.
Interesting, they've changed the field here to the same. They've brought the man from mid-wicket in, so they've gone for long on.
I think they're tempting him to go over long on because mid-on is up in the circle. Oh, he drives. Yeah, he's going to go wide of the fielder though, and that's 4.
Yeah.
And well, it's a good start. I thought for a second he might have picked out the man, shooted the card down along off, but he was quite intelligent. He played it a little bit later, a little bit squarer, and that's a good confident start for Baba Hussain.
Yeah, see the way he gets into position, and look at the way he uses his hands and his arms to make sure that goes into the vacant area. Clever. Well, they're making, okay, another change here. So now they're bringing square leg up.
They're just pushing the boundary rider on the leg side to more mid-wicket. Before that, he was square leg. He leaves this one alone. I think he knew it wasn't going to be a wide. He was just out of options and he didn't want to nick it. Good steadying boundary for Baba Hussain, but I mean, Carlton will know they're just probably 2 wickets away from maybe even being ahead in this game again. They can keep the production line moving. He's back, and well, he sends him back. If he hits, he might be in trouble, and he just misses. That would have been a tight call.
Yeah, I think Dulu probably just gets back here.
Probably not one of the fastest turners this week, Yasser Dulu, but he had to hustle back, and how close is this? I mean, oh, he just gets back, but sorry, didn't miss by much.
Marvellous over. That's what they needed. They needed a good one, and they needed a wicket. And Adil Raza, once again, is the provider. 5 runs comes from it.
Well, I can tell you that before the match, Rico, I know you sat down with the Brescia CC captain, Kalab Sajjad.
Gulab, congratulations on badi fan ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁਣ ਬਣ ਗਿਆ ਪਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਸਟਾਰਟ ਇੰਨਾ ਅੱਛਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀਗਾ ਪਰ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ स्माइल कर रहे
जी बिल्कुल हमें शुरू में थोड़ा मसला हुआ विकेट के लिहाज से भी और ग्राउंड को पहले नहीं ऐसे ग्राउंड में खेला इसलिए प्रॉब्लम्स आई प्लेयर को लेकिन बाद में माशाल्लाह सब प्लेयर ने अच्छी परफॉर्म की और विकेट को समझ गए इसलिए अच्छा खेल पेश किया बाद में.
I was just asking him there, wasn't the best of starts with those earlier losses, and he was very serious then when I spoke to him earlier in the week, but now he's saying, yeah, the players got used to the conditions, got used to the ground, and of course they're a lot happier. When final आ रहे हैं ਤੁਹਾਡੇ player बहुत अच्छे player हैगे, all rounder भी हैगे, अपना अली राजा इस्लाम बहुत अच्छा player है, शदनान खान भी हैगा, नाले सेंचुरियन बाबर हुसैन, एक चल पवे मैच ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਸੋਚ ਕਿ नहीं?
जी बिल्कुल, एक प्लेयर भी परफॉर्म कर जाए, बैटिंग में कर जाए तो इंशाल्लाह हम मैच जीत जाएंगे. और सब प्लेयर की जो बॉडी लैंग्वेज है वो बता रही है इंशाल्लाह जीतेंगे, अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे. बाकी जो फिर लक पे भी बात है, क्रिकेट है.
I've just asked him a question. He's got some good all-round players, and we talked about the bowlers there, about Raza Islam is there as well, Shadnan Khan, and also the Centurion, Baba Hussain. So is he feeling that maybe they're going to win this for him? He said yes, the feeling in the camp is good. They're all feeling confident and positive, and if everything goes their way, they can. Ek bande ne question karni hai, one man I want to ask about, oh haga apna Mr. Evergreen. Mr. Evergreen, we know who we're talking about, Basharat Ali. Audi performance बहुत अच्छी हुई.
बशारत अली एक लेजेंड प्लेयर है हमारे इटली में, जो उसकी परफॉर्मेंस रही हैं बहुत अच्छी हैं और एक एक्सपीरियंस है उसके पास. तो वो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह आज उसने अच्छी बॉलिंग की, तो वो हमेशा से ही ऐसा रहा है, वो लेजेंड प्लेयर है.
तो की प्लेयर कौन है ये मैच में जे तुसी फाइनल जितना किन्ने परफॉर्म करनी चाहिए?
उम्मीद है इंशाल्लाह अली रज़ा परफॉर्म करेगा और बाबर.
Well, there you go. He's saying, first of all, Bashar Ali, he's a legend, and saying, well, if you're going to win this match, who has to perform? And he's saying what Ali Raza has to perform there, and also Baba Hussain. Well, thank you very much. Back to Vinny Sandhu in the commentary box.
Well, while that was going on, you saw what happened the first 5 balls this over now. It's good to see Angus Beattie back, 4-1-1-6 dot, so still a dozen. Which at this stage is certainly a good result for Brescia CC. It's a full toss. This time it's not stopped in the circle. It's going to be 4 more. So Beattie bravely bowling after that nasty fence incident earlier today, but he goes for 16. So the left arm spinner not having as much success as the wrist spinner Adil Raza, has 4 overs down, and the score is 69 for 1. As I am rejoined by Rico Fall here in the commentary box. And well, what can you say about this start from Brescia CC? I mean, it's just been supersonic stuff. They've chanced their arm, they've gotten away with it.
Yeah.
And well, now, how do you think Carlton can work their way back into this?
Well, the Carlton, they need wickets. They need to pick up. I think if you look at the batting lineup, they need two more wickets, and that will slow Brescia down.
Yeah.
But Brescia doing exactly what we said that need to do. Go out there with no fear, and then it's showing no fear at the moment.
It's fair. It's fearless cricket. That's exactly how I describe it. And look, I did think, and I wouldn't say that the Scots were intimidated by the Italians because they're a very good cricket team, but you just also felt they're probably the one team they didn't want to run into in the final. They've only played them once, so they probably haven't had the experience of playing them as often as, for example, Carlton and Cluj. To finish in the top 3, maybe it was a blessing in disguise to finish in the bottom 3 for Brescia. But still, time their run. 24 ahead on the comparison as Shivam Gupta comes into the attack for the first time. And now I'm just looking at this equation, which is, will be 49 off 35. So needing about, it's the equivalent of chasing something in the 80s at the moment. This game's not done by any means. They just need a couple of tight overs to work their way back in. And sometimes when it tightens up, it can force mistakes from the batters. But here's Gupta. He goes for this. Has he got enough? He has. And this is going to be 6 more. Maximal for Dulu. And, well, he's come good. Had a good time. The plucky keeper batter. You see, this is just one which is probably catchable height if the fielder's behind it, but it picks the gap, and the result 6 more to Brescia CC.
Yeah, he waits for it, stays deep inside his crease, picks the length beautifully, and he knows where the gaps are, hits as well. And even Gupta, Shivam Gupta, who's been, well, one of the pick of the bowlers for me, especially in terms of the pace bowlers, even he's finding it difficult to come by here. Something needs to happen. They need this breakthrough. Where is it going to happen? And it needs to happen soon. Otherwise, this match, this final, is going to get away from them. And Carlton may find they don't need to be looking at booking their flight back here to Malaga.
Now, here's the thing. They could have gone back to Adil Raza. I think maybe Ali Evans didn't want to spend him just yet. I think didn't want to spend him. And often they don't like bowling more than 2 overs of either spin or pace in a row. So they went to Raza in the 3rd. He only went for 5 in the power play. Great over. Beattie with his spin went for 16, so they've gone back to seam. I suppose Raza's the key for me here about when he bowls that over, but it also depends what the match situation is at that time, because you know, if they come on and they only need 7 and over, they'll be happy to just kind of knock him around and probably try not to lose a wicket. Here's Gupta back in play. Swing and a miss. 43 of 33. So keep an eye on that, the gap between them. At the moment it's 10. If that keeps closing, Precious EC will be closing in on a big upset.
Dulu, I mean, right, that's the dot ball. So it's 13 deliveries now. 42. Just, he saved the best till last, eh?
Plenty of runs still to get. Goes leg side and gets 6 more. Maximo! Oh, this is supersonic stuff from Dulu. And he just lifts this one. It was all in the timing. He moves to 48.
Well, what a shot this is. This is absolutely amazing. I mean, that was probably a quicker delivery from Gupta, but he just strays, doesn't he? Just strays onto his pads and bang, over it goes. Shaka Lagia, and it's not getting any easier. Well, the only bowler that's had any kind of success so far has been Adil Raza.
I mean, I said Brescia had momentum going into this match. They got the momentum of a freight train now. This one just cuts back, but he still works it away for 1, moves to 49, equal top scorer in the match now for Dulu.
Now this is just Dulu. It's been top form. I mean, it just doesn't seem to be flustered at all. Just is in his element, doing what he does best, which is just stands and delivers. Hussain.
Last ball of the over. Moved away. Hussain happy to take 1. That's the end of the 5th. Brescia CC, the Italian champions, they are 84 for 1. Look, Rico, they basically needed, 60 pace in the first half to be on track, and they're plenty more. They're 84 at the halfway point, so now only needing 35 off the second half. You almost feel like Brescia CC would have to fall over to lose, even though I know Carlton, they've got some good bowling options still available to them.
Yeah.
And looks like they're going to just have to roll the dice with Adil Raza here in the 6th to try and push that rate up again. It's now below 7 and over required.
Yeah, now look, this is where Brescia, I mean, I'm sure somebody like Baba Hussain will be aware of this. He doesn't need to take any risks. Singles will do it. Dulu at the other end, I don't think it matters to him. I think he's just going to go after everything. You're at the point now where you've got the match in the bag if you are sensible. You don't need to get carried away. Just got to keep calm here. Calm and play smart cricket.
The big moments, they do funny things in your mind though. So, well, this is a huge over. They need another big one from the talented leg spinner Adil Raza. Smile to Baba Hussain. Oh, was there a little edge on this? Might have been, just by the reaction of the players.
Certainly a reaction from Raza. Let's have a look. Yes, there was.
Yeah, you can't really blame the keeper there. That's a big deflection. Yeah, they stick or they don't. It's a bit unlucky it didn't go into the webbing there, because sometimes they stick it there even though they're nowhere near the middle of your hands. Still good start from Raza. Bubba's saying he's kind of got the licence here. I think they've got plenty of batting to come. He's 30% more careful as he just takes 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I'm expecting from Baba Hussain. He's a knowledgeable and experienced cricketer. He knows what he's got to do here. He doesn't need to play any big shots. And maybe what they've decided here is, okay, Dulu's probably saying, I only know one way to play. Maro. So Hussain's probably saying, all right, well, you do that. I'm going to be the anchor. I'm going to stay here.
How does he approach these 4 balls, though?
He go big. I'm telling you now, he's going to go big.
Let's find out. Not a good delivery. Ran one dragged down, but what that does do, it brings up Yasir Dulu's 50 of only 15 deliveries. What a knock in the final. 5 big 6s and 4 4s. And he hasn't done his job yet. He'll want to see 33 more runs. And yeah, it's an interesting one. I think Raza's the only bowler that's really troubled Brescia CC so far in this innings. But, knowing you've got all the other options kind of in the bag so far, I think they'll be a bit more careful. Baba Hussain just happy to take 1 here. What do we think about this in the chat? I mean, hello to Robbie Punchal, who's in the chat. And to Jeff Maguire as well. And Luke Belgium saying lovely half century. He's got to see his team home now. Hopefully you see us, because we'll be back on Monday morning. If you enjoyed this week, you're really going to enjoy the group of death, including returning champions VOC Rotterdam and 5 other sides that we've yet to see in ECL 22. Right now, Raza just needs a breakthrough. This is the man he wants. And he punches this one away, and I think this is going to be 4 more. It's an intelligent shot. It was a fairly low-risk shot. He got something that was a little bit short, a little bit wide from Adil Raza. The first time that he's been sent to the boundary this over. And 4 more valuable runs for the Italian champions.
Yeah, just a little bit short here, Adil. And he just waits for it, rocks back and hits it firmly along the ground. Another good effort from the fielder, BT this time. Couldn't stop it.
Better ball, top spinner, bounces a bit on Dualu. Doesn't get the little touch that the Scots wanted. That's the end of 6. It's 91 for 1. Hello to Ben Stronach in the chat, who's saying hello to us. And if you do want to say hello to us, we'd love to hear from you. Let's have a look at the figures there. Adil Raza only going run a ball, but everybody else has been 2.5 a ball or worse. It's just been one of those things at the moment. Dualu, he's getting a drink and he's sucking it down like his life depends on it. Remember how he got out earlier today? Just shows you how things can turn around. Earlier on he was run out when he slipped over and he dropped his bat and he fell flat on his face and pretty much every other part of his body. And he had to try and crawl home. Let's just say, he's certainly having a better time out in the middle this time, as he's moved to 54. Also, credit to Ali Raza Islam, 26 of 11 before he holed out.
This is the magic of T10. And Dulu, you're talking about him. He was run out of 1, but he faced 5 deliveries.
Yeah.
Yet here today in 5 deliveries, I think he was already in his 30s, wasn't he?
Yeah, exactly right. Almost. Now, he's happy to knock a 1 off the youngster Angus Beattie. Could see him back out there. A nasty collision with the fence earlier today, so I know we're all very thankful that he's recovered. Hello to Gary Crompton in the chat as well. Great to have you with us. Make sure you stick with us after this match. We're only halfway through this tournament, biggest tournament in the world. Hit hard, hit straight to on. Now singles are a bit of a draw, I think, at the moment. Just keeps that gap steady at 4. CC do have it under control. Have to be an epic collapse to lose from here, but we have seen them before, haven't we, Rico? He goes for this, he leans on it, and he drives handsomely through and over the offside. Maximo to Hussein, and now they're starting to taste it. Brescia CC, they move up to 99.
Look, just one of those every over is enough. This is quality. This is an absolute beaut. It's one of the shots of the day. That is so classy. Hits this perfectly.
Just smart.
Yeah.
Just takes the 1.
That's intelligent cricket, and that's sometimes, that's sometimes what Brescia haven't done in some of the other matches. That's where they were going wrong when they had those defeats early on. They just weren't playing smart cricket, but they've come together as a group, as a team, and they're really turning it on now.
Dualu, happy to take 1. Now they've got it under a runner ball. So, I mean, what can you pull out of the fire here? I mean, do you go back to Alistair Evans, for example, the most experienced campaigner, to try and pull something out of the fire here?
Or maybe Umair Mohammed, perhaps.
Umair Mohammed, yeah. We haven't seen Umair. I didn't really like the matchup of the 2 right-handers, but yeah, maybe he's the man that came up with that catch. A bit of magic earlier. You just got to try and take the game as deep as possible at the moment. With 17 required off the last 3, it's 102 for 1. And this is what is coming up in the group of death on day 1 on Monday morning. VOC Rotterdam, great to see them. I'm really looking forward to that first matchup against the German champs, MSC Frankfurt. A few players that we would know from ECS cricket last year. Also, talk a bit about the last game as well, Belgium versus Malta. And they had some interesting battles last year in international cricket, but their champion clubs, Austin Exiles and Malta Super Kings, respectively. And I think, look, we're going to see a lot of really interesting matches. And of course, we know top 3, bottom 3, how much it can make a difference. Brescia, if they do this, they've done it the hard way. And now I think that we're seeing Dulu calling for a helmet, which probably makes sense. Yeah, you consider that Ali Evans wasn't afraid for some of the upstairs stuff earlier. And look, the captain, I know He's had a difficult week because he's not quite at full fitness during the week. He didn't bowl, I think, until at least Wednesday or Thursday morning. And I guess he is going to himself here. He thinks, look, I'm going to take responsibility for this moment. He's an experienced campaigner, obviously. And yet they do need to get these two and probably another wicket pretty quickly.
Forza Italia is what a lot of the people in the group are saying. They're saying that they come good when it mattered. Maybe Carlton did peak too early. But, well, the captain is taking the responsibility. Well, I mean, the way that some of these overs have gone, especially when pace has been on, well, there's been a bit of carnage about. So this could be all over in this one.
Now, this is where do you gamble on one or two extra infielders just to try and get some dot balls to get you in the contest. Now, I think Scotland are thinking we've got to somehow get to the last over, which means we have to try and restrict the next two to single digits, which is not going to be easy. In the last over, anything can happen. We know that. Here's Dulu. What's his approach? Time for a rematch. He goes full this time. Dulu's equal to it. I think it's smart to attack the stumps and maybe hope for a mistake. The other thing is you've got Bummer Hussain. He's no slogger, is he? He's a guy who can bat. He can play shots all around the wicket. Has played a good level of cricket before.
Here we go. We're getting the field a bit tighter now. He's got a man in close each side. Yeah, the other interesting thing for me is Ali Evans. I mean, we've seen him bowl a lot of short stuff, but we've just seen that he can bowl it full, straight and accurately. Surprised that he went short in the first one.
Goes short again. This time it's just the one.
Yeah, going back to that, and also just wondering why he also changed what worked before in terms of the opening bowlers. It was normally either Shuja Khan or Shivam Gupta that opened. So obviously there was a plan there, but it just didn't work.
This one's hit hard. This is 4. And this is expert batting by Dulu. He's having the innings of his life here in the final. He passes 60. Pressure have passed 100. And well, now it's hard to see any path back. Carlton, well, they had 8 in a row. If pressure were to do this, they'd finish the week with 5 in a row.
Yeah, Dulu, excellent. I mean, before the start of this match, he was just over 100 runs. Now he's gone past 150 in the group. Well, this one does get through him. A bit of an extra zip in this one from Evans. And he's looking to go big, but this time he does lose his shape. And also the other man at the other end, well, Babar Hussain, he's already passed 200 runs. He's on about 284. So you can see just why these two were always going to be a handful.
They just haven't been able to get the breakthroughs when they've needed them. They've just got the 1 wicket so far.
It was that start. When you get a start of 21 off the first over, after 2 overs it's 48, you're really up against it. The 50 came up in the power play.
You've got to believe here. He's pushing the third man finer. So I think this is going to be one. He's going to bang in and hope gets edged down there for a catch. He does. It's not edged. It's going to be a dot. And that's the end of Evans' 2 overs. He ends up coming back with a much better second over, but still he concedes 28 in the final. And the score after 8 overs, 109 for 1. They're still alive, but they're hanging on by a thread. 10 runs required off the last 2 overs.
Yeah, who do you bowl here now then? What do you do? BET's bowled out. Raza is bowled out. I mean, you can see they're just trying to take this as deep as they can. Would you go back to Shivam Gupta, or do you take a real chance and go for somebody like Umar Mohammed?
The thing is, it's the same batters that did the damage against the seam of Shuja Khan and Shivam Gupta. Do you gamble with Umar? I suppose you just have to try and pull something out here. I mean, Umar is, again, very seasoned campaigner. I think they probably marginally seemed a little bit less comfortable against spin than pace in this innings as a whole. So I think you're just hoping to burgle a few dots here. I'd probably bring in a mid-wicket to try and stop that easy push and run, because at the moment, if Precious CC score for every ball, they can't lose.
Yeah.
So I think I know it's hard because you might concede a boundary if you bring an extra one up, but I probably would have a mid-wicket in the circle.
I would, because I think you got to, as a captain, you'd be thinking what Bubba was saying. If the ball is up there, he's not going to go for the big shot. He will take the single. So to him, I think you have somebody in. If this was Dulu at the other end, then you keep the field as it is.
do we get to a 10th? That's the question. Bubba Hussain just showing gears here. He's happy just to sit back and play the support role at the moment, knowing that Dulu has been incredible. What an upset this will be if they can get home. 10 required. And this one goes straight down the ground. Pops into a gap, but I think it'll just be one. If they can avoid a boundary this over, then we're going to the last. And then we're going to see probably a field they're all crowded in. And yeah, I mean, Dulu, he'll be thinking he can end it in 2 blows, though. I think he'll fancy the ball coming into him from Umar Mohammed. Short, and where he's going to get a boundary here. This isn't convincing, but it's effective as Dulu moves up to 65. And the Italian flags are out, Mr. 100%. He's making the most of the breeze here on a Friday afternoon. And after that, they can win the game with 1 swing of a bat, 5 required.
Well, how do you do, Lou? Well, very well indeed at the moment, say Brescia. Very well indeed, because it is Dulu that is doing the damage. He saved the best for the final. They're not there yet, but they're starting to feel it.
Gary's got a question in the chat about when we might have another tournament in Alphas. Not quite sure yet, still finalising the schedule. We'll let you know when we know more. Anyway, 5 now to win. And he's happy to take 1. I mean, what a danger team Brescia CC are. They started Monday and they did not win a match on Monday. And they lost both their matches. Firstly to Cluj. And yeah, you know, they were in some serious trouble. They lost to Alton in that match 5 where they kind of threw it away. The penalty runs were there. But, you know, you just felt they'd click at some point. And what a day to click to win 3 in a row. Any boundary will do now. This is in the air and this is going to do it. It's going to be 4 and that is 5 in a row. 5 to survive for Brescia CC and the Italian champions. Well, they might have pulled off an improbable victory. And very sporting, the Scottish champions, Carlton. Well, we've really loved the way that they have played the game this week. They won 8 in a row. They were the team to beat. They had the targets on them. But it's the Italians that shocked the Scots in match 24, the Group C final. And Brescia CC will join us in Championship Week.
Unbelievable scenes, unbelievable. Brescia, they have done it. The Italian champions. They are the gladiators. They're out there, the Italian stallions. And what a moment this is from them. What a victory. We said they had to be brave. We said they had to be strong. We said they had to play the normal game. It wasn't going to be easy against Carlton. And that's exactly what they did. They were brave because they were the gladiators. They've gone out there and they've conquered the Scottish champions Carlton. But look, the sportsmanship between these teams, and especially from the Carlton boys, is absolutely brilliant. They'll be hurting. They were the team that came into this final unbeaten. They've done marvellous things this week. They've been absolutely exceptional. But when it came down to the final, it is the Italian side, the team from Italy, Brescia, the Italian champions, that have done it. They pulled off an amazing shot. What a result that is. So I know that the team from England are there, the team from Scotland are there. Well, we're hoping to be there to join the team from Ireland. It was not to be. Carlton are not going to make it. This is a huge shot. And look at them out there. Oh, this is absolutely fantastic. What a massive moment this is for those boys. Enjoy it, boys. Chak de fatte, chak do fatte. Kinna enjoy kita, kinni achi performance. Champions bane Group B di. Group C di, pardon me.
Well, the Forza Italia, and what a moment for European cricket, for cricket on the continent. That is a huge win for Italy and Italian cricket in general. Brescia CC, the champion club, causing Carlton to fall to their only defeat in Group C week, and did it at just the right time. And what can you say about the innings of Yasir Dulu? Just shows you what cricket's all about. His day turned around. He was run out in disastrous fashion in the previous match that they played. He scores 66 off 25. Amazing. And the Italians, they had to win 4 in a row because they finished 4th. They had to do it the hard way, and they did. They won all 4, and the last one was their biggest test, and they passed it. Unbelievable that we'll see them in week 6.
Unbelievable. What do you say about Dulu? Well, Dulu, he was the voodoo for Carlton, the champions from Scotland. It was all about Dulu in this final, and I tell you what, those boys there, that's what I love about this. It's all about the European cricketers, and they have become champions here of Group C, and they're enjoying themselves, and this is what European cricket is all about.
Look at that.
It's
The
It's
Brescia
giving these
supporters,
guys...
the Brescia supporters will love watching that, Rico.
Oh, they're going to love that.
You wouldn't have believed it a couple of days ago.
That's, that's the words I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Making dreams come true.
Tunbridge Wells from England, Brigade from Ireland, now Brescia CC from Italy. But they only got here, Brescia CC. They had to win a really tough match that you'd remember against Gina Brescia to even represent Italy in the ECL 22. They're here and they're sticking around. Well, heartbreak for the Scots. You got to feel for them as well. They played some excellent cricket this week. They set the pace. They set the standard. But Brescia CC, when it counted most, they took some chances, and it was this lightning start that set up this successful chase for the men in green.
Oh, the hitting was awesome. It was all about power. It was all about timing. And, well, sometimes they got lucky as well, but this one, well, when luck is on your side, even the wind is blowing the balls for sixes. Dulu was hitting them well, and he was supported really well as well from Ali Raza Islam. You heard from the captain, Iqbal Sajjad, and he did say that these two men were key. And he also mentioned one other man, and that was Baba Hussain. He said he's going to be key as well. Hussain did go out there and played a real backbone innings for Dulu.
How good was Adil Raza, though, when it mattered most? He's a bowler of the week for me. I just thought he was incredible with what he did. Of course, Bashrat Ali, he had a pretty good week as well for Brescia CC. Yeah, but what I thought was really clever is, okay, they took those chances in the power play, but then they were pretty selective with what they went after they had the rate back down under control. And, well, it was new balls, please. Yeah, the seamers went the journey, didn't they? And, yeah, I mean, the first 2 overs going magical, 21 and 27. And, well, Dulu, again, let's just say he's enjoying the Brescia CC ECL shirt. And he certainly made the most of it in this one. And look at that. That was a really nice shot. This partnership saw them home in the end. Yeah, it was worth 70 runs uninterrupted. And, the poor Scots, that's T10 cricket, I suppose. That's a bitter pill for them to swallow, that they won't be back in Championship Week 6.
You know what this means? This, for me, and I'm going to say this, I think we've already seen the orthodox style when we talk about Tunbridge Wells, we talk about Brigade, and they were always against what I would say is the European style. Well, on 2 occasions, the orthodox style wins, but on this occasion, it's the blasting European style that does it. And 1 out of 3, that's not bad, but look at these moments. These moments will last forever. And, well, those pictures tell you a story. That's what it means to them. This was absolutely exceptional. And you know what? They'll be in the streets in Italy tonight.
I'll tell you what, there could be. Lock up your car, because it might be on fire when you get out in the streets of Brescia tonight. A few passionate kisses
bravo,
in the danger area, and why not? The Italian flag flying very high. What an unexpected twist to Group C. Well, if you enjoyed that, you'll enjoy Group D starting Monday morning. Join us from 8 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 1:30 p.m. in India. And no matter where you're watching around the world, you just can't turn your eyes away from this European Cricket League. The second time we've had this tournament. We've never had so many matches. In fact, we think it's more matches than any tournament we've ever held in cricket history. And looking at some of those names next week, I think there's plenty more action to come in Group D. And, well, you have to take a breath, because another name will get written in at VSC Rotterdam. I know they have a couple of players missing that they had available in 2019. So, in 2022, they're going to have a slightly different look team, and I think they're going to really be pushed by some of those other teams.
Oh, well, Vinny, what a day. I'm so glad that we've got a couple of days to recover, because I think my voice is going. It will last for a few seconds more, so don't worry. But after this, it needs a break, because we've seen some sensational cricket this week. I mean, all the groups have been fantastic. Group C, teams evenly poised. One team, though, that will be disappointed, of course. All teams will be disappointed they didn't get to the final. Carlton, they were superb. They were unbeaten as we have a look at that scorecard. Yeah. But it was Dulu, wasn't it? They just didn't know what was going to happen. They're still, I can still hear them. They're still chanting. And Dulu, of course, he's the man of the match. He's a superstar.
66 off 25, including 5 big sixes and 7 fours, striking at 264. Ali Raza Islam, 26 off 11, also striking in excess of 230. And Baba Hussain, he was just intelligent, didn't he?
Yeah.
He didn't take too many risks, 25 off 17, still striking at 150 or so. And with the bowling, Adil Raza head and shoulders above the rest. 1 for 12 of his 2 overs. Had to bowl a difficult one in the third. Kind of swung the game slightly back to Carlton. But Brescia, well, they were away and they were gone by that stage. as boundaries kept flowing throughout the middle overs. And unbelievably, Precious EC, they win 5 straight, but 4 sudden death matches straight to be the third qualifiers in ECL 22.
Yeah, I mean, they do it the hard way. And all I can hear all around this ground at the moment is Dulu, Dulu, Dulu. And, well, a bit of Shaba from Dulu. Sari Bolo, Shaba, because I tell you what, Dulu, absolutely fantastic. That is a final that we will remember for a very, very, very long time, because I think a lot of people probably thought it was possible. A lot of people probably said it could be possible, but I think maybe deep down they thought, well, nah, it's not going to happen. Well, I'm going to say to you, Corey Ruckus, you pick Carlton, Rico Fool.
Yeah, Corey picked
Brescia.
Pretty much every team but Brescia. Originally, he was going with the PCC Kings. You see the story of the game. Those 2 monumental overs at the start, 21 and then 27. And even though Adil Raz brought it back slightly, we never even got to the 10th in the end. They chased down these runs with 8 balls to spare. And yeah, the top 3 getting the job done. Precious EC, well, they came off and they are explosive. I think they called them a bit of a danger team. It's a matter of time till they clicked. And when they clicked, well, they clicked in a deafening way to cap off Group C. And what a moment for European cricket on the continent, of course. You think about how much of this format these guys have played. And, they have been working toward this, I'm sure. We didn't see this Brescia CC side in 2019. We saw Jandra Brescia. So obviously, firstly to qualify, but then to come and, they were disappointed, weren't they, after the first day? They got in winning positions. They just couldn't quite finish it off. But when they came, well, they came good. And look, that is the game you felt where they put it together with the bat and the ball, even though Carlton got away a little bit at the end. But with the bat, they ended up doing it with time to spare.
They were awesome. Look, we've been saying, haven't we, as they've started to come good, we've said, look, if they can work on both of their disciplines and come good at the right time, they can beat anyone. And they were going to be the ones that will be feared. And that's exactly what they did, I think, here today. I think in the field, let's not forget about the fielding as well. I think in the field, they were exceptional. There was that again, the last over, that was expensive. It went for 21, but it still was 118. And I remember saying then, I said, look, if you offer them 118 to chase, they'll take it because they know their strength. But they have to go out there without fear. And that was a key word. Without fear, play your natural game. They played their natural game.
They needed a bit of luck as well, and they got a bit of luck early. I think with some of the strokes weren't completely convincing, but certainly the approach was there, wasn't there? And that 21 in the first over kind of negated that 10th over 21. But look, it's sad also. Hugo Southwell, I'm sure he'll be watching this. Unfortunately, won't see him again because he was a really exciting player. But look, you can't take anything away from Brescia CC, and I have to just congratulate all the sides for the manner in which they've played. I mean, Carlton, they were devastated out there, as you can imagine, that this is the end of their ECL journey this year, but they were congratulating the Brescia CC players. Also, I'm sure it will inspire Carlton to once again be the Scottish champion club. And if they can do that this year, then we will see them again in ECL 23. So certainly wishing them all the best, as well as all the other players from Cluj, of course, that got knocked out today, and Alton from Switzerland, Prague CC, and of course the Turks. Let's not forget them. I think they've learned a lot this week, and I'm sure they'll be desperate to book a date at ECL 23.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Look, I want to just give Carlton another big heads up because they have been so professional. I love the way that they've embraced this festival of cricket. They've been mixing with the players of all the teams. When they've been out there with the kids coming in from all the schools that we've had here this week, the Aloha College from Marbella, they've been fantastic with them, signing balls, autographing. And you know what? Every time I've spoken to them, all they've been saying is that this is magical. They've seen some of this on the TV before, but to be involved in it and to see what it's all about and feel the passion that's out there. And you know what? They've played a massive part in this week today. But the other thing to touch on, so that's Carlton, but with Brescia, I mean, I remember being in the ECS in Rome in 2020 and seeing some of these players perform. And it's credit to European cricketers, it's credit to the Federation in Italy as well, and those federations all about Europe, because these players have improved, and European cricket has played its part by going back to these countries and putting in the European Cricket Series, seeing their improvement, and they've now tasted the rewards of that. And I think, as I would say, Suadagia for Brescia.
Yeah, I can't say enough about to agree with what you're saying there about the class of the Carlton side, the way they've approached it. But, well, if you're a Scottish supporter, you'll probably be having a single malt neat. But if you're a Brescia supporter, I think you'll be dancing in the street. So contrasting Friday nights, I'm sure, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Big thank you to everyone here at the ground as the sun sets on another week in the ECL. Look, the weather stayed away, so it's good that we actually got the full program in. I think that's what we all wanted to see. And hopefully the weather stays good next week as well. Thanks to all of the volunteers around the ground, of course, to everyone from the Costa del Sol Cricket Club, to everyone from Cricket España as well for your help and organisation from the region of Andalusia as well. We certainly appreciate the support of everyone, including the Blue Crew in operations and everyone working hard. Big thanks to Spring Productions as well for your help in bringing the coverage from what's out there to what you see on your screens, particularly Elmar's, I know, who is leaving, and I think we might be losing one or two others. So if it is your last day, we really want to thank you for your expertise and your professionalism over the last 3 weeks, and I'm sure it'll be fantastic next week as well. And look, finally, I just want to give a big thank you to the viewers, because I tell you what, the viewers, you are the reason we're able to do what we do. You're the reason that European cricket has become so massive, it's become so viral, it's become so addictive. There's nothing like European cricket in the entire cricket world, and so we're very thankful to have you on board. Thanks to you again, Rico. You've been fantastic. And again, it's the final that Group C deserved. Always love a close final. I've had a great time. Corey even took a catch this week. He's still going to be dining out on that as well. But look, thanks to everyone, all the spectators as well that came as part of the fan zone. Should be a big crowd on Monday because it's the holiday of the region, Andalusia. And so I'm expecting to have a bit of a crowd in because everyone's got a day off. I'll be wearing the green and the white, which is the colours of Andalusia. So maybe you can sort your wardrobe out as well. But it's been a great week, hasn't it?
It's been a fantastic week. Look, you've been fantastic as well. It's always a pleasure to be up here in the box with yourself talking about the game that we love, that we're very passionate about, and we're very passionate and very proud to see how cricket in Europe is growing all the time.
Yeah, certainly. So look, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, check out the fixtures for next week and a bit more about the teams that we'll see. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket. Plenty going on with that at the moment. A lot of behind the scenes looks taking shape as well. So you can get a bit of a glimpse. If you can't join us in person, then you can see what's going on here at Cartama. Also, I know Maya, she'll be joining us next week for the Group of Death, and hopefully have a safe trip when you get here. Maya, it'll be great to see you. But look, on behalf of everybody here for the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, it's been great to have your company. Take a couple of days off. Join us right back here in the south of Spain for more action. Group D, the Group of Death, is on the way. But today, it's all about Brescia CC. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside my good friend, Rico Full. Thanks again. Have a happy and safe weekend, no matter where you're watching from. We'd love to have your company again on Monday morning. For more European Cricket Network action, you've been watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League. Good night.
Noches, mi familia. Hasta lunes.